Yeah. It'd be wild if I started streaming right now.
That'd be crazy.
It'd be wild if my little funny square was green right now.
Oh, okay. So you are stating
Yeah.
overtly that
If I see the ad pop up, I will shit myself.
well,
Well, Iris.
you know, get your spare undies.
I actually don't see it popping up, to be fair.
That's not a good response. Of get your spare undies, Soleil. I'm
Actually,
bashing you.
Does she need new undies?
There she goes.
Fucking Christ.
We get an F in chat for Iris.
No.
Yes.
An F for Iris's undies, though?
No, just for her.
This is the last episode of Bifrost, guys.
There we go.
It's the last
Everyone
episode
can see
of
it.
life, I think.
This is your last chance to make shit jokes ever.
Yeah.
Hee hee pee poo poo.
Yeah.
Yo, Penny, is that the big F that you put
That's
in?
big F!
Thank
biggest?
God.
It's the biggest one?
The
It's
biggest one of
the-
them all.
The crunchiest.
Oh god, there's so many notifications.
I'm gonna also post in a couple other places just because, you know, I just need to. I'd forgotten that I would need to post an announcement, but it's very quick to fix
Copy
that,
paste?
so-
Like, I don't know, bro.
yeah, there's that, and then let me just go ahead and, yeah, here we go.
Shit, I realized I was gonna grab a cup of apple juice, but now I'm here.
Shit, fuck.
God damn it! Apple juice has been following me like a plague today!
Yeah.
Scarlet, I was like the third
you're-
person. I just haven't drank it yet because I wanted to get some tea first so I could have caffeine in my system.
James, I'm saying
Yeah.
this for the sake of sparking a conversation before we properly start the session.
What do you mean? We already had a conversation about poop, though.
Hey guys, real.
Speaking of poop, everybody.
Speaking of shit. Hey, everybody,
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
and
was
welcome back to the final part of episode 197 of Destruction Bench Agreement, our more or less weekly tabletop RPG run in the anime campaign or Epithet System. As mentioned, this is the final part of episode 197, Operation Bifrost. We've been running this for a good while, and in the interest of that, I'll go for a little bit of our usual shtick with our anime campaign game here, but we are at the very end of this this adventure here. I believe this is part 18 officially, because I think the finale. I could double check right now. May as well. We're in no huge rush. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. This is part 18, session 18 of 197. Last time in 17, went through the last combats, the final boss and whatnot. Saved the day, everything with the adventure our party members did here, and I'll give a little bit of context for anyone that may be new at the start. But here today, we're here to fully wrap up any of the loose ends we have left hanging around. As always, for this episode, we got our GMs. Hey everybody, I'm Patronix or Soleil, whichever you prefer. I'm here. I'm one of the GMs, as per usual, as mentioned. Yeah. And I got my my two co-GMs. We got Iris. Hi. And Penny.
Hi, I'm not much of a co-GM for this session, but I am here.
I will establish Penny is in player mode this time.
Yes, I
Yeah.
am in player mode because I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah. Even still, she's been our co-GM for this this broad adventure here, right? Yeah. In terms of our players here today, we have a majority of the players that have been present throughout Bifrost up until this point. As per usual, could go through them, but there's quite a few people here. You'll see them, whatnot. If anybody, needs any clarifications, feel free to ask in chat and we'll give them. But we got a good number of people here. And before we get into the proper, start of things, the recap, what have you, let's go ahead and chill. Hey everybody, if you're new around here, if you're enjoying yourself, and you want to know when, where, how, why, you can catch up with more of the things we're doing here on this channel. Make sure to join our funny Discord server. Fun dining, yo! There's the link! Whoa!
Steve's
Whoa.
Go there to, hey, that's the place to go to be in the know, as I always say. It's our community Discord. It's the, stay informed, know when things are going live, talk with other people that care about this dumb shit we do. Similarly, follow and sub to the channel if you haven't already. Also, keeps you notified when stuff's going on and also helps out, as always. But with that, for the final time, assuming everybody is ready, let's go into the brief recap. And we'll go with this one. So, as mentioned at the beginning of the little spiel I was doing here today, we're in the finale, we're in the last part. And the previous session we did was the grand climax of the adventure. So if you want to see all of that adventuring before you see this resolution of said adventure, now would be the time to go do it. As last time, we saw everyone finally having gotten to the bottom of what's going on here at Fort Bifrost, the military base constructed by the United States military, or at least a part of it, to act as a not only base of operations generally, but potentially the base of operations for an agreement of sorts with Destruction Bench Agreement, various other parties of influence and whatnot, to act as a, as I've been calling it, defense force, defense squad, to help against the horrifying supernatural forces that are cropping up, especially lately, in as grand of a scale as they are. Of course, things went a little haywire, and after discovering a plot, a conspiracy from turncoat members of the military, along with the Shadow Realm cult Simulacrum, and various other creatures of the Shadow Realm, our party was separated, came back together, figuring out exactly what was going on here regarding their plans to open a gate to the mysterious Shadow Realm permanently and bring back the Dark God W. And as mentioned last time, they finally put a stop to those plans. The ritual, with each of its 3 ritual triangle points, various members of our party here at each one managed to defeat the various apexes stationed at each to protect them, along with another group fighting the man behind the operation, Colonel Isaiah Dragunov, on the roof. And it was quite the struggle, lots of twists and turns, certainly not easy, but after a long, grueling, hard fight on everyone's parts, everyone made it through. And, seemingly the day was saved, as the giant shadowy dome surrounding Fort Bifrost, emanating from it ever since the ritual really kicked into high gear, finally was shattered and whatnot. And here we are now to pick up from immediately after. Well, maybe not immediately after, probably more accurate to say a good, few minutes as everybody regrouped, whether you're the underwater base party that had to get back up to the surface, trekking back through the deep mines, all the way back through the bunker, or anywhere else you may have been within the fort. Eventually, everybody has managed to regroup right around where you first entered this base in the first place. And I guess I'll ask, anybody have anything we need to do before we get started here? Or what's the vibe?
I have a few sort of combat passives.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and which music track am I feeling? No, I remember this one. Yeah, this is the one I'm. I like this one for this. Let me go ahead and bring everybody here. Quite a few people around. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Benny.
Alright.
Yeah.
Aw.
Would you like me to,
Uh,
do that?
well,
Or...
right as you go ahead to do the thing, I'll just start off with a little bit of, to kick things off.
Mhm.
We're gonna be, focusing primarily on this group up near the northern end of this cluster, this gathering of everybody involved here, which is more or less with maybe some extra added members. A reprise of the very beginning, the original meeting that, in some ways, marked the beginning of the end of the normalcy within Fort Bifrost. And much like before, at least taking the very first words, Delta, standing, northmost, clears her throat. Okay, everyone. I believe we're prepared to start. She heaves out a sigh, clearly, despite any faces she's trying to make, exhausted from the day's events. And so, to get everything initiated, I believe there was something that you wanted to state? Turns to Regent Red.
Regent Red sort of just claps her hands together to begin addressing everyone. Alles klar, everyone. While I am not sure that many of the parties here have I'm sure that many of the parties here have their own feelings and desires on how to clean up this mess. I will be stepping in to handle some of the cause of this problem on behalf of the Rules of Monarch, as the highest authority of global power here, and as a bit of, I don't know, maybe an apology for this whole circumstance. If that little favor is alright with everyone, jawohl, wunderbar. She sort of turns over, not giving anybody a chance to respond. Immediately turns over to the group of various dignitaries, both captured and not.
Yeah.
I've given my condolences to the various Americans and Daybreakians? Diet Americans? DBA
Breakers. That's Grace shouts out the
no, that doesn't sound right. I kind of like the Daybreakers. Like Furry flutters her wings.
it's the proper
name pending. I will think about it.
I
It's
don't
the
think it's up
proper
to you to
demonym.
decide.
I suppose it would technically be up to me. Sigma scratches the back of his head. That's not important right now, though.
Sigma has the possibility to do the funniest thing in the DBA's universe.
But he won't. He has a Sigma Balls passive. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I would like to give my condolences for this entire ordeal occurring. For enough, with the power of the Rules of Monarchy, the stray United States forces should be restrained and neutralized for their associated superiors to handle. As for these three, points over to, the three big figures over here. I've utilized the contract to bind them, and she sort of points over to the weird magical glowy handcuffs thing that you saw. Similarly, well, maybe some of you might remember, or at least the audience would remember, applied to Mr. Perfect all that time ago. Contract to bind them, and we'll be handling them the same as all contact breakers with the rest of the Rules of Monarch. And if the DBA folks want, I've provided snacks as compensation with some little granola bars for you all, for all you sweethearts. And we can push.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, and we can push our particular meeting and concerns to another more fitting time. There's a lot of mess to sort through, I'm sure that would be preferable for everyone. Any questions?
Hmm.
So what are we gonna do about the whole thing we were talking about?
Do you mean the agreement, the alliance?
Yeah, I mean, like, all that certainly just happened and all that. She smirks and nudges Venus a bit, but I mean, I don't know if we ever really fully came up with a plan. I mean,
No.
if
not
anything,
specifically.
if anything, I imagine this happening would just prove that, like, the whole, you know, DBA-isms or just general chaos can happen no matter how many, you know, crazy strong or important people are around.
On one hand, yes. What's up though, Roche?
I don't know if this is scripted like a cutscene. I'm not
No,
allowed to
no.
talk. Okay.
No, you can talk.
I imagine Kanaho would like cross his arms and he would go, I mean, on the contrary, I think this is a pretty big show of force as to how we can get shit done. We were unprepared for something that happened on our very doorstep, and then we mobilized like an efficient fucking wave and took care of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Even got all the extras in here too.
Yes, it was a pretty elaborate and well-laid plan, if a little bit insane. Sort of looks over to Dragonov.
He, scoffs. Doesn't really acknowledge much past that.
Well, at least coming from my point of view, I see no reason to commence, but there should be at least a couple concerns addressed. For instance, who gets to be a part of this alliance, this sort of collaboration team, and how communication is going to occur. I feel like...
You go.
I feel like both of those answers are going to kind of come one to the same. As I proposed during our first meeting, I think an establishment of a sort of... alongside the task force, partnered with the military and other global powers to fight threats like this. I think an organized body, a DBA citizens government, representatives of DBA within the organization itself to be held accountable, is the best way to go.
I don't know about a whole government thing, Melagrano, says, sort of stepping out from behind Alexa. But if you're talking about like a, just like a council or something, like group huddle, like a
council,
panel of
yes.
judges or something.
More so what I mean. Someone to represent DBA, keep things accountable, and help the higher-ups make their decisions.
Like a school district.
Whatever you want to call it.
I was going to offer myself up for that position in a more private area, but since it's being brought up now, I might as well bring it up. I think that I am a fine person as someone who's been with DBA for this quote-unquote season since episode 7, I think. And despite my earlier growing pains, I think I've gotten better to a point where I can head it. And I thought I'd bring that up.
I mean, hey, you went and fucked up the big guy himself. That's gotta count for something.
How was the fight, by the way?
Oh, it was a whole
Full.
like
Greg is
Venus
just kind of. Yeah.
Venus holds up a pauldron, I think is the term, arm guard. And it's just like there are noticeable cracks and a mysterious dent where Blackberry nudged. If he managed to crack and dent my armor like this, I don't think that any of you could have taken him single-handedly, no offense.
Yeah. It was a whole thing.
We
While I
can-
have
We can watch the fight when we get home. Yes, Cheshire?
While I have no particular worries about putting you into at least part of the council, I think throwing around seniority is not exactly the best mark of significance in this situation, he says, turning to Dragunov, as
Yeah.
seniority has a bit of a flow to it, with it, as it were. But again, I think you being part of it is fine. It's just heading, quote unquote. I think we need at least a 5 to 10, if not more, people in this higher tiered council, as it were.
Exactly.
And on that, Delta, continues sort of taking her one of her swords and clattering it against the ground as something partially to lean on, yet still holding firm. I believe that these were all talking points, at least to some degree, that we had during the initial meeting.
Indeed.
Yes.
And on that, I am completely in favor of something like that. Having some sort of a panel of some kind to filter out who exactly is involved with this would be preferable.
On that note, Alexa steps forward around Niles, who is still looking pretty tired, and she's kind of helping him. Couldn't agree with that sentiment more. And if you Miss Regent, she holds up a files full of information. During the meeting, before everything was going down like this, I was compiling together at least a few basic drafts for how such a categorization system within DBA might be achieved. My boss, Mr. Orson here, has, well, his own occasional difficulties with keeping track of all of the chaos, as you might expect, and
there's a lot.
Not only would it help him with recruiting with his recruiting duties, but such a specific category of, based on whatever criteria we decide on, of people who are specifically within this alliance or have the authorities to make such decisions on behalf of DBA as you require. Well, I've included several of the people here and potential candidates already based on various things, but of course, we can settle out the specifics later. And if allowed, she will pass a copy of the file to Delta Venus and to Regent Red.
Much appreciated.
Voya shouts from across the room, somehow hearing the conversation. Venus just closes her eyes.
Regent Red will take the papers and go, well, I am glad that it seems that you are at least all conscious of the strange predicament you're in and working towards a solution. So, yes, please, we will, me and the other rules of monarchy will return to you as we do for renegotiation whenever we believe suitable time has passed for you to have worked out all of the kinks of this system.
Exactly, and on that, not to rain on any sort of parade, but Sigma turns to Regent Red. I presume that whenever that new meeting happens is when we're going to figure out what's going on with the contract and what this falls under.
Yes, most likely. It will probably be a long negotiation. I would prefer for everyone to have everything ready should we meet on good terms.
As one more quick additional note, Mr. Graves, it might also be a worthwhile exertion to open communications and bring in the various other organizations who are known to be reputable that DBA has allied with or become involved with in one way or another. She turns to She turns to this lady next to her.
Does a little Sailor Moon pose.
Miss Chrysanthemum here has come for various reasons, which I'm sure she can elucidate, but that the Magical Girl Society would be one such example as a sort of sponsor, I suppose you could call it, for this alliance.
We may not look like it, but we have quite a reputation worldwide. A good one. I should emphasize.
She sort of seems to look to the side. Yes, I have definitely read up on your organization. She seems to whisper something to the side of her in the air, and then a paper appears on the Magical Girl Society.
I think we're more active in like America and Japan, if that helps jog your memory and like.
Yes. Of course I know. She's reading the cobweb-covered papers really quickly. See, founded by No, I mean you. Yes, I know.
You can feel free to pull up the wiki on your phone. I won't judge.
Yeah.
She pulls up the wiki and on autoplay just like a transformation sequence like da na 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 starts playing.
Everyone can hear it.
We have our own Wikipedia that's on Ghost, so.
Yeah. As all that's going on, Graves just kind of motions over to, like, nods to Alexa and sort of motions over to Regent Red. Trust me, as long as I'm in this organization and involved with things, preparations will be ready as soon as humanly possible, even if I have to drag things there. As much
Yes. Continue.
Yeah, as much as I disagree with what has gone down on the roof and the motives of this episode's antagonists, he kind of looks over at Dragonov. I can agree with one thing in that it's DBA. It can be, as we've all mentioned, quite chaotic and unreliable. And as things are going on, and as world events are further influenced by this organization, might I remind you about the raid on Perfectco not only 3 days ago. Some further organization and accountability is necessary. So
yes,
don't worry.
I remember you guys were also given a little bit of leeway for your assistance in that as well.
So what I'm saying is, don't be worried about time. It'll get done. Mark my words. He kind of scratches Monkey's chin as he says that.
Sorry, you go.
Just Aquarius, who's been mostly seemingly kind of tuned out, talking to someone on an earpiece for the last bit, just suddenly perks up. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Regent Lady, my boss is gonna want to talk to you about the Dragonov situation later. Just listen out. He'll talk to you. He'll find you at some point.
I see. The Dragonov situation looks over and gives him another side eye. I mean, seriously, what were you thinking would happen when you pitted two organizations against each other? Or, actually, I apologize. To put it in a way you'd understand, Colonel, this would be like if Hamburger tried to ally itself with two powers of ceaseless chaos. One of causality warping eternal entertainment, and the other of primordial chaos and parasitism, who are already opposed to each other from past conflicts, while simultaneously pitting them against each other. I mean, it's just not common sense.
Dragonov,
someone who speaks my language.
Dragonov, slowly shifts his head to turn to, side-eye glare at Regent Red. If you think that I wasn't expecting something chaotic to go down, clearly I haven't made my message clear enough.
Chaos is fine, dude. All the murder and stuff, that was kind of the thing.
How many people died today?
it is not the chaos that I'm ribbing him for. It's the I don't know. It just allowing multiple people to the two groups are trying to woo while simultaneously making them fight to the death. Seems like a conflict of interest.
As I've stated, regardless of how you feel on my methodology, my orders were strict. I told my forces not to kill. Whether they followed that or not, of course that is a failing on my part. And I will take responsibility for that. However...
Also you will.
Similarly... the world has gone stale and dry, and if you want to make your point to the people who are so stubborn and unwilling to listen, you have to do something a little unorthodox. Something that someone would claim to be illogical, not of common sense.
Well, I'm the type who rather likes stale crackers, so I prefer my world as it is.
You like stale crackers?
I mean,
yes, it tastes like the Victorian era. Just gives me a little nostalgia.
Oh, okay.
kind of how like,
isn't she a fucking vampire?
Like Loft House cookies.
Yes.
kind of how like drugs a little bit. I mean, I get what the guy means.
No, I mean,
Personally,
yeah.
if
I
in a
agree
world
with that.
where a child can become a monster capable of eating entire towns, I do not consider that to be a stale world.
I believe we should save the philosophical debate for later. No offense.
I mean, it's been a long day.
So this fair.
Yeah, Dragonov just like he's not gonna try debating with you right now in the middle of this as he just looks off to the side. Miss Isopod behind Hobby a little bit raises a hand. I have a question.
Yes?
Why is there a monkey here?
Whoa.
I'm sorry, it's been bothering me, I need to know.
No, I can explain this one. So you see, he flew into the field of battle.
Oh, so he's a mascot.
He's a
Kind of.
what?
So, again, Dragonov seemed to have gotten a second surge of power during our fight, and was about to finish us off. But he seemed to have other plans. Points to monkey on his shoulder.
Bro, did like God send you a monkey or something?
What
Yes,
is
Melon.
this
He may have.
creature? It's whimsical and inviting nature. Here,
I
hold on
can't-
one second.
Yes.
Pulls out.
Yep.
Regent Red steps forward. I always keep some of these just in case. Pulls out like a international war hero medal and gives it to Monkey.
Someone should check to see if he has.
Immediately, like, grabs it and is doing, like, toe taps on the ground, clearly excited.
I can't
So
keep track of
sweet.
all
Yeah.
this shit. I just thought you had a pet monkey, Graves.
You know, not invalid.
I thought
don't know
you-
where.
I
Yeah.
thought Dragonov had gone into like some cool samurai stance, and you were like, "Ugh, this is serious. Go, monkey," and like you brought him out. Like,
That does sound like something I'd say, but no. He flew out of the sky. I don't
Yeah,
know
this
where
guy
he
only
came
makes
from.
flesh golems and whatever.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
ugh. I mean, teach their
Charles, like, you hear over the, like, quote-unquote horizon, "Ooh," as Charles, like,
Yeah.
over in the corner just, raise their hands and stuff.
Then whose monkey is it?
I don't know. I truly do not know.
Harrier raises her hand in the back.
Yeah.
I know whose monkey that is.
Oh, whose monkey is it?
Everybody in this crowd.
Yeah, no, it's specifically Dragonov like perks up and like stares her down.
Yeah, he wants to know.
He
He's
wants
so fucking far off.
Did I?
Samson's already looking over there.
Yeah, like, did I not? Oh, did I forget to mention this while we were in the? Oh, I did.
This monkey was never.
Looks down. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Right as we were starting the tour of the underwater base, there was a pirate who attacked us. Captain Zachary, I think he said was his name. Scratches the back of her neck. That's his monkey.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, yeah, you mentioned something like the diversion, and like that was like sort of planned at the beginning. Motions over to Delta, and like there's some guy you knew about. You never mentioned the monkey though. Would have been helpful.
A pirate with a monkey, and I didn't get to. God damn it!
Oh,
Yes.
Is he here?
You got to dig a tunnel, Blackberry. It's okay. I'm looking
As
forward.
as I mentioned before, yes, Graves. Part of the whole situation was that we purposefully kind of drew him out, and yeah, she like looks to Harrier. We're open and able to speak about this freely at this point, of course. We purposefully drew him out. I suppose we didn't have it on record that his monkey was a factor to keep note of. But yes, the pirate was a known factor.
So, you are saying that this wonderful creature here once sailed the high seas like a pirate, like in the days of my youth. She rubs a tear from her eye. I pardon him of all crimes.
I could sense the adventurous spirit within him, even just from the first look. Emmerich, says, sort of giving him a proud kind of like chest pump with which monkey, reciprocates.
Chrysanthemum.
If I may propose.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, Jim.
Chrysanthemum was just gonna raise a hand. So like slice of life and shenanigans is our bread and butter. So like I shouldn't judge, but aren't we getting a little off topic?
I was about to say, if I may propose a quick solution. Alexa walks over to Monkey, kneels down, looks at him, hands him her megaphone. Go nuts, little buddy. Go find him.
Be free.
Unconscionable noises. As he's running and screaming into the... It is... Just imagine every stock monkey sound effect you can think of, he's doing it as he's running around.
Like that song from the monkey session.
Just about everybody on Earth in here is now completely distracted.
Yeah. Which since this is happening right now, I'll bring everyone's attention to the left side of the room, right?
We hit conversational monkey degradation.
As this guy who's been sitting kind of solemnly in this corner, suddenly, it couldn't be. No, it's just, it's just the ocean playing tricks on me.
No, he thinks Monkey's dead.
As another, like series of screams rings out through the main room. No, it couldn't be. First mate, Monkey! As he just starts mad dashing, bursts through here, like brushes a shoulder up against Brave, and then just fucking tackles his fucking monkey as he grabs him. Oh, I thought the depths, they'd claimed you! That fiendish kraken took you from me as I finally took him from the world, but no!
Oh, we prevail! Just as I always knew we would. How did it taste, monkey? Victory! How was it?
Just screaming into the megaphone more.
Harrier's expression.
It was great. You're my little guy.
just they're off in their own little world.
Oh, Emmerich, here, stand to the side. We wouldn't want Dragonov to not see the reunion happen.
Hey, wait, hold on. Counterho looks to Alexa. Do you like get your epithet back, or like does he just have it now?
She holds up her hand and she's already holding it again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Our ears are saved.
Zachary sees the war hero medal on Monkey. Stuff.
You even got some treasure!
I was thinking.
Yeah. I mean, no need for me to say it. You guys already got it.
We already know.
I can sell that shit.
Oh, it'd be so much on eBay.
Where'd you find that one? Was it in the Kraken's tentacle? Was it a secret? Was it there? Did you find it in heaven, monkey? Where was it?
Did you find it in heaven?
He still thinks Monkey died.
Doesn't matter where you found it. Just another thing to add to our haul for today. The best day of our lives, monkey.
Move Francis a little bit away from them.
What do you mean, not closer?
Stand over here, buddy.
But Brave, that's a real-life monkey!
Yeah, attached to a real-life pirate. That's a criminal, Francis.
But the monkey has a war hero
Cool.
medal.
Pirates are cool, though, sometimes.
Brave, didn't you hear? Pirates never steal other people's things. Oh no, Francis. Oh no.
You're cool like Monkey D. Luffy.
If
Monkey.
pirates are illegal, that means my brother's a criminal for downloading music on the internet.
So anyway,
the U.S. government people's heads slowly turn.
The greatest crime of all.
He said they're already rich, so it's not really stealing.
So anyway, Black Series says, "Are we done here? Or is there anything else anybody wants to say, or can we go have fun now?"
Does anybody have any objections?
The one thing I want to make sure that I say, Delta, raises her hand, continues. For the whatever it ends up being precisely called. Of course, keep me in the know, Graves, Venus, Alexa, whoever else, regarding the status of, I guess, the council, the discussions like you're mentioning. I'm also more than willing to participate in any activities. I am technically a member of your organization after all, along with the fact that obviously I'm the one that proposed all of this in the first place.
I have one thing to say. Venus, after some contemplation, nah, fuck it with the long speeches. We fucking did it!
Fuck
She
yeah!
lifts her
Yeah.
hand into the air.
Kanaho raises up his fucking arm. We're gonna go and high five this bitch.
He nods.
That's all.
Praise nod. Yeah.
Good job, team.
Aquarius fires a suspiciously shaped grenade into the air that explodes into fireworks.
Yeah.
Blackberry
Let's see if
shoots
the
up
sun
a
goes
rainbow
off.
beam. She shoots a rainbow beam that spells trans rights.
Huzzah!
Kanaho
The
raises
blood
up
soda
his...
top.
Sorry.
Huh?
Kanaho raises
Yeah, the blood-
his hand for a high five.
Venus takes too long to realize it and slaps it.
Blackberry.
Ah, yeah. Come on, bring her there, kind of deal. Spider also goes in for the high five.
Fuck yeah! You,
Yeah.
Mr. Spider, you've been my guy. throughout the most of this, me, Venus, and Spider fucking ruined half of this fucking coalition. He fucking brings Mr. Spider into a big ass hug.
Oh yeah, we're kind of a big deal.
And then just goes and brings it over to Venus.
Venus does not budge, but like Spider is caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Poppy.
Poppy gets on top. And you
Fuck
too,
yeah,
you little
everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh yeah. What's up?
Regent, I'm just gonna be not a heartfelt good. Anyway, I'm going to go perform perform horrific acts now.
At least she knows it.
But yeah, no, I didn't have it.
The fairy's in there. No, she's gonna be fucking court-martialed.
You know.
Sorry, who's in there? I don't see anybody named Fairy.
Oh, dude, she's gonna need that. She's gonna need that max stamina. I hear the regents.
Othello's in there?
Save
The
him.
moment.
I imagine, despite your best efforts.
I mean, Brave can probably testify on his behalf later, but he's definitely in there.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is with Beller?
The pink spaghetti
That's the
has
shadow.
He's being put into the ball of no escaping. You know that's what that is.
He doesn't look fucking great anyway, but like, you know, might as well leave him on there since he could probably break out of that cage if he wanted.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Soleil, do we want Penny to do the quick thing now?
Yeah, sure. She can do the quick thing.
Sure, alright, so real quick, right, in the midst of the celebrating and group hugging and stuff, Blackberry's like, oh, fuck, I sense her from here. Venus, she's coming.
From outside, you just hear, "What? Who are you? Get her!" And the sound of gunshots, all of which not missing, as the doors suddenly swing open, and like a fucking horrific gremlin,
Oh.
I am here.
Venus,
I have arrived.
Venus has pulled out what appears to be a small orbital laser cannon because because Blackberry did not explicitly say no, it is not Kevaya. And upon hearing just a little, I have arrived, she just sighs and like condenses it down into a cube, throwing it up as Hope like leaps and catches it, eating it in one bite.
Yeah.
Hope, I told you, you shouldn't come over here because you're a war criminal. Blackberry,
I'm not a war criminal. I am Hope. She leaps on top of the bloodstone golem, and opens her eyes, looking around, scanning.
Holy
Scanning.
fucking
Scanning.
shit!
She jumps onto Voya.
My region senses are tingling.
Hey, Regent! Hey, Regent! Here, you want to learn about my organization that you definitely know about?
They start wrestling.
Gordon,
like
block us with your form.
Use your mass.
Hold on, I got this.
Gordon, like,
I thought that was Google saying that who's gonna turn into Gordon.
yeah.
Hi. Voya was in hole, a dome. Dome hole. I wanted to say hi. You're my friend.
I would have been surprised if you could have skedaddled right on through, and no one would be any the wiser.
I wanted to eat the big blackberry, but Blackberry would have told me not to eat the big blackberry, so I held off.
I don't know what would have happened.
I showed self-control. Be proud.
Yeah,
I'm
baby.
proud of you.
Also,
Yeah.
I may have eaten some guns and bullets, because they were shooting me.
Oh no, Hope, don't do that. No, Hope, stop dismantling the military. No, stop.
I have
Okay.
never been happier in my life.
I'm gonna actually stand here so that my... Oh wait, no, hold on. There we go, health bars!
Just delete all your health and
Yeah.
die. It's fine.
Anyway, anybody else in the meeting can still talk
Yeah.
about stuff to wrap
She's
up. And then
she's
we'll
just
keep
here
going.
now. She's hanging out.
I mean, other than another, just another reassertion, we're gonna get this done, Grace pretty much has nothing else for the meeting specifically, so...
Yeah.
In which
Already-
case...
already said her piece.
In which case... Again, amazing work, everyone. Today was a very long, exhaustive day. And everyone did spectacularly.
Nods.
Distant beam of trans rights.
Yeah. I don't get it,
Bloodstone
but I believe in it.
Automaton. Bloodstone Automaton shoots a beam into the sky to join in.
It crashes through the
Crashes.
ceiling.
Yeah.
80% of the epithet users here feel disgust in their very being, you know?
Wait, hold on. He, Ram starts running over. Big guy, base has already been thrown up today.
A piece of rubble comes down and hits the golem on the head.
It
Like,
does
just a
nothing.
small piece, it just bounces off.
Yeah. It just makes those noises.
You know.
Yeah.
Why is it
Holy
Uh,
shit, he's bald. He's gonna climb up and stop playing, just slapping his head.
Hey!
Alright, that's probably a good point for, Soleil, which of the, more major things do you want to happen next?
Well, since, because of the circumstance, I want to ask Poco, since you just got here, right?
Oh,
Hello.
right, yes.
Yeah. Do you want to handle, some Elijah stuff first off?
I assume
Yeah,
the
since
only...
you might have limited time, yeah.
Yeah, I guess in the midst, because really there's only the one Elijah thing. And then I guess there's just a personal revelation of Elijah that I'd probably just say to himself, if anything, because I don't think the other Czar is anywhere. I'm trying to see. if I can
She's
find
in
her.
the she's in the cage in the top right.
No,
She
yeah,
is
you-
present.
You
Okay.
feel free to do that, yeah.
She's just in the
Okay.
zoo. Don't worry about it.
That's understandable. I guess the only two interactions I have is with Delta and her, and I think I will slide back into the ether.
Yeah. Let's start off with you, and I want to make sure you get the chance to do your stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
So
That's very kind of you.
go right on ahead. However you want to start, whether you want to go to Delta first or Siren or whatever.
I think I'll go in order because let's do the funny thing first.
Okay.
Yeah, Elijah would as everything starts breaking up, kind of slide his way over. Pardon me, excuse me.
Oh, hey,
Miss-
Elijah.
Hello. Good. Glad you're okay, and thank you for the help.
Yeah, no, don't mention it.
Yeah. He slides over. Pardon me, Miss. Miss Delta. Are you the essentially the actor and owner of this military establishment, or at least the highest-ranking individual here?
More or less, yes. Technically, it would be a, I suppose, partial co-ownership between me and some of the other colonels here, but of us, I am the, yes, I'm in charge.
Okay. Can you please sign this? He holds out a very large sheaf of paper. Many of them.
No.
What exactly is this? Oh, I see. She, starts scanning down. So is this for a future safety check, or...
No, this was for today's OSHA inspection, and I have the unfortunate news of explaining that this military base has of current failed with a number of accounts that I think have been formally televised to the world, that would not be easy to cover up. So I have the unfortunate duty of asking you to sign here and understand that some renovations will need to be made to bring everything up to code in the future.
Truly, I will take responsibility for this disgrace I've shown our nation. She, the like shade from her hat kind of covers her eyes a little bit. I'll make sure that the next time that this safety check comes through, that everything is up to order.
I need a formal acknowledgement that your base sucks.
Yeah. I will make up for our transgressions here today.
And with it, I am more than willing to be present and available for any sort of inspections that are needed in the future and any consultation, I suppose, since while I am not old enough to technically work, I am good for part-time. I have very reasonable rates.
She, she nods at that. Affirmative. I'll keep it in mind.
Thank you. And he takes back the paperwork. It goes into his coat pocket, and he continues on. There's a small fist bump as he finally gets a little bit of that whole thing about getting job credit before you get a job. But he goes back to being solemn and makes his way over to the cage, looking for the person in question.
Yep.
There's not an easy way. Pardon me. Siren?
She
Yeah, you go.
She's been unconscious for a while, but you see now she's kind of just sat there, having regained some semblance of lucidity.
Over here.
The young Tsar. Hello.
You are also Tsar, so one Tsar to another. I'm glad you're okay, at least. Though this is not exactly the circumstances I wanted to be meeting another Tsar under.
I would prefer if that were not the case. Personally, to eat another Tsar means one of them has left the world. You're in the cage now.
Yeah, sorry, I noticed the small thing, so I just needed to really quickly.
I get dragged.
That is to say, once a Tsar user dies within the presence of another Tsar, then their epithet will be combined with another closest.
Yes. And I've had the unfortunate circumstances of learning that of another Tsar. When the barrier thing went down, I figured out the next two closest Tsars. And one of them has, as you said, consumed 3 others.
That is concerning. I was unaware that we could search each other for each other like that.
It only happened when I classed up, so I'm guessing it's some sort of like filter or safety net. But
She looks at her hand, perhaps. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, but no,
What
I did
happened?
not purposefully kill any other Tsar. The secondary one. The secondary epithet I possess belonged to my departed husband, as it were.
I'm sorry to hear that. He sort of briefly takes off his crown and kind of holds it over his
Yes.
heart. I apologize to hear that.
I appreciate
I'll actually take off.
It was more of an
Take off.
accident within the place I used to work before coming here.
Yeah.
Sounds like that place could need an OSHA inspection.
An accident at a lab can do a lot of damage, especially with what we were dealing with.
May I ask what you were dealing with?
Well, it had nothing to do with our epithets. We were experimenting with void technology, I suppose. Trying to create ways of traveling through space without requiring epithets or other supernatural powers, replicating it through technology.
It's like everyone's trying to do that.
Due to an unfortunate coincidence, I suppose, I lost a lot that day.
Oh.
To say the least. I don't think...
No, keep going, keep going.
I definitely do regret what I have done here. Being a part of this group, well, it has given me some sort of solace. Perhaps I was a little too hasty in my mourning, I suppose.
Well, as I said, I'm sorry for your loss. I hope you're able to find comfort in whatever you end up doing next, as long as it's not hurting people.
If I had to surmise, it's probably jail.
Probably.
Unless, of course, they let you out for good behavior or use you for your powers.
I don't like the second one, but
Well,
I am...
She sort of, like, raises a hand and a ship comes up. There's no cultists or anything inside it, as you can see. And no. My epithet is quite useful.
Yeah. Well, if any sort of vouching will help you for good behavior or whatnot, Elijah pulls out one of his very, like, basic, information cards that just has OSHA inspector on it.
Yeah.
Gives it to her. I'm more than willing to say.
Yeah. Yes. Well,
And
I appreciate that.
And I would, if you do end up classing up, would you be willing to share which czars you know of?
Of course. I don't mind doing this. Stay safe, I suppose, out there.
Yeah.
You definitely have a rather unique version of our epithet, so I can imagine people wanting it.
Well, that'd be a first. But kind of pauses. Do you want to know the other two I know?
I don't think it would do any harm.
Alright. He would lean over, but the camera would probably catch it. First one is Czar Evolution.
An eyebrow is raised.
Yeah, I know. The second one is Czar Hyper, with the extras Drive, Roller, and Coaster.
That is horrifying.
Yes. He kind of leans back. Good luck, and again, call me for anything.
Understood. She sighs and looks back at the rest of the cult members she knows. And the other guys, I guess.
Quit your blubbering, Othello says, like, putting a hand on his hip. I've had enough today. I can't take it anymore.
There's like a 5-second pause.
Yeah, Elijah would nod.
There's one other thing.
Yeah.
Certain high-ranking members of the cult may also own their own flagships, as it were, so watch out for that. Though I don't suppose Miss Gotonic would need hers, considering what she does.
Well, that's important, yeah. He would, not in character, outside of the session, inform DBA about that. That way that information is somewhere. Besides television.
Yeah.
You should probably return to your, meeting. I'm going to think about some things.
Okay. Good luck, Siren. And Elijah would step back.
She's just gonna, like, hang out next to Balrog, I guess.
Where the heck is his buddy? That way I can leave him and let everyone else go. Where are you, buddy? Roche, where's the friend?
Union?
Yes, please.
He's
there
right there.
Thank you.
No one wants to be in his aura.
Union turns for a second and sees Elijah. Yo, Elijah! There you are.
Walks closer, gets hit with it, like, ugh.
Bazooka! Union runs towards you at high speeds, and then just offers like his silver arm in a fist bump.
Hey, thanks for everything back there, by the way.
Don't thank me for a smidge. We did that together.
All of us did. And I'm going to be glad to go home where I don't have to see all the warning signs flaring in my brain, because this is a new level of uncomfortable.
Oh, right.
There's a big one above the Bloodstone Golem because of the Holy Maid.
Yeah.
That'll think get worse, or you feeling a little bit more in control of the whole situation?
I don't think I'm in control of anything at the moment, but I'm just gonna keep going. Because that's the safest way to approach things. But also maybe taking a nap. I think I'm going to probably crash the moment I close my eyes.
Oh yeah, you should probably go and rest. You're like, what, 18?
Yeah, classing up and going through all that has been a little bit today.
Yeah, no, you need to go have a lie down or something. Really shouldn't be getting into this business this young, but I guess I don't have any room to talk about that. Never mind. Either way.
Yeah.
Bits of life advice from your pal who's in prison. He says as a small joke. Whenever you feel like you're not in control, that just means you haven't gained control yet. He winks.
Yep. That's fair, man.
With that being said, and one final, like, Taliesin looks over to Donovan. Say, do you get some sort of a strange bazooka sense coming from around here? As, like, he's saying that and, like, inquiring that to Donovan, right? How about this, right? Hey, Kakapo. We already passed the baton over to Union. Go, abduct them.
Yeah, sure.
Don't put me in the crab grabber, please.
So, how I'll describe what happens, because I know they're a bit closer, but I put them a little further back because of this. So I imagine as Union's kind of doing this and kind of on his lonesome, big, like, the guy himself shows up, Warden of Bloodstone Island, also co-ruler in a sense, Izuru Andromeda, and as soon as he steps into the zone, he kind of just gives Union, like, a look, like, as if, like, he really wants to say it, but he's not saying it. And just sort of looking at him. Meanwhile,
Izuru.
oh, bazooka.
It should have been a little bit further out than that, but I guess it's been reined in since the day's been going on. That's good.
Yeah.
Usually people would say it from roughly 25 feet away. How do I know how to hear that far? Well, he turns around. I know my ranges.
Yeah, you do. Hey, welcome back to the land of the living, buddy. How's it been?
I
Just
didn't
sort
die.
of- metaphorically, it just
Did
sort
you
of.
think I died?
No, I don't think you died. Like, I just sort of pinch his nose. You went through hell and you came out the other side. And I'm saying welcome back. After finishing all that.
Right.
Yeah, crossed a new threshold. How's sorry I could not be there for that. Hopefully I gave you her little rehearsal, but
Well, you know, you didn't, but I did. Union takes a second. Wait.
yeah. No, I get it.
One second. He turns to Elijah. Elijah, you can go ahead and move on. This talk's probably going to take a while. If you want to be introduced very quickly, this is Izuru Andromeda. He's the guy I've been talking about a little bit. He's
Hi.
Cool guy.
I know who you are. Yeah.
Hello.
Is it yeah, as in you're on TV. Like
Ah, yes. Hi. I'm Elijah Yeltang.
Yeah.
Gives a
Pleasure.
hold up a hand of to shake, and I imagine if he shakes, he feels uncomfy.
User's reining it back a bit, but even still, it's like, like your epithet's just giving like a that's weird, like sort of feeling.
It's just like a snake.
Gives you a
Yes.
firm shake, and yeah.
Alright, well, I'll see you later, Union. And it's
Yeah.
nice to meet you, Izuru.
You
Yeah.
go.
Okay, yeah,
you go
congrats.
have a lie down and maybe talk to one of the doctors that are around.
Yeah.
I might, or at least try to help out with some of the damage, because oh goodness gracious, this place is falling apart. I need.
Yeah. Congrats on the power up. He just sort of says.
Thank you. I think it's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah. Anyways.
Real quick. I want to say when Elijah looks at Izuru, it's not red triangles. It's green and red triangles.
Yeah.
One of them just covers his face, so he looks like the fucking like portrait of the man with an apple for a head, but it's like a warning sign.
That's uncomfy. I'm gonna move on from that and let everything go. It's like fade into the ether. Thank you.
Yep. If you have any other time and you want to jump back in, feel free. I just wanted to make sure you got your stuff you really wanted to do in. So
Yeah.
That was it.
For sure.
Union crossed his arms as Elijah went off to go and do his thing. Just goes like, good kid. Really hope he gets some rest.
I hope everyone gets 1,000 years of sleep. Holy shit! Just sort of looks around at everything.
So, by the way, right, I know you mentioned with the whole big missile thing that, like, oh, it'll be useful if it, all that sort of stuff, and I wasn't buying it. I don't know if you saw what I did.
Don't worry. I saw.
That was pretty fucking cool.
It was pretty cool. Just sort of, yeah. Like, hey, there's a reason why I gave you the go-ahead to develop that skill. I mean, it kind of looks around, just if you find a guy like that, like waves the hands around again. I don't know if there's much else I can add, but Yeah. By the way,
Oh yeah, you probably want
As-
something. What's up?
no, I was just gonna fill you in on an extra couple things. As mentioned, you've crossed the threshold. Sorry about sorry about the side effects. He kind of like waves in the air of like the ambient orange glow around Union. We'll get to working on your ceremony as soon as
Fixing that.
possible. Yeah. After our whole little ceremony, it should be right back to normal. It'll just be like the rest of them, depending on the power. So
Nice. People
Yeah.
asked if I had a rash. I think approximately 25 times at the duration of this experience. And frankly, if I ever get a real rash ever again, I'm going to remember nothing but this experience. You like?
Yeah, but yeah, that should come in the shouldn't be too long at this point. I have all preparations and yeah, just sort of strokes chin. I have a couple other things planned for the day, but I'm probably gonna leave it as a surprise, at least until day of. Though, pressing matters here. Do you know where any of your military friends are? I'd like to speak to them, if at all
Oh.
possible.
You mean Bree and Brant? The motherfucking OGs? Get over here. He fucking wraps an arm around Izuru
Hey.
and starts going.
Like,
Yo, double
it's
B!
very- Hey!
They're like over here, sort of talking to themselves.
Yeah.
As
Oh shit, you two, get over here.
She's
Hi.
busy. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, here's that Midgard, steps back in the room. Oh, hey Union, what's up?
Hi, this is my buddy I was talking about.
Over there.
Oh, right. Well,
Yeah.
pleasure to meet you, Lieutenant Bree. She, extends hand out for a handshake.
Izuru gives a slow but steady shake. Izuru Andromeda, co-head of the Bloodstone Isles Reformation Program, etc. Trainer of the lovely motherfucker right over here. It just gives Union like a noogie on the head.
Got that right. That guy has some real punch behind him, dude. Lieutenant Brent.
I know, right? yeah.
Yeah, I'm basically epic.
He is. Pleasure to meet you guys. Yeah. It just sort of like looks at Bree. Yeah, nah, you were. Yeah, hot damn, you are a spitting resemblance. Just sort of like. Oh, one of my buddies can see the view. Yeah. No, you go.
Oh no, I was talking about this. This was like one of the first conversations we had. You know when I was telling you about the whole you remember when I dropped a bunch of exposition about why I have he gestures to his entire face?
Oh, the rash. Oh, well, no, not a rash. Right. She scratches. Scratches her head. Yeah, I think so. A lot's happened today. And I think time has all just sort of caught up to me. But I think I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah. That guy. Sorry, not guy. The person I was talking about. They to I guess drive a point home or whatever. They were carving wooden statues, and I remembered more recently those wooden statues were of you and Elijah, which is like freaky.
Freaky, yeah. Whoa.
No, that's the amazing for ya. She kind of like looks at them, knowing what he is doing when saying that.
Oh. All right. Yeah. No. She's similarly. How could Yeah, I sort of forgot that was like a whole thing we were talking about. But Yeah,
Yeah.
right. That's
yeah,
the...
no.
Yeah, everything's coming back.
Yeah, according to her, according to her, what she saw was the whole ending tech between the three of you, to take down Grudge. So,
You fucking better
you know
have
how it
seen
is.
that.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. There's part of me that doesn't know how I got myself still moving when I was that tired.
You know how it is when you're in the line of duty. Body kind of takes control of you.
Yeah, something like that.
It's just how it is. Yeah.
So, what's going on? Do you guys just want to chat?
I don't know. Isuru said he's got
We
something
could-
for you.
Oh yeah, I was going to actually say, of course we could talk about many things. I take questions after all. But main thing right now. I don't know how to say this, but I appreciate you taking care of my young Padawan right here. Sorry, that is a War of Stars reference. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
sure.
but my young little guy, taking care of him, and also, yeah, I don't know what he was doing. He blew a hole in your ceiling. Sorry about that. Motions to the automaton, and of course everything else here. So as a gesture of goodwill, I was thinking, I don't know if you're the people to talk to about this per se, but through some levels of divining the DBA TV show, I was kind of doing that while coming over here, just making sure everything was good on the inside, and all that. Kind of saw there was a couple loose ends with the people you were fighting. So,
What do you mean?
didn't like a couple of the Apex escape or whatever?
Scratches the back of his head.
Oh, I guess. I mean, the guy we nuked into fucking oblivion didn't die, did he? He just kind of went into a pool.
Yeah.
I was a little conked out when we finished that fight, so I don't remember much of that. Bree, there was someone else. I'm pretty sure when we were all grouping back up here, someone said they found Nidhogg again up in the north. So he was taken care of, right?
That fucking stain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think from what I was hearing from people, he's sounds like he's handled. Then there was yeah, there was Grudge, and what was the other one? That Effie, right?
Effie Olisthai.
Yeah. So let me tell you, I don't know how Grudge would have like survived the big blast you did, man. But if he did, good on him, I guess. For Effie, I think, yeah.
I mean, she had some sort of thing going on with her whole skull. He gets a look.
Skull, parentheses, or running out of scales, kind of,
Oh, don't. Right. No. No, I lived in a world where I forgot about the skull.
Running out of scales, he says again.
The skull was running out of scales. What does that... I mean, I get it. She's a dragon or something. She didn't look like a fucking...
Yeah.
I look like a dragon.
Yeah, I've heard of dragons.
You know, whatever. Skull ain't important right now. It's so okay. Their stuff's weird, and then What about the Apexy guys? What, you want to hunt them down or something, or?
I was thinking at the very least, if you guys wanted to, if you need any help with at least tracking down one, I'd be willing to extend that as a, thank you offer for taking care of my guys, especially this one,
Just, well, first off, it's, no problem. You know, we all kind of were working together. It was a whole big crisis, and,
yeah.
I mean, trust me, if, you know, I did plenty of helping for Union, Elijah, and everyone else, but, if anything, without someone like him, ooh, we would have been toast. So, but,
Good to hear.
I don't know what Commander Citadel's plan was for, the Apex guys, because, you know, especially since, we stopped the bad guys and they didn't open, like, the way to the Shadow Realm or whatever they were doing, right? I don't know how you really, like, go there and, like, do things with that, but, so I don't really know, like, what the plan is there, but...
If I, kind of just stroking his chin. Well, just sort of thinking for a moment. Well, I guess if, they needed someone to go to the Shadow Realm, I guess I could utilize the powers of Laos, Vine Boom sound effect, to, probably breach dimensions. That's a tiring technique. Yeah, I could probably talk with Delta about it, if anything, but, you know, just...
Like, Union takes a second and looks at, like, Izuru, and is trying to ascertain, is he, like, name-dropping these guys just because, or is this, like, a specific dig at the military?
The US guys would definitely know who Laos is and what he's done, and Izuru's kind of being a little shit.
You know, I know Union was talking about it earlier, but you, got a real, roster of guys on your island, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I'd say I do, yeah.
Yeah, they're all pretty cool.
Yeah. Shame I couldn't have brought them. Those
Dan's is like,
probably
don't
for
worry,
best.
I'll send the Unabomber for that one. Like...
Yeah, just sort of, waves that off. We can organize that if it's gonna happen at all. I just wanted to express my gratitude, is all.
Well, no prob. We, all did our best around here, so, you're welcome, and, you know, thank you for, I don't know, training this guy up.
Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah. Guys,
Who's
this
guy?
very... Oh, yes! This is, ruler of the Bloodstone Island officially. Don't know the exact title. You guys have a long one. This guy, puts up a couple, fingers. Just call me King. King Omao Vataka. He kind of just stands there for a moment.
Oh.
I am here because he is. And it just sort of motions over to Izuru, and I couldn't let the rat bastard have all his fun arriving over here, so I wanted to check it out myself.
Well, nice to, get you introduced here, sir. You know, Your Highness.
Yeah.
God, another royal.
Give me that bullshit, please. He just kind of says that.
This
I'm
man
looking
has,
for.
this man has the mouth of a sailor. Jesus.
Yeah, he's old.
Yeah, I'm looking for Kaunaho.
Of course.
Because
he
that's
is.
who I care about the most.
Ah.
You kind of like observe as he's like walking around that there's a distinctive clink with each of his steps. If you would look at his legs, they seem to be prosthetics, but instead of like regular nubs, they're like swords.
While like Omaho, I imagine this interaction is ending and he's just like walking away, right?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that Union would just sort of like slink into the background. You know what? Now that I've been reminded of that fucking skull, he reaches into his pocket. He's gonna check the last note.
Yeah, you check the last note. I don't have the capability of making that public. Actually.
Hold on, I can do that.
Yeah.
Let's see, where the hell is that? Let's see. Do you happen to remember any, perchance where you may have put something like that?
They were all at the top last time I checked.
I might have gotten rid of it on accident.
Hold on, I can at least grab it at least.
Yeah, you can just grab the text.
Yeah. My notes.
Union pulls it out and it immediately turns to ash in his hands. Oh.
Yeah.
Pull that thing of scale because it was running out.
While I'm unfolding this piece of paper, I really folded this fucker good. I need to figure out how to untangle this. Brent, we're gonna need to re-watch this so that I can actually like show you the big thing that happened, because I'm so fucking sorry I had to unleash the thing while you were asleep.
Dude, I'm
so fucking upset you didn't see it.
Listen, man. We got through it. I'm glad we did, obviously. Really, made him pay some hell. Really showed him our stuff, but, God, they kind of dealt with me quickly. Just, scratched at the back of his head. Really wanted to shoot that asshole in the face.
I know, man. I know.
Oh, shoot. Actually, you know, my kind of anger over not getting to do that, reminds me. Have you talked with the vampire kid? They doing okay?
Which one?
The white-haired one. One that also was like really wanting
the
someone fell over.
Yeah, last I remember, we did the whole, big triple thing to, like, blow the hell out of him, me and the blue guy.
Right. Well, hey, if, they're satisfied with what happened, again, I was kind of conked out on it, and, you know, we haven't really talked about all that yet, because, we've been kind of getting back up here and, like, relaxing.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, like, if they got their licks on him, but...
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, though, on the other hand, rather, while Union is reading these notes here, which, you know, you feel free to read them. What's going on with, Amaro?
He's trudging his way forward. Epithet users feel uncomfortable, be damned. As everyone's sort of like talking and celebrating, they just see the eldest man approach.
Fucking
Kaunaho. Kaunaho.
He turns.
Hi.
Hoppy
Oh my
sort of, you know,
God,
climbs on Kanaho's shoulder, right? And is like guard dogging on Kanaho's shoulder.
Oh my god, you're here?
Why, yes.
Now I need to ask Kakapo, on a scale of like friendly ribbing to like these guys are completely respectful of each other, what's going on?
Like, I think the dynamic is that Kaunaho, like, gives Omao respect, but, like, Omao kind of just doesn't care about like that stuff anymore. So it's just like, while it's like typical to show it, like he receives it quite like casually.
Hey there. I didn't think you'd head off the island.
I've been off before, so it's no biggie. That's a new word I learned. Yes, I see you have a little guy.
Oh yeah, this is one of my buddies.
Are you going to be returning him to the island, or is...
Well, the way I see it,
What's going on?
the way I see it, he can follow me if he should please. Though, I imagine we're pretty friendly at this point, aren't we, little guy? He pats him on the head.
Sort of strange, grumbly, growly noises.
I
There's
imagine he does the rat thing where his eyes bulge out a little bit.
Yeah, he boggles a little bit, right? You know, then there's a moment of silence. Whip Crack holds out hand for fruit.
Yep, here you go. He tosses it up in the air.
Oh, and he's adapting quite frequently. I thought those fruits were quite poisonous.
They're supposed to be poisonous, Kono says, looking around.
I mean, not to us, but like
maybe you
everyone
haven't
else,
been
yeah.
taking good care of your pet. She like nudges Kono in a haha kind of way, not taking it seriously.
Oh wow, you're shiny.
Me?
Oh yeah, these are my other new friends. I've actually made quite a bunch today. He sort of gestures to Spider and Venus.
Hey,
I
howdy.
see. Yes.
I gave the ruler to be a big sword, and I don't imagine he'll be giving it back. So I guess it's his now.
Kanaho does unsheath it again. I mean, hey, if you want it, I don't want to steal it from you. It was your craftsmanship.
Omao like Omao immediately without warning like clinks his sword, like his like prosthetic leg sword against Kanaho's sword, and it just makes a resonating clang. Like he actually put some force behind it.
Okay.
I'm trying to duel you, old man.
Hey now, don't go. Just sort of like, listen. I may be 128 years old, but I don't think that's a defining aspect of my being.
I don't think it's a defining aspect of my being. Like, Venus takes out her phone and checks the, like, oldest non-epithet, like, human being, like, ever recorded, you know? No epithet chicanery in the way.
Well, it's a pleasure meeting your new friends. We're going to be hosting a ceremony soon back on Bloodstone if you want to reunite on the island for that.
Ceremony?
Yeah, what's the ceremony for, Pops?
The Red Moon Festival. There's like, it's the Red Moon Festival. So, you know, when the moon is red.
God, I almost forgot. I've been
Yeah.
here.
It's all fine. You're getting valuable resources. We're also going to double that with Union's whatever just happened to him, I guess.
Oh, explosive guy.
Yeah. He's over there if you want to talk to him.
What's up, Zenza?
The moment's kind of fast, but or from the conversation earlier, I just wanted to have Regent Grey listening and be like, I remember when I was 128. Such good times.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He sees like past Omao over to Izuru. with the guy.
Yeah. It just sort of like looks back. Listen, I know you have your problems with him or whatever, but it just sort of like strokes chin. At the very least, it wouldn't do you any good to avoid your problems.
I've wanted a chance to talk with the guy, but not when there's 100 other people around.
No, you're on the same island, ain't you?
You'd be surprised how hard it is to schedule a meeting with the big man that everyone likes.
Oh, come on. I mean, sort of looks around to, like, Bree, Union, Brant, and Izuru. I mean, yeah, from what I've heard, he's a busy guy, but, like, I don't know. Seems like he's plenty friendly, so...
He's busy right now, I can tell you that.
Alright, I get the hint. I'll go talk to the guy.
I mean, no, you can do whatever you want.
Yay! I win! Mao says.
Nagging old guy. He fucking says under his breath.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna head over. We can either cut to something else, or we can just get all the Bloodstone stuff out of the way, because I imagine Roche have a bunch of other stuff to do.
Well, I mean, I need to ask, right? Was there anything else with the Bloodstone related thing that you like super duper needed to have done now, or
There's something I'd like to get. There's like one other thing I'd like to get done, which is, Count-Ho and these two, but that's about it.
In which case, we'll do that. But then we gotta move on, because we've been on this segment for a little bit.
Yeah,
so.
I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
It's
Count-Ho.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'm gonna go and do this. Fuck. Okay. I'm good. Venus. We can
What's up?
talk about the sword soon. If you want it back, I can pass it back to you. I don't want to.
No, it's... We can keep the conversation real short. If it's something you want, just, keep me in mind in case I need a favor, yeah?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
We're both chiefs of our own right. He offers a fist bump.
She reciprocates. The chief of such an island, when the old man keels over, should have a weapon. I thought that I said that quietly.
She's just sort of like...
She turns around begrudgingly. You're just old. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting
No,
to be that high.
No, that's fine. Just as a quick reminder, I'd like to go by King. That's all.
Of course, King. She, like, stone against stone, turns back around. And so when that happens, a chief should have a chief's weapon, is all I'm saying. And if that would be one made by myself, I would be honored.
Count-Ho looks like genuinely really moved. I'm glad you think of me that way already.
Don't touch my fucking cannon.
I won't.
Alright, we're good.
Do I get the privilege of touching your funny little cannon? Can I get one? Just like one little tap.
Puts the sword away. And then we're gonna...
Oh, fucking hops into it.
Oh, hi-ho.
It's a symbolic thing. It's a like, I gave him the sword, I'm not giving him the cannon. That's the joke I was going for. Let's just move on. You can tap it.
Hell yeah. Just taps it, that's it.
On over, and just, passing by a couple people. Izuru. Union.
Ah, hello.
Oh, I was busy reading that note. Oh god, it's you. Yep, it's me.
Oh, is this this something? Brant like looks to Union.
Well, I've been trying to. Well, we never really made it in the same place, but I've been trying to look after this guy because he's like kind of cool. But like, he just like whispers this to Brant as like kind of how looks to Izuru. I don't know why, but King Fellow has been pestering me to talk to you. I have wanted to talk to you for a while.
Ah, yes. What about?
I don't know your deal, man. And we can talk about that later, more specifically, because personally, I've been fucking waiting so long to actually get to talk to you, and the only time I've been able to do it is right here. That is a little bit more annoying than any of that stuff. Not because of the circumstances that being an annoyance at you, just because there has been so much going on today, and I don't think you're ready for the type of questions I'm going to ask.
Try me. Get out of the way, soldier boy. He kind of just motions aside the soldier next to him. Yeah. Alright.
Well,
yeah, shoot.
Well, I don't want to just... out of character, right? I don't want to just start rattling off every single question Countahou has for Izuru right here, right now, in the middle of this thing where everyone's supposed to be RPing, to be clear.
Yeah. You know, just to make things clear, you know, since it seems like an awkward time, I have a gap of time between during the Blood Moon Festival. I'm sure Ma'u's told you about it. Do it there.
Cool.
Asshole.
Glad that we have that figured out. Missile Man. Yeah, what's up? I didn't really come across you that much, but heard the impact of that thing across the whole base. So, did good. Thanks. I don't really know what you did, but I mean, you were probably pretty cool too. I was pretty fucking awesome. Call it a date, Israel. We'll be talking.
Yeah. Last note, Countahou. Dallas is over there if you want to settle things. Here and now.
Thing? Well, I mean, Countahou probably did see him, but like, settle things. I mean, meeting an old friend is more like it. Not even that old. I mean, we met just a couple days ago. Either way. Yep.
I mean, if you've grown in strength, so if you're ready, Izuru just kind of waves it off as he's like, just giving you a knowing look.
Don't make it so light, man. I'm gonna be there to fucking challenge you every step of the way.
Please do, I need it. Like yeah.
Yeah, and I imagine Countahou
Take care.
Brushes past, like, probably gives Union a pat on the shoulder. Union's like, holy shit, he noticed me. We're gonna move Countahou next to David for now. Everyone else go talk.
Yeah. So on that,
well, you say that, Countahou,
yeah.
but yeah, hold on.
Yeah. You go ahead, Iris.
Yeah, Countahou, as you wrap up that conversation and others around you continue talking as well. All of a sudden, something else begins happening. As next to funny coincidence, right where you were walking, Countahou, suddenly a influx of energy and power erupts from a specific point, spreading outwards. Much akin to the stains of shadowy power that you've seen plenty of times by now already. Before loud and bright enough to be seen by pretty much everybody here, and put many of them on guard, to be sure. appears before a few moments later. Let me, you know. In a burst of rainbow light emerging from this rift, this seemingly like almost a smaller version of the great shadow portal that you all just stopped. Yes, everyone, that's correct. I am here. Malmagia appears floating above everybody, spreading out her arms. And please, there's no need to make such a big deal about it either. You can hold your applause. You can go about whatever it is you're doing. However, she holds up a finger. I have arrived here not because I'm simply crawling back to all of you to seek some petty revenge or, oh, she grits her teeth, gain recompense for my humiliating setback, let's call it, but rather to simply mingle around, speak with some of the, oh, hello, Kanaho, as she waves down at him.
Oh my god, you're okay.
Well, yes, you didn't think I'd just completely been annihilated, did you? I'm a bit harder to kill than just that.
I can tell you're a hardy woman.
Well, I'm glad you can, because I'm not one to be defeated so easily, at least not with some kind of recompense back in my direction.
Count sees everyone powering up behind him. Guys, calm down. This is just Malmagia.
Come on.
I don't. That doesn't mean anything to me, bro.
She sighs, the light show kind of coming to an end. Fine. I won't hog the spotlight for too long. Now listen, there's no need for anything rash. Let's just, do what you humans like doing and, be comfortable in each other's presences, why don't we?
Yeah.
So it looks like you all went and did it then, huh? I figured you would. I mean, you managed to thwart, at least momentarily, your strongest opponent, after all.
Yeah, I ended up having to deal with that fucking, snake asshole, so...
Oh, him?
Nidhogg.
He is quite the obnoxious one, to say the least. But like I said, you can't just usher me off back to the Shadow Realm and expect me to just lie down like a dog and sit on the sidelines for the entire rest of the time. After all, she smirks a bit, her hands rubbing together a bit. You DBA folks, and there are even more here now I see, have so many things I want to learn from you all. It only seems fair I'd be allowed to experience them a bit more before you all head off your separate ways.
Yeah, I mean, we can obviously talk about it later. I've been talking with Shadal and all of that. I actually wanted to, because you mentioned that, all that, talk to you later, theoretically, about, coming to some sort of agreement so that you can come around and see some of this place more often. I know some sites, that are pretty lovely to see, and, I mean, I've been learning more about the mainland myself, so...
Wow. She flips her hair a bit. We'll see if I deign you worthy of such a contract once I have my fun. But yeah, basically, she's just gonna be here and around for any interactions people want to do. Not necessary, of course, but she's gonna be going around reading the wiki while everybody else does their thing.
Yeah. She is an available option for your Fire Emblem supports. Is the point here?
Is this one a spider?
Yeah. And with that being said, because
she isn't a spider. No, continue.
I just wanted to say, remind me if there was any of like, because from what I was originally announcing / posting about this, that I was like, if there's anything like massive, big, important you want to make sure happens and gets done before moving on. Was there any of those other ones? Anyone else that had any of that?
Is there anything else that, like, because we're about to get into, like, free interactions, downtime stuff, right?
Yeah, more, and we're gonna handle like a downtime, yeah.
So there's still time to interact and do the stuff you want to do, but is there anything where it's like, oh no, if this doesn't happen, Bifrost is ruined, like, right now, is the question.
I think Union and Kaunaho and Izra and Omaho should like talk. I don't think that's really happened yet. Like
Let's do that
they definitely have not gotten enough time to talk yet. So
Were you, Zanzo? Were you gonna say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say there's one joke I've been dying to do, but it needs the proper lead-in to make sense. So I don't want to force anything. Well, I'll just see if people say what I think they would say.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully.
I am 50-50 on one thing right now, mostly because I don't know if it would make sense to happen now or if it would happen like off screen elsewhere.
Okay.
Well, in that
again,
case,
there are still some time for interactions and for people to see how they're feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think we got like the main this shit like needs to happen to set up later stuff out of the way. So.
Yep, we got for sure. Because the rest of the stuff, if there's any conversations you still really, really want to have, feel free to have them during this segment. But let's start handling it like a downtime. So what I'll ask is that for everybody involved here, feel free to pick one of your characters, any one of them that you have control over here. We'll pull up a good old turn order, and so long as Kakapo and Roche are fine with it, I'm gonna put the two of you guys near the bottom.
Of the turn order.
Yeah.
Listen,
everyone else can roll their shit naturally.
I tried my absolute best to try and make those go as short as possible, but like I'm probably going to use some of my segment near the bottom to read off the note because.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Apologies. It's just a lot of guys, and there's a thing happening soon, so I just wanted to get all that stuff out of the way.
I know.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's just a matter of like, there's important stuff. So.
For sure.
The classic, I suppose.
I'll roll just for fun, even though I'm going at the bottom.
Yeah.
I rolled 20.
Well, Amber, you don't have any time to think.
It's funny that I rolled a 20 because I very explicitly, like, aside from the one thing I'm 50-50 on, that I'm not sure if I even want to do in the first place. I don't have any specific things. I'm mostly in a if someone else wants to do something with me.
You can always
sort of
pass.
thing, so.
You can always pass or just ask if
Well, I guess
Penny
Penny.
wants to go ahead of you, or if you can always just ask, like, is there anybody that wants to do something specific with somebody?
Yeah.
So whatever people are feeling.
We'll put Penny in front of me for now.
Can't crit for my life in Lost Cosmos.
But this you got.
Yeah, I was just rolling to put myself on here. Oh fuck.
I don't know if Liger is wanting to.
I'm DMing him right now just for the sake of it.
Yep. But for now, we're just gonna move on. So Penny co-GM. Is there anything you want to go out of your way to do?
GM nepotism getting into first place on initiative.
Yeah, listen, I wasn't
To be
gonna
fair,
roll.
She really isn't in a GM role this time.
I
Listen,
understand.
I know.
but
I saw that Soleil was on here, and I was like, sure, I'll roll as well.
If you don't have anything, we can
control of
just pass.
Francis.
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
what?
Can you give me control of Francis?
For no reason.
I can.
Thanks.
Yeah. Again, I don't know how Liger is gonna be, but
I don't need like it. It's fine.
okay. Let me fucking
Need Liger.
I don't need. Listen, if Liger were here, then maybe he could stop me. But he's not.
All right. Do you have control now? Does it work?
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Cool.
Yep. Francis, being full of childlike wonder as he is, has noticed something and is going to run off.
Of course.
Do 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 do. He passes by sleeping man.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Big fuck.
Hey, it's Shadow. Hi. How's it going?
Yeah. So to explain this, right? These soldiers aren't like, pointing guns at her or anything. They just seem to be keeping an eye on her while she herself is kind of voluntarily off in the corner, surrounded by her funnies. She kind of, her head turns to look towards him. Ah, Francis.
Stop.
Charmed as usual.
Just goes past the guards. So anyway, I wanted to give you something. He reaches into his pocket. You're not sure why he has this or how he managed to get this. And he's going to give Shadow a Brave fan club membership card.
Ah. Yes, I believe this was mentioned as a possible avenue of socialization, I suppose.
Yeah, we got some cool friends. And we all like to support Brave when he's doing his thing. Sometimes we get into trouble, but that's okay, because Brave will always save us.
She takes the card in one of her claws.
Her number is number 5. They have 5 whole members.
Well, I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah. So why they're guards? Why are they looking at you?
I presume they're simply here to keep an eye on me and make sure I do not cause any trouble or ruckus, which is understandable enough. Though I do wish I could have a bit more privacy before I need to go back to my dollhouse.
Hey, you guys, can you, face away?
They,
She said she wanted privacy, and now you're just looking at her, and that's kind of rude.
I don't think they would look away, to be
No,
honest.
I
They,
know.
look down at him. Shadal says, that's not necessary, Francis. This is merely a small distraction before I do what I need to do and then return home for now.
Oh, man. Alright, then fine. Hey, do you have a phone?
The eyelids of her body slowly blink down and then creak back up. No, I do not have a phone.
Dang. How am I supposed to contact you if we got cool Brave meetings to talk about?
Well, I'm sure that Brave himself could get into contact and thread the needle, as it were.
That makes sense. By the way, I want to point out that this entire time he's been very unsuccessfully trying to turn this soldier around by force.
Yeah, he's just holding Francis's head
Yeah. Come on. Well, anyway, I'm gonna hang out here, if that's okay.
You're more than welcome to. I'm not doing
Cool.
anything in particular.
I also saw, hold on, he thinks. I saw, another few kids around here, so maybe, they'd like to join the fan club, he says, thinking of Hope, Voya, and Sho. And Sohi, actually, because he's small.
Well, there's no need to rush things. We don't need to necessarily be friends with every human. Not yet, at least.
Okay. That's it. That's all I wanted to do.
Alright. And yeah, to be clear, I am setting a turn timer. We haven't gone too horribly long yet, so I'm thinking 7 minutes per interaction should be enough. Hey Soleil, so if that is what Penny wanted to do for now, Amber, whatever you're feeling like doing, if you just want to pass for now or ask what people are feeling.
Unless someone has something they particularly want to do with one of my characters, I'll just pass for now.
Okay, no problem. Hey Ballast.
Hello. Let me think. I think because I do a handful of people here. Yeah, let's keep it simple right now. Let's go with some red roundabout stuff. As Wayne is just fucking sitting in his chair, exhausted. Yeah. As he turns back to Simon, I don't know exactly how it went because I was kind of mentally out of it, but I have my outclass now, and I think I made a version of you.
Oh, huh? Really? Was it like Was he I mean, was he like clean?
I
know
it's kind of
your whole thing is
fuzzy,
like,
but like clean enough. Yeah.
All right.
And
Good.
From what other people were telling me, it's actually just finger quotes, you are the reason that the fucking guy that kept blowing shit up and knocking down the doors didn't end up killing us. So
holy shit, really?
Yeah, seems like it.
Huh. Yeah, well, I didn't know I was that badass. Apparently, I'm used to just cleaning up after things. Speaking of, you have got to take better care of your clothes. Like looking at just like overweight, like yeah. When we get back, you're getting cleaned up. I'm making sure.
I was going through a cave system back and forth like 6 times today, and running a lot. Yeah, of course my clothes are gonna be fucking yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine enough. I'm just really tired. Pulls out the tooth. Managed to grab this when I woke up. I know that, like, the prince of the island of no epithets or whatever the fuck it's called again, grabbed another one. I don't know if there's any others, but considering that he just, pats his little airsoft rifle thing, like, this was helping me good enough, but just for the sake of it, considering a fight I had to deal with a dragon thing snake that kept doing that shit, I feel like having a weapon that could actually, if necessary, kill something is good to have. So I'm gonna need to find somebody to turn this into something I can use.
Wait, so hold on. Was it a dragon or a snake? I think this is important.
I mean, I don't. It's like, from what I know, because I know that there were people talking about it while we were gathering back towards the center. Apparently, the shadow things originate from dragons. So, like, a snake that was becoming a dragon again or something. I don't know.
I will mark it down as both. So, like, I got a question for you.
It evolved the ability to create wings made of fire, and use fire. So dragon enough.
All right. I got another question for you while we're here, right? And now that like everything's kind of wrapped up, do you know what was with the like ringing in my ears earlier? Like the whole reason I'm here is because just
hell if I know.
Really annoying fucking noise. Something telling me, hey, go to the big black dome. And like
Phone Kid and some other lady that was with management were working together, but I wasn't really understanding what that part of the planning and all that was.
Huh. See, I would have thought they'd get like people that have like actually been in episodes or something. I was just in one of those the data bounties, I think they call them. I was just in one of those ones, and like that. I don't know. I didn't think.
I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was that or the fact that they had people in the base from the one time that I was having the nightmare. If that's what tagged you, I don't know. You'd have to bring it up with the Niles guy to talk about that.
Yeah. Huh. All right then. So like, you're sure I don't gotta clean up any of this?
Well, like, if you want to get an extra, like, few $100 from military contracting, sure. Otherwise, fuck them. Don't do it.
All right, you said a few $100 and I was on board for like a minute there, and then you said military and I'm immediately off again.
Yeah.
God. Holy shit, though, fucking outclassers. Just wait till the others hear about this, right, Bingo? Bingo? You awake, buddy? No, okay.
Honk shoo! Honk shoo!
Think
I
he's
will
taking a
lay
nap.
dormant for an undetermined period of time. Do not mourn me, for I am gone to bed.
I think you riding him all the way over here, he's even more tired than me. You know, he flew all the way here. I'm sure his arms are tired as the joke he would make here.
I'm sure it's something like that. I'm just hoping he's awake in time for us to, like, when we gotta leave. Less time spent hanging around a military base, the better.
Yeah. And I think I'm good with that being my turn. I am.
All right, sounds good. In which case, hey Zanza, you got anything you want to do?
It was gonna be pretty quick, right?
Yeah, sure.
I know I rolled with Regent Red, but that's just because I think she's funny. This is actually Gervasio.
Okay.
As well, hold on.
Yeah. Since you're going over
Sorry,
here.
we're in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
You got it, Soleil.
Yeah. Let me where the hell did you put it? Oh, okay, I see.
Gervasio, this is what you're currently with.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
I see.
Use rollout!
Oh no, baby man! Use rest! Sleep off! You're probably a little tuckered out. Hold on 1 sec. I think I have some
Baby
jerky
man
that's
rolls
healing.
over. Baby man rolls over on his stomach and claws at the air.
Oh no! He's less vicious than Urfel. Gervasio is just looking at this. 1 sec. He needs the appropriate icon for this. There we go. As he just is looking so
Me too, buddy.
Well,
after fighting through so many of these, this happening, he just doesn't want to fucking deal with it.
and that's fair. And you know what? I assume Gervasio's gonna adapt to the music track to tune it out, right? So, what's going on in his head?
Pretty brief, right?
Yeah.
Gervasio will sort of, seemingly looking around, stops for a moment thinking maybe he should, say something to one or two, of the, higher up people here before looking back, considering it and thinking, maybe unnecessary, as, he will instead begin, seemingly walking towards the exit, looking at all of these tanks and such, briefly, pulls out his phone, which he has, the cameras would briefly see that he has been, keeping a pretty, good sort of listing or tracking of all of the different features and stuff of this base and the events on it, before seemingly sending it off, putting it back in his pocket, and just sort of hands in pockets walking away. Because to him, his mission here is done.
Alright. Well, Gervasio's leaving. Give me a sec.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You can see the outside, yeah.
Yeah, let me, I mean, yeah, I may as well just reveal the rest of the map, huh? So,
yeah.
Let's just make sure it's set up proper. A little bit of something like this.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
There they are.
They've been wrangled.
Yeah.
Sort of passes by these people. Excuse me.
No, yeah.
As he just sort of makes his way on his own. Confident that whatever he was here to do, he either succeeded or the situation was so derailed that it is not relevant anymore.
Yeah. And yeah, if Gervasio's just taken his leave, then he can do so. So.
Yep. More than fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's. I just wanted to highlight that for a moment. I don't have anything else.
Gotcha.
In particular.
In which case,
that's all right.
Hey James, what's up?
Hi. Unlike Zanza, my character I chose
James, you're
is. Oh shit.
Nothing's up.
Sorry. I remembered to unmute on stream and not in Discord. Unlike Zanza, the character I chose for my icon is relevant. Suck it, Zanza. Kitty kind of nods to Victor. She's just kind of looking around, right?
Yeah.
And she hones in on a couple particular people, and in her quiet cat way, just kind of silently slinks on up. Sudden hand on Melograno's shoulder.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
Didn't I tell you not to get kidnapped again?
I wasn't like technically like kidnapped this time. If anything, I was like the one person that like wasn't kidnapped, kinda. It was it was like the whole thing happened where we came here and then everyone split off a little bit and we went one place and then everything blew up and there was the big earthquake and the shadow monsters came. Everyone got sent down or in the water, and I was with a couple of people still in the one place we were in, and we were calling people, and we were stuck in the big dome. So it wasn't like I guess it kind of was kidnapped because we were.
That
like,
sounds like being kidnapped.
I believe.
So I guess
indisposed would be more the correct term. Alexa offers.
I guess. She's
But,
fidgeting.
Everything's fine now. We're all good. We're everything worked out. So it's all good. And thank God you and all the others came to help take out all the guys outside and get in here and everything. Cause, oh boy.
Right. She like twiddles her fingers slightly. Sorry, I haven't talked to you in a while, and it's under this kind of circumstance.
Yeah, yeah. He looks down a little bit. You hanging in there?
I've been doing a bit better. Kind of like looks over his shoulder at Chrysanthemum. Someone's been forcing me to go to therapy. Chrysanthemum smiles and just... Chrysanthemum would just like awkwardly like shuffle away. I do not have control of her though.
Oh, okay. Well, you go ahead and do that, and I'll also start. There you go. It should be good now.
There she goes. There she goes.
But hey, if it's working, then that's good.
Yeah, I kind of been wanting to apologize for disappearing on you and Venus. Like that was kind of looks to the side. Not great.
Yeah, no, it was kinda suck. he like taps his foot a little bit. We were we're real worried about you, and you know, I saw you a couple times since then, but
Yeah. Do you think after this, right? This gestures that whole situation, like we could just like sit down and have a talk about things?
Sure. I'm sure Venus is gonna be fine with that.
Looks over his shoulder at Venus this time, like.
But you know, yeah, we can. Today's been a lot. If I had it bad, I mean, Venus has had to go through like so many fucking guys.
Oh God,
so
I was watching
like,
the stream, like,
It's been a lot today. It's been a lot, as you know.
You
But-
sounded like you were having an aneurysm back there.
You know, something was happening to me. I don't know what it was, but
You snapped.
the process was occurring.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can figure something out. I mean, you know, it's rough, but we'll figure it out.
Right. Thanks. Sorry if I sprung this on you suddenly. I'm learning to deal with emotions. Please don't be mad at me.
No, I mean, no. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. It's just, I'm just, you know, I just wasn't expecting this, and it's okay because it's just a lot, and I'm tired, but no, it's good that this is I'm not mad. I'm just I'm not mad. I'm just glad that
right.
It's working out, I guess, because it was kind of bad and frustrating before, because
Oh, and if it helps, Chorus broke the weird curse on me through blunt force, so you don't have to worry about telling me to do things.
hold on, what? Sorry,
The thing where I kept doing what people said for some reason. That weird thing.
Right. Yeah, right. Okay, gotcha.
Slow thumbs up with the big cat eyes still active.
Yeah, yeah, it's all good. So, thanks for, coming back to, you know, help and, tell me this stuff.
And feel free to pass it along to Venus as well.
Yeah, I mean, I could, you know, we could go and,
Oh.
you
She's
know,
right there.
She's right there.
She's right there.
Yeah, she's like right there.
She's
We
like
can,
right
you know-
there.
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to like bring her over or like?
Sure.
Hey, Venus!
She tries to hide behind Melograno. She's taller than Melograno.
Yeah.
Venus, like, it's funny, right? She walks forward like she is still preparing to go to war.
Oi! Kitty's here!
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
I was worried about you.
You were.
Yes, I was.
You're not mad at me.
Not particularly.
Oh, thank God.
I was just worried.
I was just talking with Melograno, and I would like to have a talk with you two at some point about my shitty behavior and being better.
She thinks for a couple seconds, and then like, you're asking, should I get another memory card for the PS2?
she like looks like she's going to cry. That'd be nice.
Okay, I'll do that. You better appreciate it. Those things are expensive. They went out of fucking
Yeah, they don't
production
make them anymore.
years ago. Yeah. But I'll do that. Nice to see that you're back. Hope is in Venus's canon. The more things change, the more things stay the same.
Kitty looks like she's fidgeting more, and just hugs Melograno like, oh god, I didn't think that was gonna go well.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, she's, you know, Venus is always, pretty good about these sorts of things, so, you know, it's,
Didn't want to outright ask if I could come back, but like...
I mean, we got more room than we even need, so, you know. It's really nice having all that space, just get to, you know, go and, you know, sort of have a whole cool place to ourselves, but like, yeah, I mean, it's all good.
I'm glad. It's okay if I just stick around here right now while you guys just chat with people?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not really planning on doing much till we, leave here. My legs are jelly.
I could pick you up if you don't want to stand.
I'm fine.
Okay. She's not letting go. She's being clingy cat.
Yeah.
That is me.
Yeah. Melograno is definitely
She's
like
jumping up on Mello's desk over and over.
Yeah, over and over and over again. He definitely like he is very awkwardly taking to the clingy cat behavior. He is not sure how to like stand, you know.
He does not know how to interact with this. He is just vibing.
Yeah. You know, let me just get to the appropriate, you know, like so hell yeah, Sam. Yeah. Unless there's anything else going on for this run around, I imagine we can move to Scarlet.
Hello. Yeah. Unlike everyone else, I'm afraid that Venus has a lot of things to get through. Sorry.
All good. It's no big deal.
I think that first and foremost, all right, she is currently Venus is hopeless. Amazing. Just what I wanted to see. Hand at her side, I think that the first order of business would be situating the situation with Delta. She would walk over. I imagine the conversation around her having died down somewhat.
Yeah.
Can we, abscond to a slightly more private location? Just away from people. This is just very populated.
Sure. You know, looks around.
What kind
we
of
could go
place
outside,
is there
or
here?
we could just go further in.
Outside is fine, I think.
She nods. And so in that
Fortunately,
case,
I want to see the sky again.
Yeah. As you know, Delta will start, you know, going through the droves of people.
That's cool. I'm just gonna drag Venus to the end.
Yeah, I know. I'm just there they are.
There's a level of catharsis that Venus gets not only upon seeing the pile of motherfucker, but also that's the color the sky's supposed to be.
Yeah. A lot of time has passed, yet not at all.
Yeah. Let me tell you, the adrenaline is not hitting me as hard as I thought it would. Makes sense, though. I never really got sick.
The soldiers, you know, as they see like Venus and Delta sort of talking and coming out, you know, they, you know, all salute Commander Citadel. Soldiers, give way for a moment. As you know, they all nod, and they'll just give some space. So, yeah.
Venus for a moment thinks about the thumb drive that she had coming here, a long list of reasons as to why she should probably be hired for Fort Bifrost security. She no longer has this. It's fine. She's not a mess when it comes to these things. She inhales and focuses. My request was ultimately among a variety of other things. I know that there is the important note of us settling the organization and or interim group for the sake of combining the organizations, mobilizing them and such. And I assure you that I already have a list of ideas, a list of people in mind for who would work best and why. Currently, I think that my number is about 30, but I'm planning on lowering it to 20 or 15, maybe 25 if very difficult. You were on it because of the military expertise and also the fact that military is another half of the equation. But nonetheless, I wanted to bring something up. She swallows again. Focuses. I wanted to potentially ask if I could work here. Because, well, don't mention your epithet is stronghold. That's obvious, Venus. Don't fucking mention it. My epithet is stronghold. And in fairness, it does give a level of expertise and understanding and control and knowledge of areas like this. However, I similarly believe that I have shown myself to be productive and capable when it comes to the situations that have been shown off. And I don't feel very good enlisting in the military, because she gestures to the pile of turncoat soldiers of a long list of reasons. And I know more than anyone that my family is a danger to society. I want to be in a place and a position to help and defend against people and situations like Gitana, people like my family. And I believe that my credentials became clear when fighting the Colonel. That is ultimately what I wanted to ask you of, and ultimately my request.
Well, Venus, as you mentioned, if I wasn't aware of it before, your performance here today certainly affirmed in my mind more than ever that you are incredibly capable.
Mm-hmm.
And we will be needing, not just generally, but especially after today, and the problems that Dragonov has caused for us. Even if that didn't happen, we would need still need revisions and further iterations and fortifications regarding the fort here.
I'm good at that. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry.
Regardless of the situation of the Alliance, even if that doesn't fall through, it doesn't come through for whatever reason, whether it be the rules of monarchy or any other disagreement between all of the associated parties. If you're requesting and even offering, I see no reason not to hire you, as it were, acquire your assistance.
This has officially become the best day of Venus's life, but she, in a moment uncharacteristic of her, focuses again, calms herself. I look forward to working together, then.
Of course. If we are making this official, which may as well at this point, I can get a detailed bullet point list and schedule to you as soon as possible, along with sorting out any sort of other agreements with everything else, with this council that we are potentially creating, and any other proposals, what have you, we should do a perhaps officiating business handshake. She extends her hand out.
Venus short circuits for a good 10 seconds before, like, she finally, like, registers, like, catching up through everything, registers that she should probably do that before just, like, vice grip shaking it. Thank you, Commander.
Certainly. And you're welcome.
Mhm.
Additionally, since you mentioned it before, the adrenaline plus, I suppose, that
Whatever.
I handed you during the fight.
Yes, yes.
As I mentioned at the time, it's less of a thing you'll be feeling right now, and more so, almost certainly, something when you get back home tonight.
Oh, fair enough.
You're still probably riding the high right now.
Mm-hmm. Never really got sick as a kid, so maybe there's a chance that my immune system's going to fight off exhaustion. Add that to my long list of enemies defeated.
You're incredibly powerful and capable, but I sincerely doubt that.
Fair enough. That's it. We're good.
She nods. Was there any other point of conversation or business to be sorted?
Any other point of conversation? Her face drops instantly. I'm sorry about my younger sister.
Right. That did happen, didn't it? She looks down to the ground. Clearly, despite all the preparations that I and the others have made, it certainly wasn't enough if we couldn't root out Dragonov. Much less, despite everything we put into vetting everyone that came here, at least to some extent, that still managed to slip through the cracks, so clearly there's more that we have to work through, on top of everything that Elijah mentioned. We certainly were not to code. You know, she is looking down, and like the shadow of her hat shades her eyes a little bit more, and like, you know, despite appearances, she makes up, and you know, she's still holding strong, but you can see the human weakness and shivering going through.
Yeah. I get it. Venus has such a deep, like, respect and primal understanding of the sensation of everything you've worked for falling to naught. The most that she gives is just we will settle it, perhaps under my watchful gaze.
If nothing else, as much as it goes against how I normally do things. If we are going to be working with DBA here, I need to get used to being able to, more so than the usual allotted planning time for accounting for or rather expecting the unexpected, I need to expect more of the unexpected, more dedicated scheduling time to prepping myself for such unexpected expectations and whatnot.
Well, dare I say you have one of the best people on for the job. I will make sure that your faith in me will not be misplaced.
She nods again.
I need to settle some other things, but this has been very productive. I'm very, very appreciative of this opportunity. And I need to go talk to a rabbit now. She just lets that sentence hang in the air as she walks back inside.
She's like ponders that for a second before walking back in. But
kids in their vernacular these days.
Yeah.
Iris, I'm not sure how to feel about to stand at the top of a flight of stairs routine.
It helps me meditate, you know? Just puts me in a zen state.
That's my half. Kakapo, if you want to talk about how shitty the military is, feel free.
Shush. Alright, I'm not gonna... Listen, like... Well, it'd be really funny for the Graves and Delta conversation to go on, and for everything else. For now, I think a fun thing to in the interlude would be a character we haven't focused too much on. Let's go over to Copeland Marsh.
Okay.
By tomorrow.
Today, actually.
Right.
Like first off, hey boss man, what's going on? You lived! Wonderful. Glad to see you here, Mike. Just sort of like gives him a firm shake. You know, I'd love to catch up with you on all the adventures today, but I was actually going to speak to someone else in the interlude. Though I guess it is fun that my puts quotes in the air sidekick gets to stand alongside theirs. He turns to Justice. Mr. Alavar.
Yes, what's up?
I just wanted to catch up with you, one world leader to another.
No, certainly.
Misunderstood. Yeah, misunderstood at that. Some of the stuff you were kind of saying during the meeting, the initial one, resonated with me. And I guess just kind of like rubs the hair on his chin. I suppose I do want to ask, why did they invite you here? Not that I'm opposed to any such things, but isn't it like hyper illegal or something?
You know, I'm not sure myself, considering the fact that, well, clearly they, didn't really like me all too much, so I'm not sure what their exact motivation was, if, all they wanted to do was insult me, but they had good old Regent here to monitor everything, so I suppose that if it wasn't some sort of mistake where they forgot to vet my paperwork or whatever, they figured that if there was any sort of problem that Big Brother would be watching.
Of course. Just sort of thinks a bit more. Well, believe you me, I'm going to be doing everything in my power to, ensure that guys like us aren't, squeezed out of everything we're worth, if we're going to be a part of this alliance. Only reason I'm here is because I wanted to jump on the opportunity instead of, letting the US of A get, just have their say and deal with my
Why should they all get
country,
to have all the fun
regardless.
with some giant monsters terrorizing the world?
Exactly. Plus, not to brag, my country kind of has a lot of those resources they kind of lose their shit over, so may as well nip that problem in the bud if they were thinking of anything. Just sort of.
Yeah, Kakabo, do you want
What was that?
Hold on. Was that a thing? I thought I remember doing a thing.
Yeah, so effectively, like, cause yeah, and Copeland just sort of, yeah. And he'll just get into it. Yeah. Now, I don't know if I explained the situation quite as clearly, but I was only recently inducted into their grand old rules of monarchy, and all that.
Yeah.
Listen. It's not the best, but I won't give you the silver lining. The only reason I was ever convinced to do it in the first place was because good old Mr. Andromeda wanted to do some wanted to help me out with some things, and that was the only
Well,
proper
yeah, I mean,
liaison.
I understand why everyone does it. I mean, if you don't sign up, you're effectively blacklisted from everything. He looks looks off to the side. So, I see the reason why anyone would want to do it, but whatever.
No, I'll at the very least say, I'd recommend talking to him.
As in your
Mr. Andromeda, yes. If not today, then sometime, whenever.
Well, let me tell you,
he
you better have
yeah.
some hell of an argument. Plenty of people have tried to do plenty of convincing.
For certain. If his argument can't convince you, then nothing will. I'll tell you that. But it's not like I'm some rules of monarchy shill or anything like that. There's a reason it was only until last, couple of weeks or so. I don't know, I just sort of shrugs. As I mentioned, I'd recommend you talk to him. It's a very good deal.
I'll see if I get around to it.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, holds out a hand to Zell.
Hi. They look at the hand awkwardly for a moment, then extend theirs, shake.
No, yeah, I just wanted to say hey. It's cool.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Hey,
my
sorry,
sword.
Thank you. I made it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Any interaction between the younger generation and their grandparents be like,
yeah, just
Exactly.
So, thank you.
No problem, man. Yeah, just sort of nods as the adults are talking about politics.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty much the majority. Copeland would probably also go into what's your island like? Oh, what's your island like? Oh, I don't run an island. I run. It's a coastal country with dinosaurs. Oh, that's cool. Stuff like that.
That's
I'd imagine.
cool. You have dinosaurs. Haha. What about manticore?
Ah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that's that. Then, hey, Roche, what's up?
Hi. Well, I imagine a very obvious interaction would be, fucking Kanaho and David, because that's been, pointed at. But I actually have a couple of smaller things I want to do. Okay. Number one, Union. I want to read this thing so that Penny, isn't left in the dust,
Yeah.
Union finally unfolds his origami missile, and looks at it. Okay, finally. Last note of that weirdo. Okay. This progeny of mine has been shown to be very oh my god, it bred. Able to very effectively utilize a natural affinity for dark-bound electricity to great effect. Despite her interesting mutation, it has been well worth keeping an eye on her growth. A new breakthrough in her mutation has come to light. She appears capable of producing a giant tongue-like appendage from the abnormal abyss that has replaced her face.
Wait.
Skull has no more scale.
Yeah, hold on. Is it her skull?
I don't know.
She don't got a face, right? She got a head? Is that where the skull came from?
I think it was a different... Oh, no. Able to utilize it to grapple and restrain her victims before devouring their face and using it as her own visage.
I've
Bro.
not seen my progeny in quite some time. It appears she was lasting terrorized except for the bottom-feeding scudlers before somehow escaping into the light realm. Her last realms to me being that she is leaving to become an influencer. I am unaware as to what this means, but if she means to influence the light world in some way, I will be very cautious to see the results.
So let me get this right.
What do we
Let me get
do?
this straight. So Effie had a kid. I don't know. I don't know. Like, do they like just like do like shadow creatures like have kids like normal, or like do they like how does that work? Whatever. So they had a kid. That kid doesn't have a face. They eat other faces, and now they're okay. So
they're here?
I guess they're here. How long have they been here?
I don't think these cars have dates. I don't think they've invented the calendar yet.
They've invented giant like monster mash, but they haven't invented calendar.
I guess not, man. There's no date here.
What
are we gonna do?
What if she's here? She ate someone else's face, right? What if we don't know?
Oh my god. He looks around. That can be the end of that interaction.
You got as you were saying, you had small things. So is there any other small thing you wanted to put in here? Or
Yeah,
anything
I
else, or-
imagine I wanted to do, because I know that the token is all the way over there now, right? But Delaxby started with Victor, right?
Yeah.
I imagine after everything's been handled, everyone's been talking and all of that stuff, and like a whole bunch of things happen. Delaxby decides, well, this funny magician I've been hiking with certainly was cool, but now I've got to get going. Because they spot with their little eye someone across the entire room, and so just blonk, 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 like basically trading between as many people as possible, going here, then here to Doc Reggie, and then finally, ping, do you allow?
He like immediately like wrenches himself off the mat here. Oh god. You okay? I'm fine. Oh,
We're
Delaxby.
doing great, pal.
Yeah.
It's me.
What? Just. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Just shoos him away. Oh, Delaxby, you ain't gonna believe the shit that happened here.
I saw it, dude.
You saw it.
I
Oh
mean, it
yeah,
was
we're on
streamed.
TV.
It happened when I was in the middle of playing a game with one of my fucking fans. Super funny, lent his body to me. Anyways, I saw you were in trouble, and that was crazy, because I wasn't around.
Yeah, they sent me into the shadow zone. It was weird. It felt like you in my brain, but all over my body.
Yikes. I mean, like, I usually do hang out with all your body and all that, but like...
No, this was different. It was like everywhere. Like, it's like I was like in the giant slime ball.
Sheesh.
And then I had to fight Colonel whatever. And I was real close, but no, he got one in on me. And then I went to get my revenge and had to fight an old man.
Colonel, what, like popcorn, or like...
I don't know. It was like dragon something.
Dragon?
Whatever. Old man was fun to fight. Wasn't the guy himself, but some point I'm sure I'll find a way to get him again. Smash him into the pavement.
Don't worry. You have me with you now, which means that anyone who wants to fight you, now they've got to fight two of you.
Yeah. We'll see how Colonel Dragon Guy or whatever is how smug he's gonna be when he has to fight two of me.
If he really only got a glancing hit on you and beat you by you being yourself, I wonder how he'll feel when he's got to deal with the second health bar.
Oh, he's not gonna be able to take it. Oh, that's gonna be too much.
I'm so glad to see you're okay. Seeing you swim like that was, sorry, you say it's gnarly, right?
Yeah, it's gnarly. It was also nasty. That was like the big I was in big molasses.
Yeah, it was kind of. I've seen some of that stuff before. Never heard of any of those guys. Must not be super popular. Just a little too cool for them and all of that. Didn't invite me to their secret club. But that's okay. I've got your club.
Yeah. Wait till tell the rest of the bench warmers about this. They're gonna be kicking the wall with the shit they didn't get to do here today.
For sure. Say, by the way, how much blood have you lost? I'm feeling a little bit like you're empty. You want me to fix that?
Yeah, probably. He it's you say it, Wile E. Coyote fucking, notice it, looks down, notices he's about to fall right now. He's been made aware of it, so it's as he starts to slump down a little bit, and as that's going, I imagine that's where we can cut it.
Yeah, that can cut.
Okay. Yep. So, meanwhile, by me, right? I was keeping my thing here, in case there was anything in particular that I really wanted to say with any moment. And for now, I'm good. So, before we move on, Iris.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
because a few people have done pretty quick ones or passed, right? I thought of a quick one that I myself wanted to do, which I hope will be fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, back over here. Blackberry has been watching over Hope while other people do their thing. Hey, Hope, want to come with me for a sec?
Yeah, I was just looking at Venus too.
Yeah, you got your chips there too, I see.
Num num num.
Aquarius
This is also
completely oblivious to Hope.
Yeah. This is Aquarius, Hope.
I think she's my boss. She pulls out her license.
What?
She does.
All right, you know what?
Does, yes.
Yeah, she was there at the house when I became a space cop.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me all about that later. But for now, she takes Hope's hand and walks over here.
As she's being dragged, she just shouts out to Aquarius, "It's not in scope, Reggie!"
Excuse me, Miss Regent. I'm not sure if that's... Oh, let me add him.
Yeah.
I told
her name is Regent Red.
Her name is Regent, yeah.
Actually, sorry about that. What's up?
Oh, your mom walked in. Okay, gotcha. Blackberry walks up with Hope in tow. Excuse me, Miss Regent. I'm not sure if that's the way you prefer to be called, but...
just call me Regent Red. Or Red if we become friends.
Gotcha. Well...
I know a Red already, so you can be...
She pats Hope's head a bit.
And who is this little...
Well...
Cat?
Well, I wanted to introduce the two of you, right? Because, well, frankly, I was... at first I was kind of hoping she wouldn't show up because it makes things awkward and all of that. But honestly, right, now that she's here, I feel like this is probably a good opportunity, right? Because I imagine that from your perspective, you're so used to, like, you know, the bureaucracy stuff, you know, you always see things on forums and, you know, you hear about things in meetings and whatever, but sometimes, you know, it probably helps to, like, actually look at something with your own eyes and make your own judgment of it, right? So, this is Hope, who we've been talking so much about.
Mm-hmm.
She holds her up like a cat.
Her body, like, stretches down like a cat.
This is, She looks a little nervously around. Is this the same,
Yep.
Hope who,
Formerly, to be technical, that was, you know, formerly known as Yatana, but, we all kind of kicked the shit out of that, so...
I mean, I don't know if... I understand the, monsterizing and stuff, but I mean, there's also the situation with Mexico, which they hound us quite a bit about to do something.
She speaks in Spanish.
That is... How old are you? That is impressive.
I am...
She's been studying, Blackberry says, looking to the
11.
side.
I had to think about how old she is. She's 11.
When did she get here? Dragonov, like, looks to the side, like,
Whoa, he's got one eye.
Blackberry flips him off.
Hope looks at Blackberry flipping him off, flips him off. Anyway, hi. My bad. I didn't mean to eat Mexico. I saw a hole and was like, that's a hole I can put my mouth into.
You sure were? Gives her like a...
But we were in
like,
space.
That is what I read on the dossier.
And it turned out that was a hurricane.
Yes. It was a major hurricane that was hitting the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
So many people were eaten.
I healed for like 8 stamina.
I'm actually a little sad that all of those people were only worth 8 stamina then. Was it at least useful stamina, I hope?
Yeah, we beat up... She has to think. Hold on.
Don't worry, it's
Computer
probably
angel.
not important. Regardless.
I don't remember exactly what was going on either, but the point is, right? Imagine you're this little tyke here, you know, she scratches Hope's head. You're up in space, you know, it's a scary situation, and you're fighting to save the whole world, and your powers work with circles. And you see one. I'm sure you can understand at least the line of impulsiveness that would take you down that way. You know, we've all been
All my
there,
friends
right?
got hit by a big sword. Also, Dante from the Devil May Cry series was there.
Yeah,
Sometimes you see a hole and you're like, I could put teeth in that.
Yep. She looks to the hole above the bloodstone golem and puts teeth in it. See?
I see. Well, I can't say that I myself wasn't a little destructive and impulsive in my youth. So I am.
I mean, I'm a black hole, so.
I'm inclined to give.
I have 104 epithets.
Oh, I can sense them. Yes.
She puts Hope back down. The point is, she's learning, and you know, she's like a little sister to me at this point.
I understand. I want you to know that I do not take any joy in doing anything, you know, in particular. But I mean, my exact feelings on certain things sort of stop mattering when I'm in a position of, and because of that, I have a certain level of responsibility to a lot of different people in the world. And
Yeah.
regardless of her situation or, circumstances, it was a bad look. It was a little bit of a sour vibe, as I hear the kids say.
I can't argue with that.
I will. If further hearings occur, I will try and keep all of this in mind. Again, regardless of anything, the Destruction Bench Agreement is not actually within my jurisdiction yet. So.
Yeah, and that's
as
the
long
thing.
as you guys
Yeah.
don't perform anything else, I don't know, majorly world-shaping, more knowingly, for the negative, then I don't think, we can hopefully avoid anything from happening, but...
I can try putting Mexico back together. I don't know how yet.
It actually started sort of getting back together pretty quickly. I don't know how that happened.
Oh.
I guess they just got a...
That's good.
Yes, just a strange, sudden influx of donations and people getting suddenly healthier, and the rebuilding effort was shockingly quick.
I can give them an airport. She
Blackberry
coughs up a
was
small
looking at
airport.
She
coughs up a small functioning airport. I should point out.
Well, if you want to do that, you can go ahead, although I cannot provide security detail if the people of Mexico want retribution.
Well, if they want retribution, I will merely, act in self-defense.
I don't think that'll be necessary, Hope. If we go there, it'll be, we'll have everything settled, so you'll be safe. And they'll be safe.
Okay. Again, I'm sorry. And also I'm sorry about big problem that I caused. The other one.
I mean, again, I myself may have caused a little bit of a mischief when I was around your age. What are you? 300?
See, you struck me as the type.
Yes. So I at least on a personal level am willing to maybe look past things now that I understand more of the specifics. But yes, just make sure not to get into any further trouble now that you've learned your lesson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She climbs down. I'm gonna climb up this guy and find out why he's got one eye. Hey guy, why you got one eye?
Oh, go ahead.
But it looks cool. It's like all shadowy.
Well, anyhow, Regent Red, the whole thing with this DBA alliance, I'm not sure exactly how it's gonna shake out yet, but I'm sure I'll probably be one of the people joining in. But the thing is, right? You were talking about being in charge and stuff. I personally can't even imagine. I'm trying to be as empathetic as possible because, even though people in charge have a lot of responsibility, I know that also is hard because I myself am, not the most responsible all the time. And this whole thing's been kind of a lot of pressure, which is, why I was almost a little relieved when shit started going wrong so that, there's something direct we can do to help. But it's I just wanted you to see her, to try to be mindful of your position.
Yes, and I appreciate it. All I will say is that I think I understand on a personal, but of course, just we can work. We can. I can surely make sure that nothing that this event is moved past, so long as something similar to it does not occur again.
It is okay. I am without sin.
She is without sin. We're gonna be doing our absolute hardest. Don't worry. But
Of course.
yeah, being in charge of so many things at once, I imagine it gets pretty stressful. After a while of managing everything like that, she kind of stretches her wings a bit.
Oh yes, especially because I, of course, am the one who actually creates the associated contracts, which is both a bit of a headache that I'm not especially. I only have so much of a constitution for, and also just because of that, I tend to be considered rather important or something, and because of that, I'm not really allowed to cut loose as much as I would appreciate.
Oh, and that's such a shame. I mean, I think it's really important that we all get to have some time to just do what we want and cut loose, like you said, just de-stress, depressurize, all that fun stuff.
Yes, I do love a good skirt, but unfortunately, if something were to happen to me, everyone would freak out, and I don't know, world stability might be altered, so I'm unfortunately, but for the sake of my responsibilities, I would stay on the sidelines.
Well, that's fair, but I mean, since you are so important, I'm sure you can, get away with the odd excursion here and there at least, right? You should, take some time, maybe head out on the town with someone, just have a little fun to yourself, maybe with someone else,
Maybe.
I've heard,
Why are you offering?
Well, I just, I'm not from around this world, right? But, back where I come from, we have similar, lore and stories about, things like, she kind of looks over to her a bit. Things like, vampires and how they, sometimes consort with demons to, increase their power and, influence someone.
I see. Sure. How about we, continue to talk about our, antediluvian demon contract over some lunch?
That sounds perfect.
Awesome. Wunderbar.
Alright, Penny's turn.
I see.
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about who I could go with. I just sort of moved people around for fun. No, I think Misty and Orin are in the middle of a make-out sesh right now, so...
I'm back, hello.
Hello. Hope is bothering Dragonov to an absurd degree.
I don't think he's in much of a position to be able to stop her.
No, I know.
Oh, definitely not.
Just like he wasn't in a position to not overhear that just now.
Yeah.
Considering where the conversation was going right as I was leaving, I can only imagine.
Yeah. Hope did mention.
Yeah. Anyway, if there's nothing you're feeling like in particular, Peb, we can move on. But
yeah, we can just move.
I figured we can do like one more round of this since people seem to, I feel like we'll clear up most of what people want to do with that, but...
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Alright.
You got anything, Sam?
There was, theoretically, because I don't have anything in particular in mind. I know there's theoretically one thing you mentioned to me, Iris, but...
Yeah, if nobody else has any ideas for a Amber interaction, I had an idea, but obviously others can have priority. No? Okay. Well-
needed. You can go.
Oh, do you want to do something?
Well, I was just mentioning, like, David and Kaunaho could meet back up, but I could also do that on my turn and all that sort of stuff.
Sure, whatever you're feeling. Well, I'll do a quick one with you then, Amber. So Zanza, she wouldn't actually, leave quite this early. She'd put the charm on for another minute or two, but then she wouldn't, want to like be hovering around too much either. So after a bit, she'd probably move off. And at some point, just walking around, meandering around, Blackberry comes over here. And meets up with this boy, right?
This lad.
Hey, your name's Alfie, right?
Oh, why, hello. Yes, that is my name at this point. Taking down the theatrics somewhat more recently. Nice to meet you. I keep up enough with DBA to remember. I believe your name was Blackberry.
Yes, Blackberry Cinnamon Twist at your service. No need to tone down the theatrics on my account, but I think the last time we met, or maybe the only time, it's all a blur a little bit, but it was when Kai's birthday, that whole thing, right, where you showed up to help us out.
Right. Yes, that. He sort of like puts a hand behind his head. I admit I maybe didn't compose myself the best during a particular circumstance. It's when you're not used to having family around and then suddenly you have family again, it's things happen.
Well, when I saw you over here with some of my homeboys, she gestures to these guys. It just suddenly struck me. I don't know if I ever like really properly thanked you for all that, that day, right? I don't know Kai like the best or anything, but it seems like she's kind of dealing with a lot, and that was a whole crazy thing going on, and I appreciate your help is all.
Oh, of course. I can't exactly leave friends and family and everything behind, and do what you can for all of that. To mention before, by the way, believe me, I'm not toning down the theatrics on your part. It's just a general life thing. I haven't been doing the whole great magician bit for a while. It's mostly been a home life recently. Maybe falling a bit behind Victor.
I definitely relate to that. I mean, I don't know if this is how exactly the numbering stuff works, but you were like the first DBA member, right? Like you're number one on the list.
That
at least for this season, I guess.
Yes, that is. I have gotten actually a small medal for it. Somewhat recently,
cool.
they were like reorganizing things and distributing things out, and they thought it was particularly notable.
Yeah,
I haven't
in some
been
ways.
around DBA much in a while. It's weird to think that I was one of the first this season.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I've heard some stories like from Victor over there and from Venus, but like I was just curious too, like what was DBA really like back then, Because I mean, I know I've been around for a little bit, but I mean, compared to you, I'm still a newcomer, really.
Oh, it was certainly somewhat of a, chaotic and situational time. You didn't have a lot of the, events like these or other similar things. It was mostly just the arena stuff for a while, They still do them occasionally in the background, but it was really just people fighting in wacky and interesting scenarios. A bit of a fighting tournament, a bit of a way to make some money, get your name out there, so to speak, which was really why I joined up in the first place. But now it seems things have shifted quite considerably. I admit, while I was around a decent amount in the early days, that first episode in particular that I was in, admittedly, I don't fully remember it. It seems like a weird block in my memory, and I don't know why. Something about
weird.
Killer.
That's weird. I actually don't remember my first episode either. Like, I've seen it. You know, obviously I've like watched it back and stuff, but I actually had to like. I'm pretty sure I know why. It's like kind of a. It gives me a headache if I think about it too much. But regardless, yeah, it's just a funny coincidence.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's a pleasure to properly, you know, talk to and meet you again. And, you know, I hope things go well for you in the future and continue to have a positive friendship with my niece.
Yeah, for sure. We should probably keep in touch at least a little bit, you know, considering the whole alliance thing coming up. But I mean, yeah, no, good to meet you.
Likewise. You know, if you need to hold on, quickly just like writes down and gives her his phone number.
Oh, thank you. She reciprocates.
If you ever
Be
need
seeing
to
you
contact
around then.
me.
Take care.
You too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. This is a fun small thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you got anything else, Sam?
Potentially something for near the end, but for now, I think we'll leave it there.
Okay. Hey, Ballast, you got anything you want to do?
Let's see.
No, it's fine. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just trying to decide between if I want to go with Donovan or if I want to go with Hoshu, personally.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Problem is, as I'm looking, I was like, let's go with Hoshu. It's like, let me just determine who's actually here again to make sure. Yeah. Let's see. We got Soleil, Penny, Iris, James, Carpo, Roche. Oh, and Scott was like at one needed, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we can see if we can get her in here.
If you need
her. Give me a second. I am gonna go with Hoshu, but now I just need to be like, let me remember who's in the guild actually, because that determines things as well.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. Alright. So, Hoshu just kind of like, alright, well, considering it seems that there's open discussions, I'll talk to you later again, Beast, thank you. And he's going to wander his way up to here. You're Mr. Melagrano, yes?
Yeah. What's up?
I got the message?
Yeah, thanks.
That was
coming.
Right?
Yeah, that was,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I guess, the message from Harmony, right? Like, she got it out?
If that's who that was, then yes.
Then yeah, cool, awesome, yeah.
Right. I guess it's a bit of a pity that we got here too late, but also I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I would have been the most helpful, but it is what it is.
I mean, hey, you guys did enough. I mean, there was a whole dome, so it was gonna be hard to get inside. Once you were here, you could, wrangle up everyone outside. So, hey, helped out. We were kind of outnumbered here, so.
I'll accept the compliment, but I'll just reinforce that, I wasn't really need that. In any case, I don't know if you've heard of me. I know that there's been some people that have joined my. I don't know if they've really been talking about it or not.
I don't think I have. I don't recognize you.
Kitty shrugs.
Hoshu goes like a little crestfallen for just a little bit. Well, Villanelle over there is like part of it. I don't. She seems pretty interested in talking to those military folks. I think I'm getting off track. point being, my name is Hoshu Shigoto. My epithet is kind of like a guild from an MMO, from what I've been told, how other people count it as. And considering the message thing, I don't know, like, I just figure that I can kind of, in a way, call people that are part of my guild, but with what your powers are that I have been told, I feel like asking if you would be fine to join my guild would be important for communications purposes.
What's so it's like your epithet, yeah? Like what's it like what's the guild, like what's it do?
Okay, so it's a long story. But I don't know everything about it is the shortest answer. Because a month or two ago, I ended up finding out that obviously I'm not the first person to have my epithet unless it was a new word. Like, that's obvious, of course. But, some of the previous users are still kind of, like, in the epithet. I didn't know anything about that until just then.
They're like,
yes, I think.
Just there?
Not just there. Because I know I mentioned the thing about calling someone. Because the thing is that have you met that hero guy? Or know about him? The guy with the sword?
That doesn't.
That's
Hero guy with the sword doesn't narrow anything down,
No,
really.
Not like his name is Hero.
Oh, like actually?
Apparently.
I don't think so.
Alright, well, it's apparently, according to him, like, he reincarnates or something. And so, one of the previous guild masters was a guild master that he had joined, and while I was going to get coffee, that man's epithet resonated with my epithet, basically drawing us towards each other and spamming me with more goddamned quests than normal. And so he was and he knew my epithet because he knew the actual word itself was, because apparently the previous one just felt fine to just announce that. But okay, which, like, whatever, I guess. But point being, he had talked about the previous user, and so out of just curiosity to confirm, because I know I talked about being able to kind of call other people, I did that, and it worked with me calling the other guild master, and he was talking about how that there were several others, and that I was not even the first person from my homeland to have the epithet, not even the second necessarily. So that was something. But the point being is the epithet itself, from what I understand it to be anyways, is basically it creates, or I should say theoretically the people inside of it, I'm not fully sure now, create quests for people to do things of and get rewards in turn, and things of that nature.
You can see, like, some level of, like, steam pouring out of Mello's ears as he's hearing all of this. But, like, he is looking forward. He's, like, listening, but, like, you know.
Hoshu is, like, getting very, like, the anime thing where, a random hair just fucking flops and points out randomly to show that you're getting frazzled. That is additionally happening with Hoshu as this goes on. It's just like, oh, I was really hoping I wouldn't have to go into a full explanation.
Sounds inane.
Yes, I would say it is. If you heard about the Tuesday event, I was also there, and I had just recently unlocked the ability to name my guild, and so it's technically labeled the Second Chance Guild, and can help you in ways related to that as well. Just, I guess, if that helps, if you heard about that.
Tuesday was the thing with, like, Perfect Land or whatever, right?
What?
No.
Like, like Tuesday? I don't know.
It's
couple
when
days.
the day happened
The thing
twice.
with the, like, not everybody else. Yeah,
Oh.
when Tuesday repeated itself.
Right.
We had 2 Tuesdays in a
The
row.
Tuesday
Right.
event.
How could I forget? Anyway.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Your guild, right? So I just like sign up or whatever. Do I gotta like pay a subscription or something, or like?
Hoshu just kind of like holds out his hand as a paper and pen manifest within it. You just need to sign up, and then you'll be in it. To get quests, that technically you can just do them whenever, but it's rather limited whenever I'm not around. So if you want to take quests, just, I guess, call me and I'll head my way over there, and it'll be easier, I guess.
Do I like gotta do anything? Do I like get kicked out if I don't?
Not
do
if you
enough
do not
quests or
want to.
something? And it doesn't need anything else from me or anything?
Not that I know of.
Reassuring.
I understand that it's not exactly the greatest vote of confidence. I didn't know that was a thing until recently. It's, yeah, but
How many other DBA people are in this thing?
Give me a second. He just holds out a hand and a clipboard manifests. Let's see. A decent handful. But not all of them are like as pillars, I guess, or recurrent as you. So it's like, I know that Abigail woman, the dodging one.
Yeah, I know Abigail.
Leninsky as well. He points over into the right of him. Mr. Marshes as well.
Oh yeah, Dino guy.
Yeah, yes. Emerald is. I don't know if you know him. And Miss Marcus as well. A lot of these other people aren't like really big. Korma and Vise as well. They are.
Right. Okay. I think I get it. So I can just join and leave whenever if I'm not like feeling it or something.
You can leave. It's a bit trickier though.
Do we have to pay a fee then?
No, it's... Okay, so the only way to, like, actually leave... Let me double check out the passive, because it's been a while since I've read his passive, but I know that it's not exactly the easiest to get revoked membership. Let me see. Sorry. Hoshu, Boardmaster... Let's see... let's see, it's in the quest system section, right?
Control F. Use Control F.
Right. Yes. Okay. So he's flipping through a lot of pages. The only way to really get rid of it is through, like, epithet nullification or curse removal effects.
Right.
I don't say that it is like a curse, but it's just like, because the only technical way that, at least that I know of, to get your membership revoked is by forcing a quest that you've taken to be non-existent, to get rid of the quest. Theoretically, I could try to figure that out, especially with the Second Chance Guild passive, like, that I've created. With enough guild members around, I theoretically should be able to revoke it, because, being part of the guild without wanting to would be being trapped, and the Second Chance thing is empowerment of not being trapped, but I'm not sure.
How about I think about it for now?
And that's fine. I just wanted to. Considering you seem to be a communications person, I figured that would be good to have and wanted
Yeah.
to talk to you.
Yeah,
He will give Melagrano his phone number. Just let me know.
Oh, yeah,
Phone
okay.
number.
A phone
Plus
number.
one
I get
proficiency.
I get one proficiency. Yay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll
Damn, what
yeah.
is that?
107. Fucking, you know. Yeah, I'll think about it, I guess. Yeah. Thumbs up.
Koshi just nervously scratches his head and wanders off. I'm good.
Yeah. All right. You got anything you want to do, Zanza?
No, I won't do the joke. That's fine. I don't think I have anything.
Okay. You got anything you want to do, James?
Where is the... There she is. Yeah, just a quickie, right?
Okay.
Chrysanthemum is going to, fucking glitter eyes walked right past Mr. Spider. She's a lesbian, she doesn't care.
Yeah,
and is just going to, like, fucking bolt over to Malmagia, right?
Oh, God.
Hi, I couldn't help but notice your, like, entrance.
I imagine... I just had her over here so she wasn't on the way, right?
Uh-huh.
I imagine she's been idly floating around, you know, the DBA members at this point. We can say right now she's, like, reaching an arm, like out of the sky, right? She looks over. Oh, well, of course you did. It was only the flashiest and most attention-grabbing thing in this rather drab chamber otherwise.
Fucking, like, hands clasped, eyes, like, big sparkles, like, up at her, like, have you ever considered trying transformation magic?
Oh, my dear. She smirks and hovers a bit closer to the ground. Who's to say I'm not already transformed before your very eyes?
Oh my gosh. She like scrumbles through her pockets, right? Like, oh, come on, I know the course told me to keep those on me. Aha! And pulls out a business card. For you, madame.
She narrows her eyes, squinting at it. Now, I can assemble through various context clues I've overheard, she, puts up quotes. So, I kind of understand what the, you and the magical girls are all about, right? And I'm not inherently opposed or anything, but aren't you all supposed to be about, like, I don't know, banishing the darkness and vanquishing evil and things like that?
She, like, waves her hand. No. That's a misconception, right? I mean, there's dark magical girls. It's a matter of, like, you know, you prioritize the civilian lives or whatever and, like, help people better understand their magic. But, like, you know, sometimes you gotta utilize the evil to, like, vanquish the horrors of the universe or whatever, blah, blah, blah. The point is, like, she like, clasps Malmagia's hands in hers. I can see great potential in you. You know, just talk.
Really?
I just like to have a talk. You know, have you ever dabbled in, like, contract magic? Because, like, you gotta look to you.
Oh, you know, she, like, smiles again, you know, waving a hand a bit. Maybe a contract or two here and there, right? But, listen.
Fascinating.
If I'm being completely honest with you, miss,
Mhm.
the whole goody two-shoes rescuing civilian shtick sounds kind of boring to me, if I'm being completely honest. Although, she taps her chin a few times. I mean, if it means spending a bit more time in this world and having a bit more, well, variety in terms of my cuisine, then perhaps I'd be willing to do a little courtesy community service work in the background for you. I don't know. I'll at least consider it.
Oh, joy. We could also always use, you know, some reconnaissance, some consultation about Shadow Realm, since we don't really have anything about that. She kind of looks off to the side. This has kind of all been a bit of a eye opener on the gaps in our knowledge.
Well, I can only assume that to be the case. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll put my best foot forward with this little agreement and say that speaking of gaps in each other's knowledge, right? Why don't we work to fill those a little bit? She one of her big like dark arms morphs into an eel, kind of slithers close to Chrysanthemum's head.
She like looks at that. That's that memory shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
She like pauses. How far do you go back with that thing? Or like, does it just like grab a general, like...
Oh, I can dig pretty deep if I want to, but if you're a bit shy, then maybe I'll be gentle. Maybe.
As long as it's between you and me, go for it, kid. But if you leak anything you learn from me, hands like suddenly clasp your shoulders real tight. Don't fuck with me, kid.
Tell you what, let's say you've got yourself a deal then.
Oh, lovely.
She
my people will talk to your
inhaling.
people. Ooh, actually, okay. Let's just sit down and deal with this then. You get your nice little stack then. Stop messing with the good little soldiers here.
They're not very interesting anyway, to be fair.
She's just gonna chill.
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with them? Points at Vanilla.
Oh god. Look over to like last Tuesday, and then I don't even have to inform you on that.
Last Tuesday, oh my god.
I know, right?
Yeah, we could end that off there, I'm sure.
Hey Scarlet, what's up?
Hi, I'm happy to hear that Mount Magia's gotten a home. I've been quite busy. That was one of the conversations I wanted to have with Venus, where it's just like, hey bestie, do you need a place to stay? You kind of remind me of me. I want to do good in the world, okay? But,
to be honest, I think it's less that she has a home and more that, like, she's kind of in a similar situation to, like, Abyssia or the other animal spirits, where it's like, oh, she's one of our entities, we know, you know?
We like to take them in like stray dogs.
Yeah, but continue.
Reverse caps Penelope-wise, but I trust you enough to be able to decipher it. So the second conversation is with Artemis. She would wait.
Right, I have to. Yep, I've been talking a lot this round. All right.
Yeah, I apologize.
Whoa. I mean, hey, I'm down just as long as it's all right with everybody.
Artemis, can we talk about your gun?
Right. Sure. She
Uh-huh.
steps over. Does this need to be like a private thing or like what?
No, not that. She like goes back and forth in her head for a few seconds before settling on. No. Final answer, no. It's just a. So, remember when we were with each other for a while, and I tried to weaponize your gun?
Yeah, you tried to do some weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, epithet stuff. I assumed that I would be fine. Then one thing led to another. So, in the midst of, in between, like, sessions where we were patching each other up and the like, I noticed something that I guess I partially wanted your opinion on, and I also wanted information on the gun and how cursed it is, where you found it maybe. However, one second, taking all of this off is actually going to be a massive pain, so let's situate that first and foremost. And she starts unbuckling and undoing all the like metallic straps that bind her armor to her hand. Below that, I imagine it's a sort of below that currently just like her hands, though taking off the arm guard fully. Penelope, your turn.
Yeah. So what Artemis, and I guess Star Knight, since she's here, would see, is a sort of like an encroachment of scales that sort of grow up Venus's arm.
And a weird skull.
Yeah, and a weird skull. No. That, like, how do I put this? So, basically, I think, yeah, Artemis, you would recognize that these scales are, you think dragon scales, almost, that, like, again, form this strange blue flame-like pattern that go up Venus's forearm.
It's in a fire-like pattern, I believe you commented at one point.
Yes. It is, yeah, it is like fire crawling up her arm.
She just, lets Artemis take an eyeful for a little bit. You can see why I wanted to talk.
I mean, yeah, that's certainly something, but I mean, fuck if I know what any of it means or implies.
Yeah. It definitely feels similar to your guns, of course. And similar to you know what ended up changing part of your own body in a way, because you used to have a normal rabbit tail.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Venus takes...
Hello, Derek.
Venus takes a few moments before, Can I see the gun again? I'm not going to futz with it anymore. I just want to see if I can decipher something. Firing mechanisms and such. Normal gun things.
Yeah, knock yourself out.
Mm-hmm.
Just try not to, like, break it or anything, but I mean, you know.
Not sure I could. She would give it a look over of just like, Penny, how normal of a gun is this, as it were? Like, does it have a firing mechanism? Can she tell? What's
So,
the sitch here?
It's... God, yeah, firstly there's two guns, but I assume she only got one. So, they're black and gold. They're not made of flesh. They are made of a material you're not quite certain on. And they have a firing mechanism, but no way for you to see, at least, of loading ammo. You do feel like you could fire it, though.
She elects not to, since the last time she tried, it, check script, got pissy. She, hands it back over. I'm not going to lie, there was a part of me that wanted to ask if I could to just, complete the full sleeve tattoo, as it were. Get the aesthetic down. But, chances are, that's probably not a great idea.
Well, I hope this was illuminating to you, because, like I said, I don't know too much about how all the curse bullshit works, so...
I have bad news. I think it only makes less sense.
Well.
I'd recommend being careful, but ultimately I think that's all that I can offer you.
Penny, can you remind me what was the gun like? It was like a family heirloom, right?
Yeah, it was something you managed to. I wouldn't say you were. I wouldn't say you were given it. But you managed to get your hands on it. And it was within the estate. Because there's like an armory and it was in there.
Well, if anything, you can probably talk to some of the, older members of my family, and maybe they know a bit more about where it came from. Like, I've heard stories and stuff from them and stuff, but nothing really, like, academic, so...
Right. Fair enough. It was an idle curiosity, more or less. It's fine. I'm fine.
It's all good. It's just been a long day, so don't have too much more of an opinion on that, but, I'm down to give you a tour sometime.
Right. I've been.
I don't know. Have you actually ever met, my parents or Hestia or anything?
All due respect, your mother, once or twice, she, lack of a better term, vague posted at me for the few conversations we had, back when I was a bit more concretely in the family. But we're diametrically opposed. I haven't brought it up,
Yeah, no, I mean that's the thing, right? Because I know there's that whole history there, but I mean, I trust you, and I know that you've done plenty of good shit, and I'm sure they do too. So I feel like you'd be welcome enough.
How do I say this? I don't like my family, and I'm not sure how much clearer that. You know what I mean, though. This isn't like some big long con to get you all on my side, and then I pull the rug out from. I just don't like them. I want to. Let's move on.
I get it. It's no big deal, and any weird awkwardness there, I mean, frankly, you mentioned Hestia. She's not my mom. She's she'd be her grandma, right, Penny? Or is it great grandma?
Yeah, she's either grandma or great grandma.
Well, she says the correct one of those.
Yeah. At the very least, I think she'd be referred to most commonly as matriarch. So
yeah, she's the family matriarch, all that, and I mean, to be honest, I think what she does is more awkward. In the normal sense of awkward, she's more awkward than anything else. So
I knew there wasn't something right with her when she decided it would be a valuable use of her time to plant peaches through the house.
Yep. She's she's a bit she's a bit of a prankster, that one.
Do you need to deal with the peaches too?
No, it's less. It's not peaches, but it's other shit, weird lectures and old stories where you're okay, grandma, let's get you to bed, that kind of shit,
She seems to have grown a deeper question mark respect for the woman before she just nods. That's more or less are my inquiries. I appreciate it's time,
Yeah. Not to mention the whole shtick where I don't actually know if you know this or not, but the whole thing where oh yeah, your parents, quote unquote respect your privacy until they just want to go in your room for something, right? So they barge in. She does that, right? And that would be enough, right? But also you know, she does the whole thing of like, but I have a pass to come in, and it's like, okay, you don't have to say that. Like, you don't need to use your epithet in your own house, but she does, you know.
That sounds obnoxious. And well, frankly,
all families are to an extent, but
frankly, the response that I can best muster up for you is, it's weird that my mom does that better than your mom. She at least gave us privacy. Anyway.
Yeah, but frankly, from what I've seen of your mom, it's probably like, you know, it's a thing where she's respectful of other people, but like if you disrespect her in the slightest way, it's like the whole samurai, like I have to kill your whole, like exterminate your bloodline situation. So
I'm not fully sure, and frankly, I'm not in the mood to know, you know?
Me neither, but hey.
Fair enough.
That's a future problem.
Boy, is she.
Alright, that is Scarful.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're based.
Well, are you here, Kak?
I am. I know what I want to do next. Don't say it. And it's just. I just gotta get myself in the moment. Whew. Alright. So at this point, Grace would probably wander near where Delta and the lieutenants are conversing. Hey, hi.
Grace.
Are you guys in the middle of something right now?
Not particularly. We are simply talking, going over the events of everything exactly as they happen.
Alright. Well, I'm here. Just to get things established. I know Venus recently took you out back, and if you'd rather not, I understand, but if you and any of your other lieutenants want to come with me, I would appreciate going over something with you all, just to make things abundantly clear. Yeah. Graves, like...
Yeah?
Yeah. Unlike Venus, Graves seems to be definitely, like... The exhaustion is clearly showing on his face.
Yeah.
Not only did he take the adrenaline too, but it can also be assumed, as mentioned before, going purple earlier did not help.
Yeah.
So...
I suppose
he's
if there's
ran out of
something you
steam.
have to establish with all of us, we could, but... Sure.
You especially, but whoever else wants to come along. If it's all of you, cool. I think I can trust a lot of you. Just kind of gripping his cap, he heads on outside.
Yeah.
And Delta and whichever one of her lieutenants would follow, can.
Yeah, yeah. In which case, right, what she'll do is that she'll, turn back to like, Ram, like to a lot of the others. I can handle this. If I need any of you here, then I'll bring you in. But for now, Midgard, just looks to him.
Yeah,
He nods, and it'll be the two of them for now.
Yeah, makes sense.
Ba-ba-ba. And, yep, alright, he also went outside. Alright, Delta's doing a lot of walking.
Sorry. It's just open air. He would be close to, like, right around here near the plane.
Okay.
Considering. Yeah.
Then, yeah.
There's less people. Alright, thank you two for taking the time. Kinda just leans against the wall. So... today I've been sort of grappling with with what Dragonov has stated about DBA. And for a lot of the... And for a good part of it, I do agree with, as I mentioned, with the underlying sentiment, that there is a lot of systematic issues with how DBA is run, and as it grows in prominence, it needs to be dealt with. Hopefully the council and cooperation with other organizations should help. And I'm going to be doing everything in my power to do so. To assist in making DBA a better force in the world, if I am to be a part of it. But I think that sort of recognition goes both ways. You two were around to see, you two were there to see him. But Logan Garrick... Yes, just to come around to that. He was obviously working for the Turncoat faction. He was obviously on the wrong side of history. But you don't deny that there is an inherent problem. That with everything that he has done all those years ago, that he still had a job employed under the organization that you work under. And let's extend that out. Yeah, let's extend that out. There's plenty of more people like him. It's not just the one bad apple. There's something wrong with the orchard. And not even to mention Dragonov. How someone as hyper-nationalist as he is able to gain himself a reputation, seize an entire faction of the military in order to do what we have just seen. I'm going to be frank. I'm not too fond of this military as an organization, but the moment I saw you on the train, and of course, the people who work for you, kind of motions over to Midgard, I'm at least able to recognize that there's people who think they're doing the right thing despite the system they are working under. So I want to at least raise this to you. I want to clear DBA and make it a better organization that benefits the world. But I need you, and your lieutenants and anyone else who works under you, to recognize that just because we beated the bad Turncoat faction today, that there isn't still a disgusting problem at the heart of where you work.
As Graves is saying all of this, Delta yet again takes Dark Cloud, her one sword, jabs the blade into the ground, puts her hands on it as she's listening in. Clearly she's heard things like this before. For one, as I said during the meeting, and I want to make this clear, when it comes to DBA as an entire organization, the exact specifics of how they view this aren't as relevant to me, as more so what I'm caring about is finding the people within DBA, the individuals who are interested in such a cause. And yes, of course, that means and necessitates working with the organization at large, but as I've stated, I'm not trying to draft the entirety of DBA or get absolutely everybody and everything involved. As for your complaints with the military, there are many, how shall I say, rotten course this earth, Graves. As I'm sure I don't need to tell you. I do my best, and it's not perfect, but I do my best to weed out absolutely everything that I can to my knowledge. When it comes to Logan Garrick, frankly, his entire, how shall I say, situation was slightly before my time. At least my time being in the position that I was in. Nor did I precisely know of exactly his standpoint. To my knowledge, from what I understood, people like him had been discharged, but clearly, even some things get past even my radar.
And that's understandable. As I've mentioned, this isn't an individual problem I'm merely getting at here. There's a reason people complain about systematic issues. It's beyond an individual, as good as their intentions may be. Again, my complaints shouldn't get in the way of my involvement with our alliance here. I heard you loud and clear, and I joined for a particular reason. I want what you want, and even if it involves dipping my toes into factions I may not be the hugest fan of, so be it. But again, I'll say it clearly. Ever since I saw you on the train, I figured there was at least someone I could divulge my more honest thoughts to, especially as we train close together. My standpoint is this. If I am to be doing everything in my power, going beyond the usual scope, to actually do what is needed to get rid of the worst elements, the most unruly of systematic issues that plague a destruction bench agreement, I want to task you, more normally than so, to actually get into the root, as much as you can, of your organization, and do very much the same. To your knowledge, you say to your knowledge that people like him were discharged. Well, to my knowledge, most of those people, the people who were discharged, have been living quite comfortable lives. And there are many, many more who have been undercover. If it's not to your knowledge, then even outside of my personal stake in everything, if there's a lot more that you don't know about, I think that is something to get on top of. Fixing things from the inside is an uphill battle. It's going to take a lot of work, more than you may be putting in right now, and that's not to insult you, but to say what needs to be done. And I don't want the takeaway, if our little conversation here somehow gets on the camera, that everything is fixed because Operation Bifrost was stopped.
Of course not. There's injustice, atrocities, horrors within the world, even if this alliance and the things that it's being made to be stopped, to stop, wasn't in effect. Of course, certainly. There are problems at the root of many of these kinds of things. And I, along with many, many of the people that I work alongside, are doing our best to protect not only our country, but the world, and each other. There are problems with everything, and I've been doing my best ever since I've gotten to the position I can. to do what I can. Unfortunately, it seems like oftentimes the things that push the needle forward, that incites great change, are the most bloody and horrific. I know that your sentiment there is a sentiment held by many people. And I don't expect to necessarily sway you one way or another. However, know that I, my men, and those under me are doing the best we can to make this world a better place. And yes, there are problems within the roots of this, perhaps. Not just perhaps, certainly. All of this is founded on a hellish world. And I understand that.
Well, again, I appreciate the sentiment. Graves kind of takes off the metal on his head and sort of fiddles around with it. I was given this because I was there. I was at the right place at the right time when it appeared. Like Excelsior Graves, the figurehead, quote-unquote, mastermind upon the worst of the Pangeic War, was gone for good. But despite that, I know I at least have tried not to be complacent in what other people have called justice. Kind of puts it back on. Again, I appreciate your sentiment. But now that your faction of the US military has been on camera, the world will be watching if you practice what you preach. As it will on me, as I do my whatever I can. We as individuals may not be enough, but I at least wanted to pass the sentiment on to you.
In that
So
case...
if you hadn't already, you kick it into overdrive. Even more than you have.
I appreciate the sentiment, Graves. And, regardless of how I speak and use my words, as always, actions speak louder. And while I do, as mentioned, appreciate the sentiment, don't think that my ideals weren't something that I had before this conversation.
Ideals are one thing. But as you mentioned, actions speak louder than words. The material speaks louder than the idea. I think we're pretty much on the same page here. I wanted to make that abundantly clear.
As it seems like we're going to get to.
Exactly. Let's take a rest for today, but don't ever let what I say leave your mind. Even outside of this alliance, which we both will be working hard with, I imagine. We both have an immeasurable amount of work ahead of us.
I'll do what I always have. She, turns around, sort of nods to Midgard, who nods back, and is gonna start walking.
Yeah, Graves will too. Obviously,
sorry,
kind of
sorry,
looking.
Graves. After You're not going to so easily convince a commander of the United States military to immediately go against the entirety of the system, but
Well, listen,
I know.
listen. The
I
seeds are being
I
planted.
know.
The
I
seeds are being
understand. I
planted.
understand.
Listen. No. I'm not complaining. This is in
The
character
seed is running out of
response.
scales.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an in character response, and what she say. That's all I care about. It's what he would want to bring up.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. Listen, I get it. It's all good.
Hey, Roche, what's up?
Well, I'm going to be going for something marginally less political.
Sounds awesome.
David!
Yeah.
Kanaho walks up.
Well, hey, if it isn't one of my very first examinees, how's it been going?
Well, beat up a couple of deities from another realm. Fucked up a whole bunch of military traitors. Whatever the hell that whole deal is. I don't really want to get wrapped up in that. Got myself a little buddy. Picks up Hobby by the scruff.
Oh, little buddy.
Yeah, I'd say that he's gonna be hanging out with me a little bit. And I made quite a few new friends. I even practiced some of the good old stuff that you may have inadvertently taught me of making a friend of my enemy. He thumbs back to Malmagia.
Oh, yeah. No, sure thing. It's good to see you've been getting your fill of the whole DBA life. You know, it's not there's a decent number of people that take the exams and then just kind of stop showing up. So,
not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, some people are also just busy. It's not for everyone, you know?
Yeah, I can understand why. But, at least when it comes to me, you know, feel like I gotta.
Yeah.
But
you've been doing good. Since I've got you here outside of the whole exam situation, by the way, I've been looking back and I've been thinking about it and like, you know, what do you think of the very first exam? You know, I've been thinking about it and making some improvements in the background while I'm running some of the more off-screen
well,
ones.
I'd obviously fix the part where we accidentally fell into the void.
Yeah, that listen, that was not intended.
I think like maybe if you have like a more direct pocket, that'd be pretty something. But like going around the murder hell, no.
Yeah, that's that one's on me. The whole thing wasn't supposed to turn into a full episode, and then it did. Because of that, in some way I like to think of it as like, these are the sorts of things you gotta expect and prepare for in DBA, expect the unexpected. So in a way, the higher-ups actually, liked that, but, was not my intention, and hoping that doesn't happen again in the future. I'm actually planning on just not using the labyrinth.
What I would do is, considering all of the stuff that's happened here, I would add maybe a talking segment because, like, not a lot of people surprisingly have great ability to manage their way through talking situations.
Yeah, I did notice that. I did a little bit of...
Or maybe something else to put people into something unfamiliar. I feel like a lot of the reason people come to this agreement is to fight, and fighting is definitely important. I had to do a fucking lot of that today, but also being able to weave through negotiation is also very important.
Yeah, I when I first got hired to do the very first exam and help, proctor and just generally manage this kind of stuff, I did a little bit of research, a little bit of watching a couple of things in DBA, and I got the impression of a lot of fighting and maybe a few puzzles. But I'll keep that in mind. You know, talking, negotiation stuff, making friends. You know, there's a lot that goes into this stuff.
Having been in a session, not a lot of puzzles.
Really?
No,
Maybe
there's a shockingly small amount of puzzles, unless like running away from a big guy is maybe a puzzle, but that was also a part of the first thing you did by accident.
Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe I might have had a bit of selection bias, because I, you know, with the whole research thing, right, I just selected kind of like a bunch of random episodes of DBA, watched through them, did a little bit of extra, you know, fighting tournament research in general, and that's how we got to where we got to. By the way, I did watch the exam episode back, because there was a certain point I just kind of couldn't keep tabs on everything going on. Thank fucking God for that random guy you, like, encountered that gave you the life orbs.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people survive the labyrinth when they get thrown in there.
Yeah, no idea who that guy is, but I'm glad he exists. No.
Oh God, I probably need to lock down the labyrinth better.
With all that in mind, right? I know I only really had the exam in this whole thing, but like I'm getting pretty up there. You think you it might take a little bit longer. He was like thinking of asking like, oh, do you think you want to hit me with the special sauce, or and then he's like, you know, actually I should maybe get a little more strong.
Yeah. So I remember you were mentioning something about that at the end of the exam. I did a little bit of research into the whole bloodstone thing. Not sure how that'll interact with my epithet. I might be able to somehow semi bypass it, or at least make it like not blow one or both of us up with choosing the right, you know, promotion title for myself beforehand and for you afterhand. But I need to look into that more. So give it some time, get a little bit stronger. We'll talk about this later.
Sure enough. And again, thank you, man. Sorry you couldn't show up for more fun or whatever.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. It's I don't usually get on the front lines for a lot of these sorts of stuff, but when someone's calling everybody, probably best to, you know, heed the call. Possibly.
Sure. I'm gonna go head off to take care or like talk to like one last person. You have a nice time over here. I have no idea what there is to do still, but like I'm sure you can find something.
There's plenty of people to talk to, you know.
Yeah,
I'll figure things out. Good luck to you.
Delta. Looking nice.
She just nods, like she doesn't respond past that.
We're going over to Shadow.
Oh boy.
Bonk. Kanaho enters into the chess match of a lifetime. Hey, I don't want to step on any of your buddies.
She gestures in an arm, and it's weird. They're sort of just like lifted up somewhere, like out of existence.
Got it. And he goes and he sits down. So, I know you've been sort of cordoned off into this corner of cars, but
it's by my own choice.
Got it.
I don't do well in crowds.
Makes sense. Still feeling good about being, like in the material for so long? I guess that's what it's called.
Well, it isn't sunny inside here.
Got it. Well,
I am intrigued to do more of this exploration and intermingling that you've promised me.
Yeah.
For the moment, I am in, I suppose, a neutral mood, as don't feel especially good about going against this plan as I have. I am thankful that everything has worked out, at least on your side of things, though. So,
Yeah.
ultimately, I believe it was for the better, but it doesn't stop me from wishing things could be different.
No, I get that. But, I came over also, not only to check on you, but also to practice what I was preaching and so on. Because I know I mentioned I want to talk with you, Malmagia, and then you, and figure out a thing. I talked with Malmagia, we're gonna meet after. But, I'm thinking, maybe, because I'm gonna have to go home soon. There's gonna be this big festival, and I was thinking of maybe inviting the both of you to interact with that whole thing. Because I think it might be fun, not only just to see, like, a place where it will be all shadowy and nice, but also just because I feel like there's something that would be unable to be really found very much on the mainland or whatever, that is the typical forefront of what most people, I imagine, expect from the material plane.
I'm potentially intrigued, I suppose.
It'd be our
I
first little
have-
outing as friends, he says, just gently, like, poking at one of the threads.
Of course. I would perhaps enjoy it more if we had a few calmer excursions first, rather than a large festival right off the bat. But I'm not necessarily opposed if it's with people you trust, particularly.
We can obviously meet up before then. Still gotta talk to Mal. Figure out that whole thing.
I do not have any strong feelings on that one way or the other, but again, I'm not necessarily opposed to your relations.
I'm glad on that at least.
Well, if this large post-battle gathering is just about completed, I will likely adjourn back to the Shadow Realm, at least for a little while. But I'm sure we will meet again sooner rather than later. And even across the plains, we should remain at least partially connected.
Yeah, we are at least probably going to be able to, like, communicate a little bit. I mean, if it was we can figure it out. I don't think it'll be too hard to commune or something. I don't actually officially know too much about how the various extra planar dimensions work.
Normally, my threads lose much of their potency when either across vast physical or metaphysical distance, but while they certainly lose some of their potency still with you, your latent abilities make it a bit easier to feel
Keep track
and
of.
influence your presence. Indeed. But I assume you are not opposed to this.
Not really.
I will be checking up on Brave and Othello before I leave as well. But
Yeah,
for
they
the
got
moment,
Othello
I'm-
in a cage. I don't really know.
She just shrugs. Regrettably, that seems to be the price of following his heart as he has. I don't think it would be my place to attempt to interfere with that in any way, nor do I particularly wish to.
That makes sense. That is a whole extra can of worms sort of thing when you guys are... Well, you guys, I mean, you are already sort of skating by. Well, stands up, offers a handout. See you around.
She gently shakes his hand. Of course. Thank you again, Kanaha.
It was no problem. I'd do it again if I had the chance.
You and your friends are strong. Be careful not to lose that strength or that purity of heart as time progresses.
He nods.
And so with that, I have a couple of real quick lightning round things I want to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just real quick. Starting over with Brant, right? As he and Union continue to freak out over what the skull and its seemingly limited amount of scales that it has, right?
Do you think that with the skull, there's just a circle where the face would be? Or do you think there's, like, regular skull, but it looks on the outside like...
Dude, like, if she doesn't have a face, right? And it was, like, a void or an abyss or whatever, like the note said, then, like, the skull probably doesn't have a face. Okay, wait, hold on a sec, hold on. Like, he literally, like, shakes himself out of that for a second. I, almost forgot, right? There's been a lot of stuff going on here today. But, since I got you here right now anyway, Union, he snaps. The dagger you got, right? We, from the weapons bay?
Oh my god, I almost forgot! Oh my god, he takes it off his belt and he drops it on the floor. Holy shit. If I'd brought that back...
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, right? Cause,
I don't know how that would have worked. He looks at the bloodstone golem. I would have gone home on that thing.
Oh boy. How far away is your island? Like...
a couple...
I'm gonna have to assume it's, like... further than Daybreak, distance-wise, yeah?
I'm gonna be honest with you. He, like, puts a hand on his shoulder. Like, every single time I've been there, we've, like, teleported. And I can't really, like, measure distance via teleports. I've given up. I've mostly been like, oh, it's a blink away.
Okay. So, what I was gonna say, right, is that we've tried everything when it comes to researching that thing, right? So, obviously, something like that, super dangerous, and it's, currently military, we've got it, right? But we've been having a real hard time trying to figure out what's going on with that thing, right? So, I was gonna ask for it back unless you really wanted to keep it, because if you wanted it, I was thinking maybe that could help with some, like, field testing, and so long as we, like, keep in touch or something. But if your island's that far off, or I guess really super far off, I mean, it could be risky, so...
Brent, I'm not really a dagger guy. I can't really think of very nuanced ways to make use of it in addition to my other stuff, especially since it seems to just be sort of like a knife. And there's nothing wrong with just a knife, but like, best thing I could think of is giving it to my pal Cleo, who's more of a knives gal, and I feel like she's gonna hold on to the knife, and because we're gonna be like probably half a world away, I think something is gonna explode. and I
Like-
really don't want them to get hurt.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, if you want to risk something, then we could. Though, really, that is pretty dangerous from what we've tried. So, you know, up to you. If you just want to give it back, that's
mean-
fine.
Look, okay. He holds up his two hands. One hand. Incredibly cursed knife. Cleo might like it. Other hand. Incredibly cursed knife. I do not want anything to explode that should not be exploding. On that hand, he lowers the other hand. Have to ask Izuru if that is anything that is okay.
I guess if that helps, but you know, it's you know, whatever you're feeling,
Yeah.
I guess.
He's right behind me. He like flails a little bit and turns. Oh, right. We're talking about this knife thing. He points it out on the floor. Apparently, if we
Alright.
leave this place with it, it will make you shrivel up and die or something. I don't know.
We've been testing with it. The long and short of it is, we don't know exactly how it works. Union picked it up while we were going through the stuff down there. Was kind of using it. Wasn't really doing much of anything. I mean, mostly just seems like a super solid knife. So there's that. So I was just offering if he wanted to, you know, test some stuff out. Like if, yeah, I guess it wouldn't work with you. Yeah, because if you're in Daybreak, you should probably be fine. Probably, but too much further than that, then that's when it gets a little bit messy. So.
Well, I mean, if anything, I suppose I could take it somewhere away from Blitzer and do my own test on it and report back to you.
Well, I was thinking.
Shrug.
I was thinking of more just handing it over to Cleo because she's more about knives.
No, like, just physically, like, listen.
Why not give the girl a little fun? It's not Thursday.
Oh.
Nice person.
Like, listen, she'll like it. Like, just sort of, like, thinks to himself because this is being streamed. She'll like it, but, like, how about this? I'll run my own test, and if it's safe, she can take it, you know?
Is the U.S. military? He turns. Is the U.S. military okay with that?
Well, if it's like more extensive testing, it's a little bit of risky business, but
I like risky.
Yeah, I think he's immortal. I don't know.
Listen,
Alright.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna tread carefully. Don't worry. It's just. It's
here's
sand.
here's the deal then. If that's what you're thinking is gonna go well, Union, then sure, Rent. Definitely keep in touch with me though, and I don't got like a contract or nothing on me, right? But I want to like state verbally so you like fully understand, right? When you take this thing too far away from here, Daybreak has been mostly fine until you get, it's a little vague, right? But like Daybreak is mostly okay. Further it gets away from here, it starts causing disasters. So if I'm gonna be giving that to you for experimentation or because I'm like an idiot or something, whatever reason anyone wants to give, just because I'm curious, I guess, I just know this thing is a little wacky, all right?
I understand. I know that this thing is, in essence, some kind of little freak.
Yeah. So,
I feel like it should be in the hands of someone who would, like, actually use it for something useful is the thing. And even if Izuru took it to go do his own tests and all that, I feel like you would do well finding maybe someone who could actually use it. And I mean, I will take responsibility for holding on to it. I might just keep it on me for when I'm here, ? We could talk about... Well, maybe I could come back every now and again just before I'm gonna be in the area and ask to have it so I can test it for that day or something.
You know what? That sounds like a plan, right? Because this is gonna get the least of us in trouble, okay?
Yeah,
you know,
for when I know I'm gonna be in Daybreak,
Yeah.
or somewhere close to here, or even on this island, I can come here just before and be like, hey man, can I just have the thing? And yeah, check it out for the day, like a book.
Yeah, I'll keep it here, right? Sometime, not today, my, everything is tired, right? We want to go for some more, weirdo wacko testing or something, we can, right? We can work that out. But, I'll keep this here ready for you if we want to go for a test drive or something.
Gotcha.
In that case, I think that was the only thing I had to... I'm gonna roll for him to remember Aquarius has the gun. I think it's fine.
I'm sure if it were important, I'd remember.
Yeah. Exactly.
And also, Union has the mega laser, yeah.
Oh, right. That one Brent wouldn't forget.
I imagine Brant, like, points at Union's arm. Drop it.
Yeah,
Drop
right.
it.
Before I forget, light cannon, flashlight, big fucker.
The what?
Big guy. Thing at the end of the weapons bay.
Union eyes widen. He looks down at his arm in, like, shock and horror. Oh, I almost forgot. I don't want to think about what might have happened if I went home with that still in me. Get out. He fucking, like...
Izuru's like, we'd have a war on our hands.
Yeah, hold on. I know I have it here somewhere. Where the hell is it?
Union! We've gotten our grand goal of having one U.S. military after us.
I just love the energy of like, sure, Bran, I wouldn't pull one over on you. Here's your knife back, as there's like a mega laser shaped fucking bulge in his body.
Yeah. We can use our imaginations as it clunks to the floor, right? Oh, right, it's big. Okay, yeah, we'll sort that. But yeah, I'll hold on to this.
Eleonora's like, can I have that?
I'll be back here in a sec, but I also just really quickly, Brant, sort of gives Union, reassuring pat, right? As he is gonna head over, over to Axel and Peony, right, for their Pokemon battle. So, for a moment, let me just,
Yeah.
Hey, Starboy, kid.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt your dog fight.
Oh, right. Baby man, you use protect so that I can have another conversation real quick.
Oh no, I have no solution for this.
Just hey, just wanted to check in. Was real fun, and thank you. Fun. It was nice meeting you, kid. You and Altus and Zell and everybody else pack a real punch.
Haha. Well, thank you. And yeah, no, this was a pretty crazy ride. I feel like, I don't know, after seeing all this, I kind of almost want to go to, like, I don't know, like a little trip or something in the Shadow Realm. They seem like pretty crazy guys, but I'd like to maybe meet on nicer terms,
Yeah, maybe. I don't know how that's gonna go, but
I'd come to my place, she says, appearing through a cosmic portal.
Hey, be careful, kid. Don't just listen to any No. Don't listen to any random stranger who offers to bring you to their house. That's not how you do it.
That's true. There is some stranger danger. How about this? You babysit my cat. As much as I want for the next forever. And then I'll think about it.
You want me, the great queen of dark magic, to be on babysitting duty? Then Baby Man, like, rolls over on his stomach a bit. For a bit, maybe.
When needed.
When needed, Well, you've all provided me with enough entertainment for one day, I suppose. She snaps her fingers and levitates him over. What about this one? Am I taking him back to the castle as well?
No! He's mine!
Clings.
Oh, alright. Teleports out.
I didn't mean right now. I was in the middle of a battle.
Alright, yeah, she'll give it back for now then.
Oh, okay.
All right, yeah. Just wanted to check in on you, kid. From what I heard, you did wonders. So, just wanted to, wish you some luck out there. And as, as he's saying that, right, just passing by him, Harrier's like walking by. Smiles, waves to Axel and Peony. Great stuff back there.
Yeah, we did pretty good.
Did you see what I did to the Kraken?
I don't think I could have, even if I was unconscious.
Ooh, let me check what happened.
Rather, couldn't have. That was a little gruesome, but, also really cool. She, she's tired, you can tell.
Alrighty, yep, it was nice meeting you all.
Yeah. As, she'll just go through to, Leela, Apollo, and, Private PD, as it were. Hey, Leela, Apollo, actually, first off, where are Voya and Gervasio?
Oh, they went off to do some other stuff. Leela is sort of like... has the, her headband off and is sort of like examining the gem that is glowing a weird purple energy. Everything that's happened here kind of got a big surge of power from this thing, and I don't think I've ever seen it glow like this before.
Huh. Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, first off, hope you enjoyed the tour, haha. But for real, seriously, thank you for helping. We couldn't have done it without you.
Oh, of course, I mean, when you're there and you've got the power, you might as well help out. And, don't worry, despite everything that happened, it was still a nice tour.
And, make sure to tell, Gervasio and Voya when you, next see them, because you'll probably be seeing them before I do. Yeah, make sure that, Voya especially is doing okay, alright?
Yeah, I can check up on her. She'd probably enjoy hearing from you as well, but I guess she's a little bit busy right now. But okay. I can, let her know regardless, and she does one of the Shadow Claws comes up and does a little, like, salute.
Yep. And so, as I end off the little set, I just wanted to have the lieutenants follow up with some of the stuff that I wanted them to say.
Yeah.
I want to ask, first off, Scarlet, where is Voya?
She's just down and to the right of that group.
she's in the cluster. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That's where Hope was earlier. She could probably come back over.
Yeah. Whatever she's feeling. And whatever Voya wants to do. I want to ask just everybody collectively, right? Are there any other things people really want to do or make sure get done, quote unquote, before we wrap things up here? Because we've been going for a bit. It's been fun.
Yeah, the only thing I myself would really want to do, and not even like really want to do, because like she wouldn't even initiate the conversation, but like an Imperador Red Roundabout like thing could be fun if it like it was initiated. Otherwise, it's just they're here, they're kind of staring each other down.
Yeah, I
Nothing
think
else is
for now
coming
we
of
can
it.
leave it as a Western standoff,
I mean, I'm not really
Yeah,
sure
for
either
sure.
side would really initiate it, so
Exactly, yeah, but
at least not with these characters. So
Yeah, and I think another thing that's really funny is I think that like mostly Imperado and Red Roundabout don't know that they're Imperado and Red Roundabout like at all until it's like, oh, you're Red Roundabout.
Neil would probably know, at least a little bit.
Yeah, it varies. But
At the very least, Wayne would understand. Yes.
Yeah. Point being, for now, there's some fire eyes going off between them, but you can leave it there for now.
Yeah, we haven't
For sure,
forgotten
for sure.
about 'em, so
Yeah. They are definitely there, and we are acknowledging the stank eye at the moment, specifically from Tahil because Pilot is EP.
Sorry.
But I was just gonna ask. You were saying something, Roche?
Oh, my one last final little thing, right, is I literally just wanted to have a final guess at Kanehurst's epithet as Counterho.
Go ahead.
All right.
Searchlight.
You did it.
Finally.
Congratulations.
I think that's a one proffer, probably. Maybe a
For
two
the-
proffer.
Like, much like Dragonov's, you were dancing around it, but this one is Searchlight.
Yeah. Specifically, yeah.
Hey, can I have Regent Red guess Colonel Dragonov's out of that?
It's a one prof juicer. Let's put that
1 to 2. It's up to Penny probably because she's.
Yeah, just one. It's hard only in the sense of there's a lot going on, but she literally has Searchlight in her background.
There's like a lot of synonyms, but it's not that hard of a word. All right, the final loose end has been tied up.
Yeah. And before that, I just want to clarify: are there any other spare loose ends from anybody else we want to do?
I wanted to have a small conversation with Malmagia.
All right, we can do a quick thing. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I will try my hardest to make it quick.
It's all good.
And I mean, she's nearby anyway. After the conversation has died down in regards to the weirdness of that funky little gun, she would turn around. Just the person I wanted to see. Hey, just so you know, if you need a place to stay, you remind me a lot of me, as it were, back when I was younger. And, I know how freeing it can be to have an option that isn't just staying in a place that you don't jive with. So I thought I'd offer that.
She kind of folds her arms and purses her lips at Venus a bit. So, one of my would-be destroyers comes to me offering some feeble attempt at mercy, presuming that I don't have an entire castle that I already live in, which you did see, by the way. We were there for a bit. I don't need anything like that, no.
Okay. Noted.
I will at least give you small commendation for how strong you and your friends are. You managing to, again, give me a slightly irritating setback, but nothing truly substantial, of course.
I'm willing to make this insubstantial setback far more substantial if it comes down to it, for the record. But nonetheless.
We'll see.
Right. This is the hardest thing to say.
But if you simply can't get enough of my presence, she smirks a bit, holding a hand under her chin. I'm sure we'll meet again at some point or another. I do enjoy experiencing the second-hand tales of this place quite a bit. They're certainly more interesting than most of what I get around the Shadow Realm. Not that that means I'm going to suddenly surrender my domain, but regardless, as I've stated to others, I'm sure we'll be in touch here and there. And you're welcome to pay my castle a visit if you're willing to brave its depths at least.
That's more of a voyeur question.
Braving its depths.
You can talk with her about that.
I like braving the depths of scary places.
Right, this one.
I did it at a... Yes, it's me. I'm better than you.
Oh, there you are, kiddo.
Oh no, she found me. What will I do?
I will let that
Vegas,
comment slide
Vegas,
for now.
Vegas, help me. Vegas, please.
Hi, Harrier. She grabs the crystal, and Voya's just like limp.
No, this is cheating.
Hey, kid. One, like I've said before, you gotta be more careful out that. You can't just go sneaking into places like this. Both against the law, at least in some ways. No, it just is in this case. It's that. 2, causes potential problems. And 3, you could be in big danger.
I get it.
But
I'll
also,
do it again.
At least this time, kid. Thank you. Really made the difference.
I'm the best villain there ever does be.
Oh, look at you. Look at the sweet human bonding. It's so gooey I could just melt.
It's actually Shadow Realm bonding. You know, see that, you freaking idiot? You goddamn.
Are you sure? You certainly don't look very Shadow Realm-like to me.
Let's do this whole song and dance again.
No,
we can cut away.
Yeah, cut away as.
Boy, she says this looking like she does too. Is the best part.
Of course, but Voya.
Well, Voya, exactly.
And as this happens, right? Ballast, you had the one last thing you wanted to do as Wayne.
Yep. Wayne just kind of settles up with his notably pronounced, limp up to Dragonov. Takes a swig from his canteen, as it were. Now, before they just looks to Region Red, before they take you to whatever layer of Tartarus super prison that the government uses, the government behind the government, I just wanted you to know that when I was a much younger man, hearing the tales of the writhing winds of the dragon is what caused me to be inspired to join the military, to join my country, to protect my country in the heirs of my forebears. And seeing you in the state you are now, and the havoc you caused, I'm just glad I got the wake-up call I did before I would have been here myself. Don't know if you have any commentary you want to put on that, but just figured I'd get that little book closed for me myself.
Well, if nothing else, I'm happy to hear that my past actions inspired you, regardless about how you feel about those times now. And I'm glad that even now they continue to do so.
And with that, he will then turn away. It was a very simple thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
And with that, unless there are any other last minute things.
I have to start a combat passive.
Oh, okay.
I have an end of combat passive.
Finally, we can roll initiative.
The one
combat
thing
passive.
Two things I was theoretically thinking of. One, I think I've decided it's just happening, would just be happening off screen, and the other is just like a unimportant, small, jokey thing involving kind of Blackberry that can just happen. That can just happen another time, maybe.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
because we've been going a while.
Yeah. And so, as
thanks,
you guys are all talking, milling about, what have you. Harrier gives Voya a couple more noogies, right? And shit. Eventually, from
even in that form, yeah.
Yeah, even in that, I mean, at this point, she's used to it. But eventually, near the center of the room, attention, everyone. Once again, I of course want to thank everyone involved here for their help. And without said help, we here at the United States military would have been woefully unprepared for an attack, a traitor's scheme from the inside. And so for that, I thank all of you. And I apologize that, despite our best efforts, our fort here, Fort Bifrost, could not be as accommodating and welcoming as we wished. However, through everything, it seems we've made it out of this doing just fine. Or at the very least, with purpose. With strength. And of course, as mentioned before, we can be in contact for whatever may happen with this agreement, alliance, in the future, if anything. And I will be keeping in touch on that front. However, for now, I do ask, we have been recouping for a good bit now. And unfortunately, this base, this Fort Bifrost, needs some recouping of its own. So, if I may ask, I'll begin leading everyone back to some ships to get everyone to their respective homes. As, she looks to everybody. Specifically, I'll begin personally with some of the DBA folk here. As, she nods to a bunch of you guys and begins leading, starts walking here. So, for any of you that were here initially, we can take the first boat. All of you have been through quite a bit today, and you need some rest. And with that, to clarify, you guys, before this point, have been talking for a good bit, past what we've seen in the, just epilogue thus far in the downtime. As Delta goes to sort of gather all of the people who went through and did what they did, helped, saved Fort Bifrost, and potentially much, much more with what was at stake. Various people going into their various modes of transport they may or may not have. And as you're leaving this Fort Bifrost, for most of you, not even most of you, for just all of you, it's been a very long few hours since you've been able to leave this building and its labyrinths below. Even now, as you've been recovering and everything seems to have been finished, there was a pervasive darkness, a miry feeling. Still, even now, that was sort of hanging throughout this base, this place you've been trapped within for the hours that lasted a lifetime, some may say. And in the same way that some people, like Graves and Venus and Gervasio at this point as well, have already experienced, but even for them, probably a bit more as it sets in. You leave the building, feel the fresh air, and somehow, more than when the sun shines through, the complete and total opposite of what you all have been dealing with. It is this moment now, as you approach, where this all started for many of you. When the sun is setting in the in-between period of light and dark, that it really hits that this mire, this weight that you all have been running through, this adrenaline that's been pumping through you guys constantly, needing to be on alert with very few breaks in between. Only now, when you're around here, are you able to really feel free, escaped from it, as you're able to see the outside world and everything just normal. Nothing weird going on. No threats of any shadowy creatures jumping to go and get you guys. Y'all just make it here. And Delta specifically, once everybody's at this point. I've said this countless times, everyone, but thank you from the bottom of my heart. If nothing else, what's happened here today has helped reaffirm in my mind that I made the right choice looking to all of you for people to help. And whether this alliance goes through, or we're simply one-time allies for this operation, know that I greatly appreciated your efforts here today. And I hope that for a bunch of adrenaline junkies like all of you and me, there was some fun to be had. Soldier, she, motions, swings an arm off to the side to this guy. Prepare the boat. Yes, Commander. He starts running over here to make preparations, and yeah, if there's anything that any closing word anyone wants to give, now's the time. As Captain Zachary,
Well, everyone, it was a long day, but we did it.
And we saved Pog Dolphin too.
I'm just imagining the one, like, people at a party holding drinks looking disgusted at someone, everyone at Captain Zachary.
It was tough on all of us, especially me.
I like
Yeah,
to
little
think
guy.
that Captain Zachary, when he says we did it, he's talking about the Kraken and nothing else.
I mean, what do you think he's talking about?
What do you think? Nothing else goes through that man's head. Me when I'm the Cyclops?
Yeah.
No, that's. Meanwhile, Graves is just like,
I don't know, it sounds the same to me.
Yes. Yeah.
We did it.
I don't know what else to say. We did
Oh,
it.
shit.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Feels good.
Graves
to get
just
some
says,
actual... Sorry.
no, that's it.
Feels good to get some actual air back in the old system again. Hey, Blackberry.
Yeah?
If we ever meet up on some fucked up expedition just like this, let's fuse again. That shit was fucking baller.
I 100% guarantee you, not only that will happen, but that we will do it when it does.
I'm so glad.
Well, guess we fought our way out of hell again, Mr. Spider. Blackberry fucking nudges him as he goes.
Oh, you said it, buddy. Well, guys, let's not keep the poor old military waiting. We've dragged our asses here long enough. Let's go home.
Yeah,
You know what?
Who's that guy? Who's that
You
guy
know
with
what?
the monkey?
We all did it.
Maybe just one more for the road as Aquarius aims out to the empty field and is gonna throw a reality entanglement grenade.
If you blow up the sun right now, this will be the greatest arc in it.
Just give me a net line roll. Just give me a
Come on.
And
this will be the greatest ending to any arc in history.
I gotta pull up her
It's
shoes.
gone
for a celebration.
Man, it blows up the sun.
I just want it to happen, you know?
I know, me too.
We've already done the moon.
I'm pulling up the list for this. All right.
See, obviously what we gotta do is eventually Amber just rolls the ability and has somebody else roll the D10,000. That's what we gotta do.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
It's really funny.
Hold on.
It's just a plant off in the field somewhere that's just.
Shambling mounds are very fucked up monsters.
Oh my god, it's the fucking
That's when we
it's
thought
anatomy.
today was.
It's Anatomy Charles's fucking nemesis. And instead of being a golem made of meat, it's a golem made of plant that also makes the same sound, and that's the only reason why they're nemesi. They make the sound the same.
Now, children, let's just ignore it and it'll go away.
Yeah, okay, I don't know what the hell that thing is. Brant, points over to the growing mound of dirt.
What did I
over
tell
on the
you?
right.
Look away. Don't pay attention.
Right, but,
I've dealt with them before.
New pets?
No, kid. No,
Get us the fuck out of here.
Well, Hope, what do you say about going vegan?
Proceeds to kill everyone.
Oh, okay, no, the
Rest
lesbians
easy,
have
everyone. Delta says, partially snickering even to herself, the smile across her face not fading. And so, with one last horrid creature burst into this fucking world from this fucking session, with one last horrific monstrosity. Well, we've been through a lot here today, and as mentioned, everyone here, this sense of relief, finality, washes over you as Delta said, it's finally time to rest your heads easy. And our arc here comes to a close. With the exception of one last little thing. Just like a tiny little thing.
Is it just a tiny thing?
Put one more thing.
There's just one more thing we have to resolve because they're we were talking about the loose ends earlier. There's still some loose ends to tie up. So there's just one little thing. So
it's a small, completely unrelated thing.
Yeah, small, completely unrelated thing. So the camera in this case would zoom out from all of you. And then keep zooming. And keep zooming. And keep zooming. Really fast. And it's going far. As, let's, hey, Iris, everything set up?
Yep.
Alright. In that case,
so we just real quick cut over to Time Police Headquarters, also sometimes referred to as the Citadel. As you see this beyond time, beyond space, past the time strain and the manifolds of reality where not even imaginary numbers exist. This infinite fractal structure, massive simultaneously round yet angular superstructures that themselves have an infinite number of similar superstructures on them that themselves have a number of infinite superstructures on them, repeating forever in the infinite, unending loop. We see the Time Police headquarters, the Citadel. And from there, we zoom in, much like with a fractal, onto one very, very particular small little section.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody in here?
Yes, everybody see this? Yep, right here. Alrighty. We switch over to here, as we see an office within, the Time Police. Possibly one of those, the sheriff's office. As we see, two officers, that you may have known before. Meridian and Dante, having both shown up in DBA, as well as this man, their commissioner, as he sits against his chair, wearing a sort of semi-armored uniform, his trademark sunglasses that all of the Time Police get over on top of his hat, as a small badge with the ID just in time flashes. Yeah, let me just. As he is rifling through his papers. Alright, is this today's report from both of you?
Should be.
Yep. Meridian, clearly wired, gives a thumbs up. As they sort of look to each other. Alright, well. You should all have your next assignments coming in to do after this. But before then, I believe we actually need to handle something really quickly.
Oh, something come up?
Yes, there's being a prisoner released today, and it's fallen onto me to pull them out. And I'd like, and I'd appreciate to show. I would like to show one of you the process.
Sure.
Bring you along.
I can help out.
Yeah, totally. Meridian nods her head, not entirely paying attention. Yes, rifles through papers. That seems to be some kind of self-proclaimed ruler of the Shadow Realm or something, named W.
Oh God, he like it clicks in his head. Okay, all right, no. Oh boy, that's what we're in for, huh?
It's like it. Meridian goes, W, that sounds entirely unfamiliar. I have no idea what you're talking about. As they go over and Justin opens the door.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and do this one little bit at a time. As you know, we got a little bit of this action, a little bit of this action. Yeah.
Yep. Just in time, walks through various Time Police members, sort of stationed throughout, observing the place as they begin to walk forward towards the holding cells. All right, hold on. Actually, hey, Dante.
What's up?
Can you take this one for me?
Sure. I was already taking it, so I can do that.
Alright, awesome. I know I said I'd go. Justin, you did. Yeah, but actually, I actually should probably get to my assignment quickly. I'm about to run out of time, and I will Omega crash when I do. So, you just make it quick. Asterisk. Of course. As she runs over and enters this door. Wait, no, don't. And as she enters it, there is a fucking. Hope you heard those. As fucking walking out. That was the time blender room, wasn't it? Yeah. Just go back to your squad car. All right. She walks in shame, her stamina reduced to a starting character's value.
You got this, Marid.
Yep. So she leaves as the others continue to walk forwards. The glistening white and blue metal halls adorned with incredibly advanced futuristic technology. As they approach this intersection, large gate. Alright. He proceeds to walk over and pulls out some verification as he rattles through what appears to be a very, very big keyring. Going over to a control pad. Eyes getting scanned, etc. Blood prick. All of that stuff. Come on, Dante. It also needs your information.
Yeah, got it.
This is maximum security. Everyone in and out gets logged in excruciating detail. And as they do that, he finally puts in the big key, turns with a big thump. The gate slides over.
And,
They step forwards, and there's another gate. There's only going to be a couple of these.
All right.
We need to be absolutely careful for, in case of anything else.
Max security, I got it.
Yep. That one slides to the side, revealing, of course, another one. Immediately past it. And they proceed to go to that one, and we got to this. So after a little bit of time, we cut over to this one. Camera cuts over to what appears to be a massive panopticon-like structure, with an infinitely going up and down, the walls lined with prisoners, and one guard at the center able to observe the infinity of all of the prison cells all at once. Although he can only get up there by climbing up and down on a ladder. It's a little strange. And after, a little bit of time, I believe,
Yeah, as there's some levels of like mechanical wiring and such near the southern end of the of the cell, right? As eventually our two familiar faces would make their way through. On the precise opposite, exactly north end of this prison block, there's a particularly relevant cell.
7,534,618,972 bottles of milk on the wall. 7,534,618,972 bottles of milk. Take one down, pass it around, and oh wait, I just remembered. I don't have any hands anymore. How's a bucket supposed to pass around any milk without hands or feet or anything else?
W, who's still stuck in his bucket body prison within a prison, partially rotates himself to face the time cop stationed outside his cell.
Looks like I'm gonna have to start over with a new song that's a bit more inclusive to those of us in the new modern age. Sorry about that, Philip. Looks like the W stands for woke.
For the 100th time. Roger, not Philip.
Ah, jeez. Sorry, Steven. Promise I'll get it right next time.
Yeah, same thing you said last time. I'll believe it when I hear it.
Oh, did I say that last time? It's really hard to keep track of these sorts of things when I've been in here for so long. How long has it even been? It's literally impossible to tell.
That's kind of the point.
Has it been like 3,000 years? 3 million years? A gazillion years? 9 seconds? 169 or so episodes with a load-bearing asterisk?
Beats me.
Come on, Carl! Work with me here! Hey, how about this?
W barely moves an inch, scooting the slightest bit closer to Roger.
I've had a little bit of a burning question on my mind for a bit. Won't you help a poor guy out?
Roger doesn't respond.
Great! So, as the all-powerful god of the Shadow Realm, lots of different people have lots of different assumptions about who I am and why I am. I've heard one story in particular.
The eye pattern on the bucket winks.
That's all about how my voice sounds a whole lot like this other guy's voice, and someone thought that was funny, so they made me. But that was anywhere from 5.5 years to a gazillion years ago. So now, if I just futz around with some of the same sort of stuff real quick,
I think I can make myself sound even more like the guy. Pretty cool, huh? But now I've got a problem, Steven. This new voice is even better for pretending to be the other guy.
But the old one's a classic. It's like my whole thing.
So, should I burn everything down and let the reason I was birthed onto this world smolder and rot like a putrefying carcass?
Or should I blot out the future with a giant black stain and live in blissful nostalgia? People probably expect the Chaos God to switch things up, so I'll stick with the OG. It's iconic. Thanks, Tyler. Couldn't have done it without you.
As back by the southern end of the prison block yet again.
Yep. Stepping out of a series of vaults that go on as far as the eye can see behind them. See, that didn't take too long. Sort of stretches his shoulders.
Yeah, there's been worse.
I just hope that damn loose cannon manages that rambunctious ruby mission well.
She's capable. I'm sure she'll be able to handle it just fine.
True.
So, you know what this guy's done, right?
Yes, I believe it's, on that dossier in your hands.
Time criminal W. Found guilty on at least one count of deicide, plus unfathomable counts of time stitching, time duplication, cutting and resewing the fabric of space-time for recreational use, fabricating unauthorized false realities, inflicting delusion, hysteria, and insanity, banishing people across dimensions, and one count of ruining Christmas.
By God. How are we letting us... I can't believe it's come to this. Letting a sicko out who ruins Christmas.
Yeah, what's the world coming to? Yeah, his cell's just up there.
Yep. So they approach.
Hey, W, yeah? You can do the honors, Justin. You're the boss.
Right. Just in time, sort of walks up, hands folded behind his back as he gives a one-eyed glare to W, who I assume gives the same back. W, last name not recorded.
Yep.
You after you have no other way to put this other than you've served your time. One eternity.
Wow! Eternity? Infinity? Infinity happened already? Wasn't as long as I thought it'd be!
Actually, infinity is the next wing over, right between never happened and never will. However, suddenly, interrupting Justin and Dante from a few cells back, if you could be so kind, Iris, to begin handling the revealing. Do my worthless little ears deceive me? A prisoner, released from the unbreakable shackles of time prison? Impossible! There's still light at the end of this dark tunnel. Hope. The smallest sparkle of hope. He begins furiously pulling at his own hair. Both of his knees buckle under the pressure as he falls down onto them. How wonderful! Did you hear that, brother? As a few cells down. Why, yes, I did, brother. I decree that this is a truly awe-inspiring day indeed. Oh, it's like watching your country's flag still wavering steadfast, despite all the trials and tribulations we all have endured. We true patriots simply had to wait for the shining star of hope to pierce the night sky. Oh, I can't believe that for even a moment, I had forgotten. Whenever your luck seems to finally run out and despair courses through your veins, Shadow Nagito continues pulling at his hair. It's only a matter of time before the world balances itself out. Oh, how extraordinary. Oh, I could just roll around on the ground and get covered in dirt. I'm so happy. President Nagito retorts. I could just dig into the soil and writhe with the worms right now, my loyal constituents. The worms! Together we can hold the Senate!
Would both of you please shut the fuck up? Every putrid syllable frothing from your freakish little mouths is an insult to the universe, and a searing brand pressed against what's left of my psyche. I joke of a psyche, my horrible digital mind that keeps thinking and looping itself in knots every time one of you exhales. I hate both of you so goddamn much.
Well, I can certainly see where you're coming from. We're both just so horrible, terrible, useless, worthless. Truly, we do not deserve the pittance of hope we receive. And yet, President Nagito points a finger into the air. Like true American heroes, we persevere through the suffering. Nothing can truly keep the good men and women of our great country down forever. We always get back up, dragging our battered chunks of flesh back up to the front lines. Oh, the chunks! Shadow Nagito wriggles on the floor. Oh, the chunks! Indeed, it is a horrible thing to think about. Oh, I could just explode into chunks just thinking about it. Oh, the chunks! But that's past us now. We're free. Free from the national debt we've accrued. The despair has seceded from our nation, and we can finally live in the newly born, highly gentrified, hopeful form of a more perfect hope union.
Diode, claws her way across the floor of her cell over to the bars like an animal, writhing and bashing her head against the door as she speaks, glaring over at these two. Let me go! Please! No one deserves this insanity. I'll do anything. Kill me. Fuck it. Torture me if you want. Lock me in a room with rabid wolverines, or put me in a cube that makes every second feel like a century. Or better yet, do it to them instead. You have to get me out of here. Don't leave me in the zoo!
Man, those guys are a real hoot, aren't they? I could just keep listening to them for days.
Don't encourage them!
Which, for the record, I have listened to them for days. They're the greatest TV substitute the greatest TV substitute a bucket could ask for. TV would be better, though. You know, it would be nice to have something to stare at while you're stuck in here for forever and all.
Oh, if we had TV, I could finally catch up on all of the candidates for this year's election. I've missed so many speeches already. If I don't start soon, I'll shrivel up into a raisin and never go back to normal.
Good! Die!
We've already been over this, but Dante starts. He then crosses his arms and gives Diode a side glare. Can't have TVs in your cells, and we can't change your cells either. There's a lot of hoops and infinite paperwork. And don't think I forgot about why you're here in the first place. Sympathy is hard to come by after you try to blow up the world and everything. Alright, enough of the farce. W, you're out. Let's get you out of here.
Just in time. Pulls out his things and begins unlocking the cell.
Oh, finally! Oh, it's gonna be great to get to stretch out all of my, well, you know.
Bucket?
Yeah! It's gonna be great!
I got him. The, Roger, as we know him, picks up W by, sort of the rim of the bucket. Alright, come on, let's go.
Oops, did I mean to do that?
Well, golly gosh, guys. Thank you so much for releasing me from my infinite sentence. It's so great. So much to experience. So much to toil over. Where should I start? I'll have to think about that. There is a lot of stuff I could possibly do. All the time in the world. Just as much as I had here. That's crazy.
Yep, you'll be free, so you can do whatever you want.
Unfortunately.
Well, you know what I mean by whatever you want. However, right around this point, something starts happening. Oh, how extraordinary! It truly is happening! Right before our innocent little eyes! President Nagito slams himself against the bars of his cell, wrapping his arms around them. Freedom! What every great democracy should strive for! Oh, the criminal justice system prevails yet again!
No, it isn't freedom, you fucking troglodytes! Not for us!
Shadow Nagito mimics his brother, grabbing the cell's bars, yet still remains kneeled down on the ground. Well, not for us, no. We heaps of sentient filth in the dumpster known as life would never be let out so early, but the air around him and his cell begins to visibly warble. The Master of Darkness manages to illuminate my pathetic heart nonetheless!
Savor it, pal! You're on the way faster and faster by the day!
Oh, I'll cherish it forever and ever and ever and ever and ever! Suddenly, as if a wound being cut into flesh, a tear rips through the empty space directly outside Shadow Nagito's cell. Then another one manifests, and another. This moment will live on in the hearts of Americans everywhere. A national treasure! The same tears pierce through reality, now surrendering President Nagito's cell.
Whoa! That's a little wacky.
No, not this again! Diode slams her head against the cell's walls.
Oh, God damn it all. What now? Dante reaches for his baton, firming his stance. We've got a Komida class level distortion event.
This is serious. Just in time, grabs his walkie-talkie and clicks it on. Everyone, light him up.
Alarms begin to blare throughout the prison block. Every nearby time cop immediately springs to action over to this cluster of cells, which are dashing over to this cluster of cells. All at once, they pull out their time guns, which are all able to send a bullet 2,700 feet in a single second. Cacophony. A wave of gunfire crashes into the series of rifts, as well as the Nagitos producing them. Streams of pink blood spew out from each of them. Roger, still holding on to W, starts pulling out his own baton as he goes for a whack on the nearest rift. He swats, shifting him and W in the process. It's utter pandemonium. Amidst this chaos, the eye pattern on W's bucket, rather his bucket body, you know, sort of swims across its surface before finally settling on Diode.
Why? Not a fan of the fireworks?
Stone scrapes against stone. Diode slowly rotates her face out from the wall and looks to W with a crazed side glare. Don't patronize me, Bucket.
W rolls his eye.
No, don't be like that. So, since it seems like we have a tender moment to ourselves,
Roger suddenly jerks slightly forward, landing another bash against the rift. W rotates himself to account for the positional change.
Mostly to ourselves. Thanks, William. Anyway, as I was saying, what's Are
you trying to insult me or something? She entirely pulls herself away from the wall, taking a step towards the front of the cell. You don't need to rub it in. You, of all of us, are the one who finally escapes hell. Never mind that you being back on the streets means that the world is going to suffer more inane chaos for the sake of chaos.
Oh, that's mighty presumptuous of you. They won't be suffering, I'm sure they'll love it. I know I sure do.
With an annoyed stomp, Diode glares through the bars. Oh, of course they'll appreciate you. Humans are incapable of seeing the inherent perfection of peace, order, stability, especially nowadays. They're a lost cause.
Well, duh. Humans think they all want a nice, solid structure, but if they're not running all over the place and convulsing like a bunch of rabid dogs, they can't stand it. I get it. I'm the same way.
Her knuckles turn white as she grips the bars of her cell, her tangled hair obscuring her expression of hatred and hopelessness. A few tiny tears of static red electricity fall from her face. I can't stand it. The thought of being here forever and ever while the irritating shitheads who put me here go unpunished. I would do anything to get out of here, or at least be put out of my misery. I'm not even sorry for anything I've done. I know how terrible I am. I know how much I'm hated. The worst part about those two white-haired fucks is that I'm probably even more pathetic and despised than they are.
Oh, come on. It can't be that bad, can it? Actually, well...
He trails off as Diode continues seething and blubbering.
Yeah, probably. Helps to be a funny yellow bucket instead of a funny yellow conservative. Hey, got him. But I'll tell you what.
In the background, Dante lets out a grunt as seemingly in an instant, several Nagitos are pushed back through the rift, disappearing into whatever terrible energy spawned them in the first place.
Whoops, we're running out of time. Hey, you said you'd do anything, right?
Yes, anything, please.
Well, I'm not quite sure how well the chakras are going to align on this one, but...
W's eye begins to glow with excitement.
I've got an offer for you, Dio. You want out of this shindig more than anything. And lucky for you, I've also got something I've been wanting for a real long time now. I've got what you want, and you've got what I want. A body! If you don't mind a roomie in your head, I can help drag your ass across the finish line. Of course, I'll be in charge of the whole operation upstairs for a bit, but you don't mind, right? It'll be like you're taking a nap, and when you wake up, you'll be out of here. Plus, you get to soak up some super cool shadow powers to be, all the while like you're a sponge.
An aura of darkness begins to swell around the bucket.
So, what do you say, Diode? Let's shake on it!
Diode hesitates, staring, for what is ultimately a brief moment, before she reaches out and presses her palm to W's side.
And in an instant, everything changes. As one might expect, the visage of W's eye vanishes from the bucket, traveling into Diode's form as though a specter. Dante and the other time police see this occur, but are too late to stop it. For a moment, Diode feels nothing at all, her strange biology acclimating to the new forces now possessing it. The commotion falls silent, and everything is still. In this place where time is meaningless, it still seems to stand still. And then, one might initially assume that Diode is not exactly the ideal host for someone like W. One could easily imagine their two contrasting personalities, physicalities, and personal drives to be the worst possible match for each other. And they would be correct. At least partially. Because as their minds mingle together, contradicting, churning like a whirlpool of heart and soul, rather than simple possession, something far more akin to a very different phenomenon that has been witnessed in DBA before begins to occur. If this will show. Red electricity dances across Diode's form as her body begins to flex and twitch. Shadows dance around her form, only to be banished by a bright flash, only to grow dark yet again. A whirlwind of energies circles the two of them, contrasting forces blending and fusing together, utterly incompatible, yet paradoxically, they find stability. Completely opposite, and yet somehow they find common ground. And finally, with the biggest flash so far, someone entirely new is created that no one, least of all the individuals involved, could possibly have expected.
With that, we cut to outside the Time Police headquarters, a chunk of lost space rubble clinging to a side entrance within this infinite void. And then a shadow appears overhead right here. So go ahead.
And
Alright, you're here. As the doors open and
yeah, a couple
we see some figures get out from their relatively normal ride to the Time Police headquarters.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and boop. We're okay. We're okay. We're all okay, right? Why, yes, of course, Vera. You're okay too, right, Cicely?
I think so. That was certainly interesting. Was that all of time we were passing?
Yes, pretty much. That was it. Sort of points upwards. We just sort of drive off of it and fall here. And now we're here.
Oh, okay. I suppose that makes sense. I didn't really see it all too well. I had my eyes closed so I wouldn't be spoiled.
That is smart.
Anyway, we have business to attend to, so we should get to that. Don't want to keep people waiting. Miskatonic very excitedly starts kind of waddling up a bit. Wait, hold on. As, Vera hurriedly follows behind her. Oh, so, big moment, huh? You're sure this is, what's going on, right, Cicely?
Oh, just have a moment of patience. I'm sure things will make themselves clear.
If you say so. Yeah. As, she, runs up here beside Miskatonic, Cicely, presumably behind her. And in the middle of this banter on their way up to where they're going, suddenly the door leading inside the headquarters, the Citadel, suddenly come flying open. Between Cicely, Vera, and Miskatonic, their eyes all widen to varying extents. Who the hell is... Wait. That can't be! If I were a lesser woman, I would assume my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I know that I always see the truth. As... Suddenly...
Yeah, sort of, this time cop, reads out on a paper. You three the ones here to pick up, W?
Yes, but, that's strange. Wasn't he supposed to be a bucket?
Yeah!
Well, he was a bucket, but this is his body now. According to the paperwork, this is him. So, something happened, but it's not really any of our business.
As, the cop sort of...
Yeah, the cop reaches, behind him for a moment and goes, oh, also, right, here's your stuff. It just sort of throws all this on the ground.
Yeah, as, first with a clatter, there's a little bit of a, clunk, clunk, clunk as it goes. And then with a much more, weighty flop on the ground, there's a little bit of a... Very, very inanimate.
Yep. Weird. You're, free to go. He nods, before heading back into the depths of the Citadel. The door clatters shut and locks.
Oh, my glorious God. How long have I waited to finally be graced by your presence? In the flesh. This is definitely the real W, right? Ain't a trick? Vera. Don't tell me you've lost sight of the unholy way. No, I haven't. Like Cicely, I was just kinda expecting W to not, to be a bucket and, not a lady.
And a fucking baddie, to be honest, Cicely mutters.
The figure who has had their hands on their hips until now finally shifts, leaning to the side while holding a finger to their chin. Am I W? Am I W? That's the question that's been swirling back and forth and back and forth and back and forth through my head this whole time. Thinking and thinking, looping through my brand new brain. Am I W? They trail off, closing their eye and letting the silence hang.
Until eventually, they speak again. Nah, I don't think that's completely right anymore. We've got some new spice. Let's name it something different. I'm pretty sure I know what I want already.
Her grin crawls even further across her face. You know what? You know what I like the sound of? Let's go with... Penumbra! allow me to just real quickly. Boop. Miskatonic waves her arms to the side, waggling her fingers in excitement. Penumbra! How sinisterly sublime, perfectly divine, shadows and light merge together in unholy matrimony, a truly diabolical contradiction. Penumbra tilts her head towards Vera. But to rest your pretty little head, yeah, I'm W. Now in the flesh, like your pal said. Just with a little bit more, going on, you know? Prison changes you. No kidding!
Penumbra clenches a fist. And trust me, I'm more than ready for a bit of a change of pace. Do you know what it's like being stuck in there?
I, have absolutely no idea.
No, you don't! It's torture. Plain and simple, constant and unending torture.
And I already had a problem keeping track of time before getting thrown in the slammer. Being stuck in a nonlinear hellscape like that kind of makes you a little cuckoo. She points to her head and swirls her finger in the "this guy's crazy" motion.
And that's before you take into account the insufferable, sniveling
nutcases they keep locked up next to you.
She takes a long, deep breath. But I'm a new woman now, free to stretch my wings at last. Both of her wings unfurl, tinges of multicolored electricity sparking off of each, dancing between each other.
Man, it sure is nice to be able to move around like this. It's been ages. Swiftly going from one motion to the next, she continues her stretching routine as the cartoonish cracking of bones accompanies her every movement.
So, not that I'm complaining or anything, but would one of you mind explaining what exactly is going on here? There's gotta be some cheeky little plan, right? You don't normally just get out of an infinite sentence out of the blue like this.
Miskatonic snickers, an incredibly proud look washing over her. Why, yes, of course, have no fear. Your devoted followers have cooked up an absolutely heinous little plot to liberate you from your confounded chains. And despite a few hiccups and other failures, it appears to have rewarded us just as I always knew it would. She flings her arms skyward before then celebratory clapping her hands together. Yeah, our luck's finally turning around.
Cicely softly smiles.
So, great king, or rather, queen of the ever-dark abyss, do you happen to remember that rather feisty group of fighters from Daybreak Bay, Destruction Bench Agreement? Penumbra's face almost seems to glitch out for a moment. No, of course. I hate
those impudent little shit
shysters. Real fun to muck around with them. Got to run a whole fun little murder mystery thing for them, and that kid plucked from the future or whatever. You know, they actually helped me when I was stuck in that statue for God knows how long. Finally out of body again. Well, until they got that little Venus girl had a little bit of a. She got a little persnickety with me and
ruined everything.
Stabbed me in the back with that janitor.
Spat in my face and destroyed the kingdom I spent years and years of my life building to perfection, all while eating Mexico.
Which is pretty fucked up, by the way.
Only to then damn me to this infernal citadel of never-ending madness.
And on Christmas, for crying out loud. Talk about ruining the holiday spirit. She looks to her side. With every exclamation, a gigantic burst of shadow light flared from her being. As the onlookers quickly backed away to find cover. Finally, she lets out a short, irritated sigh. Couldn't even win a game show in peace. With a snap, the limp lich body is enveloped in an orb of pure darkness, vanishing as it's seemingly banished back to the Shadow Realm.
But yeah, I remember them.
Well, Miskatonic continues as if nothing had happened. we figured that if there was any group of people with a knack for ruining everything bombastically enough, it would be them. And all of that mystical Akashic influence, their whole establishment just spews everywhere. Right, the incomprehensible entropy.
And the absolute bedlam it leaves in its wake.
So, Simulacrum concocted a dastardly devilish plot to finally breach between the realms by making a new Akashic point. I spent nights and nights and nights toiling away to create the perfect spellbinding ritual triangle. Hey, a triangle, I get it. She snaps a finger gun. Thanks, I put a lot of effort into it. But anywho, the perfect spellbinding ritual triangle to contain the dark and chaotic energies and mold them into a gateway. And then the birth of the gateway would be so awe-inspiring that it could hopefully even break you out of your accursed confines. The problem is, Vera looks to the floor and sheepishly rubs an arm held to her side. More or less got completely trounced by DBA and the military, and yeah.
Well, I would have expected more from my dark entourage, but also nothing less from those DBA killjoys. A shame, truly. Wait, the military?
But obviously it worked well enough. Even if the gateway's closed and the permanent Akashic point stuff's awash, you're actually free. We did it!
Congrats! I can't wait to see the joyous looks on all my followers' faces when their favorite glorious goddess can finally give them the old-fashioned comeback speech.
About that, we're down most of our manpower after the big operation. Most of us got captured or, probably gonna be arrested aw man, what a ripoff. I finally get to give my cult some sugar after all this time, and now they're stuck in the slammer? How's that fair? Do not fret, great queen of the Everdark Abyss. There's still a few undying loyal brethren under our wing, and with your grand return, word of your magnificence and the excitement you will bring will surely be spread across the world.
Are Mallory, Zondalugue, and Buzzsaw Man still there?
Vera's eye twitches. Yeah, they made it out. Oh, thank God. Don't know what I would have done without them. Miss Catonic looks so happy, so touched, she tears up slightly. So true. But of course, after everything was over, an unexpected savior appeared. This red-eyed woman over here and her funny little circle made quite the peculiarly timely arrival at our evil lair and gave us an express trip in the back of a police car. Straight to you. Is that so? She walks towards Cicely, peering towards her with a curious smile. I was curious about who this lady over here was, and how exactly you put together this grand escapade in the first place. Though, even more than that, they really are just letting us go, huh? I can just fucking leave?
Yes, and there's a very good reason for that, your dark ladyship. Cicely gives a deeply courteous bow, also sneaking in a flirtatious wink towards Penumbra. The floating device nudges her side, and she stands straight up again, continuing. As Miss Arkham here described, the Akashic energies at work in her ritual played a role in securing your freedom from this otherwise utterly untouchable citadel. At least, that's the case from her perspective. From my point of view, this outcome has been foreseen for quite some time, although we didn't really account for the, change in look.
Indeed. At first, the Dark God part of me just thought they'd found a new prospective vessel for possession for the first time in ages and ages and whatnot. But now that I'm here, this feels a whole lot more potent, more exciting than any of the other forms I've had. Maybe it's the tits? She, for a moment, steam shoots out from the ears of the onlookers.
But after a moment, things grow quiet again as a robotic sigh is emitted from the floating machine by Sicily. The merging of the entity previously known as W with the computerized intelligence of a woman known as Diode was indeed an unforeseen happenstance, a small quirk of this particular iteration. However, such anomalies are inevitable and ultimately inconsequential. While the causal stream may bend and twist, its waters shall ever downwards flow. Yes, what he said. The point is, it's certainly not a problem for us, your ladyship. As I said, our perspective on the situation is a little different.
Really now? Well, I'm a little different myself, so let's hear just how weird and wacky this story's gonna be.
It's definitely a little wacky, but I can explain it in simple enough terms. Sicily spreads her arms to the side somewhat, not seeming to gesture to anything in particular, but to something deeper, something unseen. My name is Sicily, and I'm here on behalf of an organization known as the Eye of Providence. You can just call it Providence. For many years now, this organization has formed countless connections to the criminal underworld, and just as many with government officials, the leaders of entire countries and kingdoms. It's no exaggeration to say that Providence has an indirect hand in nearly every aspect of the modern world. And she extends her arm in a dramatic flourish, the stars in the null space beyond the Citadel seeming to flicker in response. The world of tomorrow as well. You see, Providence possesses a unique kind of technology that has long been kept hidden from the eyes of history. It allows them, in basic terms, to see the future and influence it. Think of time as an infinite sprawling ocean, and mankind as a sailing ship. Even the best navigator can't predict every ripple, every wave, but with a good compass, one will reach the correct island. It isn't foolproof, but when it comes to control over fate and destiny, I imagine it's hard to go wrong. So when it comes to these time police fellows, what would be the one thing their own principles prevent them from going against under any circumstances?
Something that's already supposed to happen?
Exactly, dear. And the whims of fate are the reason I've been guided here as well. My generous benefactor wishes to offer you, Penumbra, a position within our organization. A top-ranking one at that.
Penumbra lets out a long whistle, shaking her head and giving a slow clap. Goodness me, how truly fascinating! That's a very impressive set of claims you're making, but if you already know what's gonna happen, wouldn't that mean I could just kill you right now and, just mess up that whole little plan? That sounds like a big ol' laugh to me. She points a finger towards Sicily, as though it were a gun, its tip beginning to glow with glimmering darkness.
It certainly wouldn't be the first time things have been thrown off that way. I'm tempted to see what would happen too, but considering what I've been told, I imagine your curiosity at what I have to say might get the better of you here.
Oh, gosh dang it! She sighs, lowering her finger. My soft side ruins the fun yet again, as always. I see. I'll show you mercy for just a little bit longer. But here's the problem with your offer, sis. I don't really care about your world all that much. I have 2 other dimensions to worry about already. I'm all for upending the establishment and wreaking a bit of havoc, but why should I work for someone else to do all that, huh? I'm plenty fine on my own.
Of course, your ladyship, I fully acknowledge that you have no need for us to accomplish your goals. At least not yet. But that brings me to the next part of my offer. She now properly indicates the metallic circle floating next to her. This thing I've brought with me is quite the special little device. It can do many things, but to keep it short, you can think of it like a small extension of a much greater machine. the very machine that allows Providence to do the impossible, to make the world, to make destiny itself theirs to control. It's sort of like an eye, or like one of those connecting points in the Akashic ritual Miss Arkham was talking about. And whatever the machine's eyes see can be rendered certain. And even if things are thrown off, all it takes is a bit of expenditure on his part, that is, our benefactor's part, to get the flow of time back in line with his desires, and yours. These devices form a direct line to the control panel of your destiny. She holds up a hand and the device obediently floats above it. See, I myself have no interest in all that predeterministic stuff or in controlling the world from the shadows. It all seems a little depressing if you ask me. But I do want to be there when the Eye's grand design reaches its beautiful climax. And I don't mind a bit of insurance either. If I know any better, and I do by the way, you're going to be fighting some very powerful enemies in the future. She extends her arm to Penumbra, and the device hovers towards her. Our benefactor calls them crowns. And if you accept my offer, this one is yours.
Penumbra immediately grabs the crown and begins to spin it on her finger like it's a basketball. Alright, you got yourself a deal there. At least for now. We'll see how I'm feeling after some time back home. I'm sure we can figure something out. With a flick of her wrist, Penumbra tosses the crown to her other hand. I have lots and lots of lost time to make up for. Things to plan, the works. And if you're telling the truth about all of this, those powerful enemies you speak of.
Yes, that is one more factor to consider. If you decide to take the crown and join with us, you're 100% certain to encounter your old friends from Destruction Bench Agreement sooner rather than later.
Her teeth are audibly grit. Revenge. Finally. The day will come where I have my chance to utterly eviscerate those DBA mongrels that... She suddenly stops spinning the crown, clearly in contemplation. Wait. Hold on. It's complicated. I have some thoughts about this. She, as if almost on cue, a purple puff of smoke burst out from atop her left shoulder, producing a wizard magic stock sound effect. Within the smoke is a miniature, entirely purple, demonic version of Penumbra, now standing on the shoulder. Whoa, okay there. There's obviously some baggage we gotta sort out here. Like, we definitely have gotta completely obliterate a couple of them, but we also had a lot of fun with some of those guys too.
On Penumbra's opposite shoulder, a yellow smoke cloud mirrors the first. Standing within this one is an equally miniature, completely yellow, angelic version of herself. Kill them all! I won't rest until every last one of them pays! For the torture and misery they brought us, our divine will demands justice!
Oh, but they were such good sports about the whole killing game thing.
Were they good sports about destroying my glorious empire when they called in fucking Dante from the fucking Devil May Cry series?
Aw, come on, you gotta admit that's pretty funny.
Never! The angel howls in anger, screaming into the sky.
Real piece of work, huh? The devil leans against Penumbra's neck. But she does kinda have a point. A goddess like us just can't let them get away with trapping us in a bucket for like a gazillion years or whatever. There's gotta be some recompense for that one.
The angel finally calms slightly, turning her gaze back to the others. I suppose we could take a bit more of a nuanced approach, take things in steps.
Yeah!
Wouldn't want to rush into things too quickly.
Penumbra, the primary, main one this time, tilts her head slightly. So, you guys have been blabbing on for a bit now. I think I've been half paying attention, but if I've got this right... The angel and devil are both overtaken by puffs of smoke yet again, soon disappearing into nothing yet again. we've got the time. Play around with them for a little bit. Might as well have some fun with it. Well, we can anyway. If we're gonna end up being some big villain or something or anything else, we need to build a rapport with them. Otherwise, it'll be boring as sin.
But then, eventually, when the time is right and the stars align and the future is ours to command, we can finally enact divine retribution upon those who defiled us.
Give them the night of their lives!
And then crucify them!
And as the camera starts to zoom out and away for the last time, you know, there is one more loose end we gotta tie up. There's one more little thing to be shown. You know, we know what you all came here for, what you really care about. We don't want to leave any more cliffhangers. So let me just let's just Oh, brother, are you all right? Oh, why, yes. Yes, I am. Miraculously, it seems as if the rockets and their red glares just barely missed all of my vitals. Another failed attempt at presidential assassination. President Nagito's hand platters in a pool of his own blood. Ah, what a happy little coincidence. I seem to have had the exact same miracle befall upon me. In unison, both Nagitos perk up. How lucky is that? Man, that's a good one. Oh, Nagito's gonna get an extra life, he's so happy. We've had it rough for a good while now, brother. But I can just tell that it's starting to shift in our favor. The last election cycle didn't go so hot. But 2024 is gonna be my year for real, for real. Shadow Nagito begins mumbling to himself. If that god of darkness and that miserable lady stuck between us can get out of here with such a grand display, then, gosh, they're gonna get to be even happier than we are right now. Their prison story comes to an end and springs into a new beginning. Everything's turned out so well. He stands back up, confidently puffing his chest as he extends his arm out to his side. And you know what they say? All's well that ends well.
Going to kill all of you!
You're banned.
So that's Bifrost.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
god, you guys. So,
Wowie.
I would say that that's some of the best work that DBA's ever done, but now, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Ooh, art.
Oh, Soleil, your desired effect, it was achieved.
It was achieved. It was exactly what I wanted. Everyone hated it.
Suddenly
Yes.
the idea of running my session directly after this one doesn't seem so daunting anymore.
At least that won't happen.
Yeah.
At least the
Blackberry
Nagitos
gets it.
won't be there, right?
Blackberry get the text. We have a problem, and she's hot.
Yeah.
This is going to be something. I'm gonna
Just
hijack this real fast.
incredible.
Thank you all so fucking much. Thank you, the GMs, for like making this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What the genuine. This is too much. This is too many things, and it's still impressive and beautiful, and I loved it. I loved
Still
every second of it. You're all great. Oh, Jesus.
So yeah,
I'm-
there's a lot of icons that we did,
Yeah.
particularly Soleil did, and what was the page count total at the end, Soleil?
Accounting for formatting, everything equalized to 12-point font, and all put onto one document. Scripting for cutscenes, 122 pages.
Oh God.
That's
For all of Bifrost.
20.
Hee
And that is
Here's
not
the thing.
counting things that were like soft, like, you know, extensively planned out, like say the meeting in the comms room after everyone got back up for the first time, right? Which we had extensive notes for, but explicitly didn't want to script out or anything. It's not counting any of that or any of the external planning or any of the prep work on anything else.
Yeah.
Or any of the show that people did.
Like, listen, I'm just sitting here, fucking like, sure did give Penumbra a ponytail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll link the original version I drew of that 3 years ago. Haha.
This has been planned for a very, very long time.
Yeah, so we can say now, right?
Yeah.
That last scene was originally years and years ago.
It was when downtimes first started.
It was when downtimes first started up.
God.
Right? We came up with this idea because Soleil was saying like one day, like just in a voice chat, like, man, you know, obviously I'd like to bring W back somehow, but like, you know, he's kind of stuck in literally invincible prison. What are we gonna do, right? And you know, obviously I didn't have like to this extent stuff planned out like way back then. But I at least, you know, which I've now kind of revealed, I at least knew the broad themes of certain things with Sicily and all of that, right? So I was like, hey, I'm gonna talk to Soleil and Zanza. Let's see if we can form like a way for them to get out, right? And obviously, it's definitely changed a lot since our initial plan. But that scene we were originally gonna just do as a downtime. But you know, Zanza was busy, we were busy. It got pushed back more and more, whatever. And then eventually it was like, well, you know what, Soleil, this is a great idea for your whole arc, and what better perfect build-up that scene now has.
Yep. It's just like I started coming up with the idea of like the base level. I want to do this cool thing with the military where there's like a big like fucking spooky thing going on, and it's like a whole island trotting thing, right? It's like, oh, what can I do with that? Shadow Realm. Ooh, that could be fun to do with. And it's like, oh, it's Simulacrum, and it's in the name of W. And then it's like, Iris Kogium. You know?
Yeah, and it was immensely fun despite all of the literally brain-damaged amount of work it took, especially on Soleil's part. Penny and I helped a lot, for sure, but I want most of the credit to go to Soleil. She planned out all the logistics, kept it all straight in her head, had to explain it over, you know, several things over to us a few times just because it's all very complicated, was very patient, very flexible with certain things where, like, you know, we obviously, Penny and I had our own ideas we wanted to do in certain ways, and she still, you know, like, with few exceptions, pretty much just, like, let us do what we wanted to, you know, changing her own plans to account for it. And I want everybody to give a enormous round of applause, physically perhaps, but mainly just mentally and spiritually to Soleil.
Yes,
This was a absolutely colossal labor of love on her part, and I loved every second of it.
The moment, it's just, it's just like, dude, I appreciate it, and of course, as always, I simply hope all you guys had a fucking good time throughout.
Of fucking course we did. Shut up. Don't listen to your exit. We had a great time.
And then,
yeah.
No, you go.
Because, of course, not to, you know, divert attention away from me, but of course, none of this would have been the way that, you know, it was without any of you. You guys fucking knocked it out of the park playing this really goddamn fucking well.
That's what I was gonna say next.
Yeah.
Like 100%, right? Like, this is always the case with TTRPGs, but especially in an arc like this, which was hugely ambitious and required a fuckload of patience on you guys' part, a fuckload of just, you know, patience both within the sessions, you know, that were like huge and clusterfucky, but also like patience between sessions while you were waiting for stuff, and like just commitment of time and like scheduling to get all of it done. And then, you know, even disregarding all of that, you guys then also played all of your characters like fucking amazingly, right? I mean, like when we were like first deciding on the whole big cast for this, right? There were so many where we were like, oh man, but maybe it'd be really cool if we had them. But like, honestly, now that it's over, I like, sincerely, I really do mean this. I don't think we could have had a better cast or performance from you guys, because you all did so fucking well. I can name easily at least one, if not multiple moments from everybody, both that's here right now and that couldn't make it to this epilogue, where your character made me laugh, did something fucking awesome, like, or just generally was like great to have here. And like, you know, there were it certainly wasn't free of flaws. There were hiccups and everything on everyone's ends, of course, with anything this big. But again, I just feel so happy that things, not only that it's finally over and we can say that it's done, but like that it was that fucking good.
It was
throughout.
that fucking good. It like, you know, like that's like, it went really fucking well with like a few minor exceptions, like, and very minor, might I add, like, fucking went off mostly without a hitch. Really fucking well, and with all the work and time and dedication and mental effort we and I have had to put into this, it's like, seeing it work out as well as it did was just, it was just fucking great. And like, you know, I you know, as Iris said, I greatly appreciate, on top of everything else, everybody sticking along for the ride, even outside of the game itself, because it took a long time and there's a lot of stuff going on. And I know the situation with DBA is something lately, right? But like, you know, we're we're doing this, brother, and I'm just so extraordinarily happy that like that things turned out the way they did. And
Soleil's gonna get an extra life. She's so happy.
I'm so happy. Yeah.
It's just this very big and amazing and wonderful session. So much fun to play in and be in and do things with. And you're all banned for crimes of Nagitoko Maeda.
The best part is how long you guys
I'm
played
free of
for
that
it.
particular one.
Yeah. I need to stress it. Not just the idea of penumbra, right? That's not what goes as far back as 3 years ago or however long, right? That does. That whole bit with Shadow and President Nagito from episode 30-3, right, are there, and wouldn't it be funny if Diode's cell is in between the both of theirs, so she's in constant agony? And let's write a scene where I write just like the worst Komaeda dialogue and just go, oh, I'm just a puny little earthworm and shit like that, and just like say that kind of shit. And Diode's like, Michael, don't leave me here.
I'm just looking at that. I'm just looking at that scene when Diode's just like, please torture me, anything. And I'm just like, sweetie, what do you think's happening?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost enough to make you feel bad for her, and then you remember how, like, just what a one-note, just shitty villain she was, which, of course, was, like, that's the thing, right? Like, way back when I first came up with the idea for Penumbra, which, like, you know, I need to emphasize, she's just as much Soleil's character, obviously, literally.
I've noticed, yeah.
But, I suggested that initial idea, right? Not because, like, oh, you know, I want to, like, make Diode relevant again, but explicitly because it's great, because, like, you wouldn't think so, but actually, I think it's a really fucking, like, actually good idea that isn't, like, horribly cursed or whatever, purely just because W's really fun and really funny, but also, like, he was never really, like, a bad guy, at least, like, by what we consider it now, right, in DBA, whereas Diode was nothing, but just completely fucking evil and, like, insane, right? So why not combine two shit-tier early things into one good thing?
Yeah.
And this is the fucking,
fun
this is the
development.
devil's trap you've all been lured into.
Yep.
We're in hell.
Hey, at least there's At least there's not a big hole in the sky and stuff,
Yeah,
you know?
no,
Like,
you guys still did plenty of good. It's just this specifically happened. But I also need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
also extra special thanks, by the way, to Zanza for
To
helping
Zanza,
with
yeah.
that whole last scene, drawing a bunch of shit for it, fairly last minute while he is very busy. He's a good friend, and I want none of you to let him know peace.
Oh, I never will.
Yeah.
I never do.
No.
yeah.
I
Power him with all the
remember when
juice.
We got together to plan out the specifics of this scene. I'm like, oh, we just gotta keep adding like stupid time jokes.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Just in
Yeah.
time.
I-
Literally die.
I had that plan for
Just in time.
For longer than
I
know.
I love
Like,
just in
come
time.
on.
Just in time is great. The time blender joke is a masterstroke.
Yeah.
And you know, there
Yeah.
might have been a certain something off to the corner as well. But anyway.
Yeah.
The penny
I
wasn't
think-
asked for late
Listen.
last night.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Listen, I know I said it in the chat, but who
Are
would
we
win,
still
Blunder
streaming, by the
Meridian
way?
or Scary Alfie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
exactly.
still streaming.
Oh, what?
We're still streaming.
We're still
Yeah.
streaming.
Fluky.
Streaming.
Yeah. And so I just, you know, on top of everything else, right? I just want to thank everybody involved again, including myself. But I wanna just really extend my thanks to everybody and to all the viewers we have in chat. I hope those of you who have stuck around and have watched through this whole entire fucking labor of love and mistakes, right? I hope you fucking enjoyed yourself and perhaps, you know, shit like this, making a story, real fucking fun, and
Never
you know,
doing it again.
well, if you put in the effort, you can make fucking gold. You know, it's just, I wanna. It's fucking great, dude.
If you have the
And-
best players in the world, that is.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Where are they? Yeah. And so, I want to, you know, I guess I'll ask. Anybody have any other remarks or burning questions or just something they're dying to say regarding Bifrost before we fully put a close on this?
I have a start of combat passive that I need to post.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
You really did Danny so dirty with her not being in this arc. That's my only comment.
Yeah.
You gotta do someone dirty.
A session I plan to run in the hopefully nearest future is now going to be exponentially larger than it used to be, and it's Bifrost's fault.
Haha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fun fact, I drew an entire boss banner, parentheses, I never do that, for a session in the future that I'm going to run, and I never do that. Because it's because of Bifrost. Bifrost did it again. Bifrost was very good.
And that's why I make shit, ladies and gentlemen. Like,
Bifrost, it was a
Exactly.
mistake, but like in a good way.
Yeah, again, you are like going to get killed, like murdered for what you did bringing back Nagito. But we can settle that out of court metaphorically.
I'm so glad
Niles
people
is
hate
tired.
it so much.
There will be a trial. Yeah.
Yeah, Niles is tired.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking glad. I'm so glad it hit exactly like I wanted it to.
Why are you glad, you sick fucking freak?
Listen, man.
Well,
I
me flashing back to Soleil being like, okay, so when they hear this song, it's gonna actively murder all of them.
Yeah, no, because literally, right, we're like, oh, like, what music do we want to use for this, right? And I was like, well, for Nagito, we obviously got to get something from Danganronpa too, right? And as someone who has played through it and was part of this group's Danganronpa phase, right, I knew this fucking one would be the one to have everyone be like,
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
like, when it
Yeah.
started. So, like...
Of course. Well, I just want to say one more time, thank you all again. I mean, like, I really do mean it sincerely. I love all of you, and I love doing dumb, big, stupid things with you, because actually, they're pretty good sometimes, too.
They're pretty good. It's
Yeah.
something worth doing and something worth caring about, you know? So yeah.
Hey guys, I think we should call Grudge Massive again.
Listen, I just really like the little text thing of, wow, Magia. Reminder, if you ever fight Axel, don't go into your big form.
Yeah, exactly.
Finally, somebody where
Yeah.
don't be big is like a real piece of advice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She has no plans on it. Don't worry.
No plans on that.
No plan.
I'm looking forward to seeing more from everybody because you all have really good characters. And I want to talk to all of them.
Yeah, people be cooking stuff. Coming up
There's a lot
soon.
more waiting in the wings. Yeah.
What are they cooking?
Here's Wojak.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
Jesus Christ.
Which, by the way, I drew the initial thing, of course, but then Soleil, made her as good as she deserves to be in her icons.
I want you to know that I want to strangle you all for the motifs through the design of oh, she still has one eye, she still has the cybernetic shit, there's one wing of light, one wing of darkness because they're half angel and half demon.
She's that edgy OC you make in middle school, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
And I respect it.
Yep.
It's very good. So good.
Yeah. Also, you can't just pull this fucking song on me. By the way.
Yeah,
I hate you for that.
Listen. We've been using the SA2 for the downtime tracks. So
I can't believe that W really started the thing with should I go even more Bill Cipher or go with classic and then end up with neither?
Yeah, dude. Let me tell you, new PC, right? I download voice mod in preparation for Bifrost because on top of other things, I know this bit is going to happen, right? And imagine my surprise when after not using voice mod for however fucking long it wasn't working for me, that I saw a filter literally just called Bill, and it is attempting to recreate Bill Cipher as opposed to the thing that we had, which still sounded like him, but was just sort of coinky-dink,
Yeah.
Kind of. It told me we were doing the right thing. That voice mod acknowledges its fate. You know.
It's accepting your efforts and rewarding you for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So
probably close things off.
Yeah, unless anybody's got any last burning questions or whatnot, as I was saying before.
I haven't posted my passive yet.
Can you get on that?
I'll see
fucking
it.
hurry up.
3 to 5 business days.
Oh. Well,
let's end this before she can do that.
Yeah.
In which case, first off, here's the shill. Join our Discord server, you assholes. It's a community Discord, fine dining. Place to go to be in the know, as I always say. Keeps you informed. Join it, you little freaks of nature. Join it. Keep up to date with the shit that we're doing here. And yeah, if shit like this was fun, we do more. We do a lot more. So there's that. And I've already thanked you guys so many times. Of course, I'll extend it yet again. And same to all of you watching. Follow and sub if you haven't already, by the way. But this was, for every long night of effort and work put into it, ultimately this final result, fucking worth it for sure. Went really well, and I'm glad we fucking did it, and we're able and here to do this kind of stuff as friends that that a friend group that came to be because of this stupid funny game where in episode 1 Alfie gets his brain smashed in by Casimir and it gets brought up now,
he gets a concussion and he still can't remember what happened in that episode because of it.
That's so
and one day I can just be using voice mod and Scarlet thinks it's funny and puts Bill Cipher handshake in a funny museum. So shit like that.
And then 5 years later, I want to fuck the statue.
Yeah. How long has it been? 169 episodes with a
load-bearing asterisk? Jesus.
Yeah. But, yeah. So, all that being said. For real, for the final time. As much as I could keep on, going on and on and
Keep
on
it on,
forever,
yeah.
like I tend to do. Let's properly wrap this shit up. So, for the final time, I'll say thank you, because I cannot say it enough. But, until next time, whether that be the next episode of DBA, or whatever else you next tune into.
Stargazers, maybe?
Good night. See you that next time. And, say goodbye to chat, everybody. We're done with, episode 197, Operation Bifrost.
All's well that ends well.
I guess all's well that ends well.
I will end you. I will end you.